Yo, how is everybody doing? Welcome to the Milan Forum, guys. It is Friday morning. Forza Milan, Forza Milan, Forza Milan. As always, two words: Forza Milan. The day after the great renewal, the day after the great renewal, we had to suffer, like always, like Milanisti. We are made to suffer in order to get what we want. It's just the way it is. We suffered through it, and Maldini definitely suffered through it. You could definitely see it in his face. The guy aged quite a lot just that day. He definitely looked very tired. He had a very tired look on his face yesterday, and it looked like it was a gruesome, grinding day for him. The question is, what did he compromise? What did he compromise? And this is what we need to figure out. This is what we will learn. Obviously, both parties compromised something. We know that the contracts were going back and forth between the two parties. So we'll find out. We'll find out. But anyway, today I want to know your opinion. So we're going to get the first people we have here. We got Nathan in the house, and we got Saif in the house. What is up, guys? How you guys doing?
Yo, what up,
Hi.
guys?
What's up, Saif? How you doing, my man?
I'm good, just chilling, just waiting for the lives. I'm actually excited. A day after Maldini confirming he's staying, I'm actually excited again
Oh yeah? Why are you excited?
because things are finally gonna kick up. We're gonna sign someone, you know. I think it's not gonna be a 10 out of 10 Mercato anyway because time has been lost. But at least we can sign like two exciting players, I guess.
Who, like, if you were to give names, who are you expecting Milan is going to be signing? Like, who do you
I'm
expect?
guessing. I think Ziyech is gonna come because I don't see a reason why he wouldn't, to be honest. And Sanchez, I guess Ziyech, Sanchez, and I think Acerbi will also come as a backup center back.
Well, Sanchez is still in the market. That's so it could definitely happen. According to what the Lille president said yesterday, he said that PSG haven't made any offers for Sanchez. There's only one team that is interested. I wonder what I wonder what the truth is. But yeah, Sanchez is still open. I agree with the Ziyech operation because I think it's the most doable one out of all of them. And and then I don't know. I really don't know. I still want to see what the strategy is, or what kind of budget this team is going to have. And also, to be honest, before there's still one big task to be done here, which is the renewal of Rafael Leao. The arrowhead of the team. So we still have to see if that will happen. What are your thoughts on that? What are your predictions on that?
I spoke for a bit. I think Nathan should also say something.
Nathan is not he can't speak right now.
Oh, okay. Um, Not to be pessimistic, I think we will not give Leao what he wants for some reason. I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here with the management and wages in general, salaries, and I hope I'm wrong, but I think we're gonna make this mistake of waiting for next summer and saying stuff like, "Oh, he's gonna stay. He loves the club. Just because we're AC Milan, we're gonna get him to stay, no problem." And then you have a situation where he's only gonna have a year left in his contract, which is always a problem on the pitch and also off the pitch.
Hmm. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Of course, there was an article that came out today that yeah, Leao and someone else has to pay that money to Sporting Lisbon.
Yeah.
So that will be a big part of the whole negotiation. As I said, as I said a few weeks ago, there was this rumor going around that Milan's intention was to pretty much pay that for him, and then give him like 5 or 5.5, whatever. Instead of giving him 7 or 8, Milan just pays straight up for his issue that he's got there with Sporting Lisbon, because in the long run that would save them money. essentially, the lawsuit pretty much is saying that whatever he make, they're going to extract a certain percentage of what he makes. So, is there an issue with Mike?
No, no, it's perfect.
Jamal says, Roy, sort your mic. Guys in chat, is there an issue with the microphone? Everything sounds good over here. I'm hearing everybody. Anyway, yeah, let's see what happens with Leao. It's going to be quite interesting. Quite interesting. What about Benacer? What do you think about Benacer? What's going to be happening with Benacer?
Honestly, it's all gonna depend on how we're gonna use Sanchez and also how Pioli I think is gonna deal with Sanchez. You know, he might play him in a calm position. Maybe with time he's gonna put Adli, even though he's young. I think he can play at a calm position. So maybe that makes Ben Nasser a bench player. The problem with Ben Nasser, like as much as I love him, but like 50 million is a great price. If Man United or any team is willing to pay 50 million, I think that's really good, you know. Even though I still think we need backup, we need depth, but I think this 50 million, like we can do something with it. But it's all gonna depend on whether Sanchez is gonna play calm or whether he's gonna be in the double pivot.
Or whether Sanchez, whether he comes also. Yeah. So one thing that a hint that we got out of, let's say, Maldini's interview a few weeks ago, when he said some players are waiting to see what kind of money is going to be available, they're waiting to see what the renewals are going to be looking like. It seems like a lot of people interpreted that as he was talking about specifically Benacer. Benacer is the one who literally said or communicated through the media that he wants to wait a little bit longer to see if what the conditions are of the renewal. And we speculated about this. We're thinking, yeah, it's probably tied to the fact that he has not been seen as the starter. You know, um, he's always Kessie was always in front of him, and then Tonali got in front of him this time around. So yeah, I guess he wants to see what happens to the team, and also Benacer. Remember that Benacer never really had this love for AC Milan, if we remember closely, when he was skeptic of joining Milan, but then of course he joined Milan in the beginning, back then, and he had a great few years, I think. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll definitely see what happens with that. Let me go to chat. Let me say hello to chat, and guys, I'll open the lines in a minute.
Yo, Roy, I think your mic isn't working. I don't know if I'm tripping, but I think your mic is not working.
Hello?
Now it's working, yeah.
Farsa, we are poor. We got Safe in the house in chat and online. Strategic FC, Secrecy FC. Nathan, Forza AC Portland. We got Rene Cumberbatch, Forza Milan, shout out from Trinidad. Shout out from Trinidad. Um, Alan, what's up? Forza Milan, guys. Forza. We got Christian. Christian says Inter's going both Italian players for the right back and the left back. Yeah, really? Who are these two players? Where is Laert, guys? Where is Laert? We need to hear Laert's opinions on everything that is happening. Let's see if he joins us. We will find out. I can see Belotti for some reason. That's going to piss me off. I find it very difficult that Belotti is joining the team after we got Origi, because essentially it's literally the same. It's Belotti would have occupied Origi's spot, so I don't think Belotti is coming anymore. I think that ship has sailed forever now. The day after Maldini signed his contract, FEGG clown slapped Milan with fines. All right, because Mike Magnan, Krunic, Tonali, and Theo Hernandez got fined. Krunic got fined 5,000. Everybody else got fined €4,000, and then the club got fined €12,000 for their antics during the celebrations of the Scudetto, holding that sign saying what was it saying? Something. Put it up
Something like
your.
yeah, put the Coppa Italia in your ass or
Oh,
something.
right. Yeah, put that Ketelaere up your ass, right? And so they got fined for that. We
But I
got.
don't know, like I don't
Yeah,
know
go
what
ahead.
happened to like freedom of speech. Like obviously it's banter. I don't think there's much personal for most of these players. I don't know. I think some are going a little bit soft now, to be honest.
Well, I mean, the fines are not really. It's not really Inter saying, "Hey, fine them." The fines are the FAGC because obviously, the team represents the Italian Football Federation, and when you have your team. When you have professionals holding a flag saying "Put the cup up your ass," obviously they're going to say something. It's always like that. It's normal. It's like if you go to school and you put a sign and say put that pencil up your ass, teacher, or whatever. You're gonna get a slap on the wrist. Anyway, Jamal Olish, who does not know what position Paolo Maldini played. Anyway, interesting. Jamal, thank you for the mic thing. I fixed it. We got Gavin Patterson. Guys, if you're new to the channel, guys, please click that sub like and click the like button. And guys, everybody is welcome. We're going to open up the lines if people want to come in, join in, say their piece. I'm definitely open to hearing everybody's opinion. Forza Milan, Forza Dybala. What do you think of his Dybala thing, Saif?
Well, I think I don't know. Like our management in general, like it's not clear. Like nothing is clear, you know. And I hear that we're not willing to like match his 7 million wages or something like that, and it's gonna depend on his will. From what I've seen is that he prefers to stay in Italy. Well, I don't know if you prefer to stay in Italy, you have to sort out your wage demands. Obviously, I'd love him at Milan, but I think for 7 million for a guy that is injury prone at times, is a bit too much. Is a bit too much. I think for 5 million or something, I can take him, but seven is just way too much at the moment. And I even doubt that we would ever give him a salary like that.
Yeah, for those amounts of money, I doubt it too. Also, because the Dybala thing is a very strange. It's very strange. Dybala is definitely another player that is not really being pushed by, let's say, sources coming out of Casa Milan, because a lot of the players that we have been talking about are basically rumors that are seeping out through agents, through lawyers, through the people going in and out of Casa Milan. But Dybala, this whole rumor about Dybala started as a suggestion from the media. The same way the media pushes players and tries to push players towards teams like Scamacca, right? The media was in the beginning of the not the beginning of the Calciomercato, but a few weeks ago, every single day, first page of a newspaper, the media was pushing Scamacca to Milan or to one of the big teams. It seems Dybala seems the same to me. It seems like he's mostly being pushed towards Milan by journalists. But anyway, let's get into this article and let's see what it says. Milan willing to close Dybala deal quickly, but for 2 million less than Inter. This morning, Gazzetta dello Sport reported that Paolo Maldini is studying the signing of the Argentine star. The report even stated that contacts are expected to take place soon to probe the situation. Mediaset add that Milan are willing to close the deal for Dybala quickly, which could work in their favor. However, they are only willing to put a contract offer worth 4 million per year on the table, which is significantly less than Inter. The talks with the Nerazzurri may have stalled, but they're still willing to give Dybala a salary of 6 million. It remains to be seen what the outcome of the situation will be, but Milan are ready to pounce if the forward were to change his mind. So I don't see why would he accept 4 million when he can get way much more money anywhere else. I don't see this operation happening, and that's just the way I feel about it.
Also, Inter, like, it doesn't make much sense for them. Like, only last season, I think they paid like 34 million for Korea. And, they're kind of similarly, they play a bit behind the striker. Korea is a bit agile. I'm not saying he's Dybala, but maybe they'll play a similar role. And I don't see Korea actually leaving Inter Milan. And also Dybala, I don't think he's the type of player to play in Inter's midfield. You know, so I don't know. Going to Inter doesn't make sense in terms of position sense. You know.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree there. There's too much. It's too unbalanced. There's too unbalanced, and also I don't know. Dybala is a very curious kind of player because it's not a player that you can fit in any system. It is a player that the system needs to be perfect for him. Um, well, let's see what happens. Paul KB says, Roy, I'm a Milanista, diehard Milanista, but if I was Benacer or even a footballer, I'd be skeptical too. Now, I understand that. I totally get that. Buonasera, signore Carlo Moretti. Carlo Moretti, buonasera. How are you doing, sir?
What's up, Carlo?
Dybala would be a statement signing. I'm not going to lie. I like him. Do you agree with that? Because some of the media yesterday was bringing out that Cardinale wants to get Dybala, and that wants to be his statement signing, right? His gift to the fans. Would you accept this gift in open arms? With open arms?
Oh, most definitely. While I don't think he's the same Dybala of like 2017, maybe 2018, I think that he still has that spark. You know, that world class like player inside of him that Allegri has kept kept in jail. You know, that he kept hidden all this time due to his negative football. But I think with Milan, with how we play in that camp position, he'll be great. You know, and I think he can fill in that striker position. Like he can do that. He's capable of doing that, and it definitely would be a statement signing. Like I personally think at this moment of time, we're not favorites at all for the Scudetto, based on the business that is being done by Inter and Juve. They're looking crazy, crazy. Um, but I think a guy like Dybala pushes our chances. You know.
Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. I agree. It definitely would be a statement signing. I would definitely be happy with that. Gavin Patton says, I'm all in for Dybala. Roy, our formation would fit Dybala. I agree. The 4-2-3-1 is one of the formations that would be suited for a Dybala in that number 10 role, right? You can put him right there behind the winger. Dybala likes to shift towards the right and then come back in and use his left foot to curl to do those curlers. So you can definitely see Dybala and whoever's on the right doing a lot of interaction, while on the other side you would have Leao and Theo Hernandez doing a lot of interaction, and then you had that centre forward in the middle connecting all of it together. Um, so yeah, I mean, absolutely, Dybala would work. One of the questions that I do have about Dybala and regarding Pioli, the way he plays his football, Pioli likes to have players that work hard without the ball. I don't know if Dybala is that kind of player. I've seen a lot of him. He definitely, when he was very fit, I remember him being extremely aggressive and works his ass off with the team. He goes all the way down, goes all the way up. So this is a question, Saif. Do you think Dybala would do all that work off the ball?
I personally like my opinion. I don't think we need every single player to do that. Like Salamakers on the right does that. You know. Like for example, I think Brahim works hard. You know, I think he's a bulldog. Even when he doesn't have the numbers, he
Yeah,
works
true.
hard.
That is true.
But in the same time, we get frustrated a lot and we smash everything we have like in our room when we see that final pass or that space where he can shoot the ball, he can do something, and he just I don't know does a weird turn or just does a useless pass. I think Dybala maybe not working hard, he makes up for that in that final third. You know, he's
Right.
very he's,
Yeah.
he's very smart in the attacking third, and he will add a lot of goals and assists, which will also like help us in winning a Scudetto goals. You know.
Yeah, according to the roster that we have today, and if we're still going by what Brahim Diaz was last season, you're definitely maybe losing a little bit of that defensive grit, but you're doing for sure. You're gaining a lot offensively, which is needed. We definitely need that. One thing that I've definitely been saying about Brahim Diaz is that if Brahim Diaz can be the same player that falls, gets pushed off the ball, whatever, but he does get those his offensive output comes to fruition. He gets those assists, he gets those goals. Nobody's going to care that he's being pushed off the ball easily. So yeah, Dybala will give you that, but probably less defense. I will open the live, guys, soon. Give me a second here. Dybala would fit any of attacking roles behind striker and can play a second striker, inside striker. No Dybala, he's a bandage. Go for CDK for Hans. CDK was being linked again. There was articles saying that CDK is one of the priorities. So we will definitely see how that comes to play. What do you think about CDK?
I think I think Hans did all the talking for him, and high praise. But he's the kind of player. Sorry, he's the kind of player which, when you hear about him the first time, you're like, who the hell is this? The Belgium league, what is he gonna do? But I watched compilations of him, like he's very strong, and for his height, I consider him, not fast, but like he's good on the ball, and I think he would fit our formation like well. I'm not gonna talk much more about him because I haven't seen live actions. Like if you saw like compilations of Leao 2 seasons ago, you would think he's Mbappe. But we all know that at that time he wasn't ready.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think 30 something is good for him. But above 40, some English teams like Leeds were talking about 45 and stuff like that. I don't think he's worth it, at the moment. So I don't know. I have to wait
Um.
and see.
Yeah. I agree. Like, he's very young. He plays in a league that the intensity is definitely nowhere close to the Serie A. So obviously, if he does come to Italy, you cannot expect him to just destroy right away. It would take a while for him to adapt to the Italian game, to the Italian defenses, and all these teams that play catenaccio. Like, you don't get these teams that play that kind of catenaccio in Belgium. And very very difficult and grinding teams that you have to play against in Italy. So CDK would have to get used to that, and he would definitely have to, really adapt his game. I mean, I've seen CDK play against Italy. I think he scored against Italy. I think he scored, but it's not like I remember him being, you know, dominating the Italian midfield or the
He needs
defense.
time. He definitely needs time.
Yeah. Like all youngsters, youngsters need time, and the same thing I feel about Brahim Diaz and Salamaker's your favorite. They need time to develop their games. CDK is who CDK. That's who I want, but honestly, I wouldn't mind Dybala, especially for free. Roy, I believe what Safe is saying because we could press in three or triangles, so Dybala could occupy space in triangles to trap defenders making mistakes. Of course, Dybala can do the pressing game and all that. It's to see. It's what we got to see if he can do it the way as aggressive as Pioli usually wants his teams to defend. Because remember, Dybala is coming from a system that the press is low, right? Most of his time in Juventus, aside from when Sarri was a coach and Pirlo was coach, but every time when Conte and Allegri were there, the press was low. In Milan, the press is high, so you have to be an animal. As soon as you lose the ball, you have to be an animal and press high. I'm sure Dybala can do it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Ciao, Tesai Saliba, Forza Milan. How you doing, my friend? Wasn't it supposed to be a double deal for CDK and Lang? We'll see. We'll see. CDK is amazing. CDK is a good player. A lot of people really into the whole CDK hype. We'll see what happens with it, guys. We'll see what happens with it. Inter already signed Bellanova for the right back and are going for Andrea Cambiaso for the left back. Wow. Wow. What do you think of Inter's team, Safe? What do you think of the team and how they're building their team?
I had a bit of a fight with Laird on the group, and I'm not afraid like to say it again. He's like he can get biased sometimes, as I think many Milan fans can be. I used to be this way, but
Can
guys,
you
like
guys hear
when you
me?
think about it, yeah, yeah, hi Nathan.
What up, Niffy?
What's the topic?
Just
In
talking about Inter right now. Go.
yeah,
Just talking about Inter and what Say thinks about the way the team Inter is building, and obviously we're going to go into what that will mean when it comes to competing against us. All right, go ahead, keep on
Real
going.
quick, have y'all gotten to Zaniolo yet?
No, 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 no.
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Go ahead, Sif.
I think Lukaku and Bremer alone. Like I think they're gonna sign Bremer. It makes sense. Maybe they'll sell a center back this summer, and he makes sense for their formation. You know, the Serie A defender of the year last year. I think he's quality in that three-man defense. I think he's great. They signed that young player from Empoli. I don't know, like he could turn into a
Aslani.
gem. Yeah, he could turn into a like a gem. Ben Nasser did for us, so Inter might have been very strategically good in that aspect. I think Mkhitaryan, even though he's old on a free, I think he's a very good player. Definitely, like if Mkhitaryan was in our team, I think he would start in a lot of games in that cam position, maybe on the wing as well. Um, but yeah, it's been sick. Lukaku, Bremer, Mkhitaryan. I think this is a quality transfer window. They're plugging a lot of holes that they have.
Yeah, yeah, definitely agree. They're going to put a very strong team together, and I like it that way. I want my opposition to be strong, so that makes me stronger. So I'm all about it. What's up, Alan? How you doing, my friend? How's it going?
What's up, bro?
What up? What up? Nathan, you wanted to bring something up about Zaniolo. What were you going to say?
Oh no, that was only if we were actually on that topic, or if you already passed the topic. But we can continue with Inter because they are definitely going to be a hard team to beat
Yeah, yeah.
this upcoming year. And people in the chat were kind of saying that these guys are just, they're not really rated that high. But I mean, that's just crazy. They're going to be a very good team next year.
Yeah, yeah. In chat too, guys. In chat, let me know what you guys think in chat. If you think Inter's going to be one of our main competitors, I mean they always are, but this time around even more so than this year. What about you, Alan? What do you think?
I think they have done really good signings this season. Like even if they didn't have much budget at all, they still were able to pull off a lot of deals. Like the difference between them and us is probably because they can afford higher salary to the players, like we can't. So that's the only difference I would say. If we can
That's a
actually
yeah.
give
Sorry.
Dybala like a little bit more than for 4 million, I think we can get the deal done.
I completely agree with you. That's the difference. The difference is that they don't have a salary cap. I mean, I think they do have a salary cap, but it's not like it's not set on basically a number. It's basically if they have to pay someone, if they have to pay more than four players 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, they have no problem doing that, and that is a big difference. That's why they can do the mercato that they do. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be tough to play against them. One thing though, I want to know before I go to chat, I want to see what Gavin says. I want to know, even if we, let's say we don't get any new players, right? I still think we have a very competitive. That's not going to happen. Of course, we're going to get new players, but because our team is so young and they're still in that growth trajectory, every year for the next 2 or 3 years, it's like we're getting new players that are better and better. Leao, this was just his, literally just only the second half of the season was his explosion season. So we still have to see Leao grow even more and more and more. Tonali is only 21, 22, so we still need to see him grow. Benacer is still fairly young, 25, so we still need to see him grow into his maturity. We have Kalulu, who is a youngster, still needs to grow. Tomori still needs to grow. Theo still needs to grow. Calabria, Salamanca's, Diaz. We have so many players that pretty much next season is like we're going to be new players and we're going to be even stronger, especially with the fact that they know that they're coming back into training with the idea that this season they have to reconfirm themselves. Winning the title once means nothing. Winning the title over and over again, that's when you become a legend, and this is what these guys want to do. So, going to you guys, and then I'll go to chat. Do you see this team being stronger next year just with the players that we have, or not? What do you guys think?
Oh,
Nathan. Nathan, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, from that standpoint, yeah, the growth standpoint, you can definitely make an argument that they should be better. I think the part of winning the trophy is what really I think is gonna. We'll see if that actually is ingrained in them, because now that they have a taste for an actual trophy, not like the Mickey Mouse Cup, an actual trophy that should put a hunger in them to get another one. Like they should be hungry to win all the time. If they don't have that hunger, then that's going to be a problem. But these guys are young, so I don't see them not having that drive.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, let me get to chat. With all the changes at Inter, they're going to need time to gel. Might start slow, especially if they lose some of their defenders and have to replace them. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if
I don't agree with that.
I
yeah,
don't
I mean,
think it's. I don't think it's going to take that much time, though. I mean,
I mean,
of course,
where's Mkhitaryan going to play?
well, I mean, Mkhitaryan is probably going to be part of the rotation with Çalhanoğlu, Barella, and
Exactly. So he can gel in at a good pace because he doesn't have to focus on being the starter. They already know how Lukaku plays, and for the wing, we already know that they have Gozens, who's going to be in his second year, so he's already going to know the team as well. So I don't. I'm not going to buy into that. It could take them a while because I think they're
I'm
going to hit
Bremer.
the ground running.
Don't forget Bremer as well. He played in a three-man
Yeah,
defense.
yeah. Bremer plays in a three-man defense, so he doesn't have to learn anything new.
you can make the argument that they'll have to gel, but I don't think it's going to take long at all. I don't think it's going to take long at all because Inzaghi has a set system, kind of like us. We have a set system. A player comes in, comes out. Especially Marotta is very smart. Do not underestimate Marotta. Marotta said that he wants to have most of the Calciomercato done before the team meets at training. Why? So
Yeah,
basically, all the team can do all that gelling process before the season starts.
yeah.
So, you know, we got to watch out for them. We
And
definitely got
the
to watch out for
and
them.
the thing about Syria is that the team who performs in the best in the second half of the season wins the Scudetto most of the time.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
if
yeah,
if even if they start slow and actually get really good at the second half of the season, they can actually win the Scudetto.
yeah, absolutely. Hans is here. What's up, Hans? How you doing, my man?
Hey guys, it's going well. How about you?
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Real thing about that, Alan. Starting slow and going fast. One thing that Milan, though, definitely benefited from was starting fast, then slowing down a little bit in the middle, and then finishing strong. As long as if a team starts slow, but as long as once they get going, there's no other breaks, then
Deal.
they can go all the way. But if there's some breaks, it's going to be difficult. I mean, look at Juventus, how slow they started. But then into the second part of the season, they were the team that did, one of the teams that did the most points after us. So
Mm,
I hope that Milan starts strong. Because if Milan starts weak, and let's say Juventus starts strong and Inter starts strong, then it might be difficult. It might be difficult. It might be difficult. Let's go to chat here. I think Maldini and Elliot Redbird came out with a statement about the current situation because we Milan fans should come out with a statement because we Milan fans deserve an explanation. I'm sure we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Let's do a few more chats, and I want to hear what you guys in the panel are saying. My whole double M contract situation has held us back the transfer. We're behind Inter that regard. Maldini Masada will need to work wonders and quickly. Hans, what wonders are we going to do? CDK coming, Hans?
I don't see why he wouldn't, honestly. I mean, we're probably going to make at least 30 million from our outgoing transfers, so that basically pays for CDK. I don't understand why we wouldn't get this player. He's left-footed. I mean, I've gone in depth ad nauseum over why this guy's
Well,
I don't
perfect for
think
us.
40 million will be enough.
Who's leaving? Who's leaving?
I agree with Alan. Who's leaving? Well, I guess
Castillo.
the players they want to monetize on.
Hauge already left for 12 million. Castillejo's going to leave. Caldara is going to leave.
Talks about salary as well.
Well,
But to
we'll see
generate
about
30
that.
million?
My pick
Duarte,
of the
Duarte.
first team to go would be Rebic, honestly. I think we should sell him and cash in on him
Yeah, I agree.
while we still can.
I agree with that as well.
And, CDK, he can come in and play that role. He can step in as striker. He can play cam. He can play anywhere on the wings. He could even play in midfield in this double pivot. Or
I think he
emergency
would
left
come in
back
as a
even.
cam. I think he would come as a cam.
But guys, but can I counteract with something? Obviously, I love the Ketelaere, but don't you think this huge interest in Ziyech tells you something that we're not prepared to pay that much for the Ketelaere, especially when Ziyech can play on the wing and also in the cam position?
I think they might keep Ziyech because Rafinha isn't going to go to Chelsea. Because I've been reading about that today. He rejected Chelsea. He wants Barcelona.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Interesting. That definitely closes the doors a little bit on Ziyech.
He only wants Barca, yeah.
The only thing about CDK is that I don't think Bruges is going to accept what we're offering. It's not
I think
that
30 million plus bonuses is going to be good. I don't see how they could ask for 40. Like the record transfer fee was, I think, Jonathan David for like 22, 23 million. I don't see how they could ask for 40 million.
Well,
That's
it
ridiculous.
really depends on who else
Inflation,
is.
my man.
But it really
The Premier
depends.
League teams will actually offer.
Wait,
Guys,
wait,
hold on, one at a time. Hold
hold
on. Guys, please stop one at a time. Let me just finish. It depends who else is in the market or bidding for him. So that is going to be a big part of it. It's not that they won't
Okay.
accept our 30 million. If there's another team that is going to give them 40 or 45, I don't see them saying yes to us.
We'll
Yeah.
see.
It-
But
and
Jonathan
it-
David,
and it
that
all-
transfer happened like last season, basically.
And the play,
So
I guess,
don't tell
devil's
me it's
advocate.
been inflated completely now after 1 year.
To play
the
devil's
market.
advocate, it also comes down to the will of the player. It doesn't matter if a club offers $300 billion. If he says he's not going there, then he's not going there.
I mean, that helps the argument that he's going to come to Milan because there's no way he's going to want to go to a struggling team
but
like
just
Leicester
like,
or Leeds.
but just like with
He wants Champions League, man.
but just like with Botman,
He wants the World Cup.
Guys,
But
please
just like
do
with
not
Botman-
talk over each other. My God.
But just like with Botman, has he come out and said, "I want AC Milan. I do not want Leeds"? Because if the 30 million plus bonuses is true, and that's really what they're actually planning to do, if the Calciomercato comes out and says, "I do not want anyone other than Milan," then I think that it will happen. But I think we need a statement like that.
Yeah. Yeah. But the club could also decide to say no and then try to sell him in the future. How
True.
many years does he have left in his contract? Do you know?
2.
2 years. Okay. Interesting.
So that's another reason I don't think they can ask for that much.
Well, let's see what happens. Today, the newspapers were saying that Calciomercato is their priority. So let's see if it goes that way. Let's see what happens. Salamakers just renewed. I don't see him going. I don't want him to leave. I want him to stay. I
No,
love
he was the
Salamakers.
starter.
I
I
think
know.
he needs to stay as well.
Yeah. What about you,
But
Alan?
we actually need to let someone go. So he's the only one I think from the starter.
Over Rebic?
Really?
Uh, I don't think we can sell Rebic over Salamakers. I think Salamakers can actually attract clubs more than Rebic. Like Rebic didn't play last year at all, so I don't think clubs will be even interested in him.
I agree with that.
Well,
Actually, I agree with that.
well,
Supposedly, there's interest in Germany.
yeah, and it's interesting
Suppose
because we could sell Rebic and Salamakers, and we can get CDK, or we can get CDK and Lang, or Raspadori and Lang, or Raspadori and CDK. I mean, all these players that we're talking about, I think we can acquire them in the 25 to 30 million price range. So, I mean, if it means that we can, better equip our squad, I think it may have to be done.
Yeah, Hazza says Chelsea will go after Dembele, who is free. So if Chelsea does go for Dembele, then that opens the door again for Ziyech. Messi is actually not a Milan player as of today. Florenzi too. I think there was an article the other day saying that they the new proposal was accepted. I think Florenzi for sure. Messias, I think also. Carlo thinks we ain't dropping 30 million on any player. Good question here.
Okay.
Guys, what do you think? Right now, we're just guessing. Everybody's just guessing. What
I
is the
completely
most
disagree.
you think we are going to spend 30 million plus this on single players?
Yeah, we've done it with
only
Paqueta, we've done it with Piontek, and we weren't even in the Champions League then.
True.
I will disagree a little bit with Hans because that time we had Leonardo as our director, so that time our spending was way more than currently. Our spending is a lot less. Like mm, I would say that we need to actually sell our players first, then only we can actually go for 30 million move.
Mm.
Like I think CDK deal will take a very long time because we actually have to sell either sell or make us a rabbit first. Only then we can offer a 30 million deal for him. So we might actually miss out on CDK if the Leeds United deal they offer them like 30 35 million. So I think that's the only problem. Time is our problem right now.
It's hard to tell for me
Um,
right now. Honestly, it's hard to tell how much we're willing to spend on a single player because we just don't have that information. The club is so silent and covert over the strategies that we
I
just don't
mean,
know.
if you want to just look through the players we already know we're gonna sell, Caldara, Castillejo, Hauge, we already have 20 million. Duarte, probably 3 million, something around there.
2 million, I think, something like that.
Well, I mean, but I don't think we're just going
well,
to
you got to
use.
remember.
Yeah, go ahead, Nathan. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we got to remember as well that that these guys have, because they fucked with this whole contract situation. They kind of put themselves in a very tight spot, like to where they need to do something. Yeah, we got Maldini and Massara on track, but these guys fucked up like any pre-negotiations with players that we should have already had, and these guys kind of are forced to do something.
Um, um, yeah, guys, we'll see. We'll see what the budget is. Honestly, nobody here has any idea right now what the budget is going to be, what kind of mercato we're going to have. Hopefully, it's going to be surprising one. If you put the math together, I would agree with Hans. You know that yeah, we are
Yeah.
going to be splashing the cash, but this is not this club here. The way it's being run with this whole Moneyball thing, and it's still quite
But
confusing to see
Roy,
what's
can
going
I
on.
just say something? Even with Elliot, their first year, do you know how much net they spent? How much
How much?
like transfers in and out? Well, according to transfermarket.com, it was like 71 million.
that's not going to happen again because they failed with
Okay.
Leonardo. Now they know that this not going to happen, so they are going to go with a sustainable road because they did
Well, do you know how much we
successful.
spent last summer then, according to
Yeah,
transfer market?
because we have to actually give out the loan with option to buy something like that because we actually renewed Tomori, Tonali, and who others there. We didn't actually bring anyone big. We actually have to pay the loan fee to acquire the players. So our
Okay, well, there's
budget
no
is
loan
less.
fees this time.
How much was it? How much was it?
It was in the
I
mid
think that's
60s.
no. I think it needs 75 million last season.
Okay, well, according to transfermarket.com, it was in the mid 60s.
Um,
Net spending, that is, net.
net.
Maybe.
Got you. Yeah, I'm expecting Milan to spend a little bit more than they did last summer and the
Yeah.
summer before.
Yeah,
But
Redwood needs to be better version
I
of
mean,
Elliot. That's what
if
we expect.
Cardinale doesn't spend and he comes in here walking like he's, I don't know, the next
I
biggest
think
thing, I don't see how he's going to get any respect from anyone if he's not going to do
Speaking
anything.
on this,
yeah.
do we
He
know
has
if
to.
Maldini? Well, I guess we have to wait for his statements about if Maldini was able to get the power that he wanted.
I
He has
expect that'll
to.
be like months and months down the road.
I
We'll
I
understand that.
I think that the most the most, let's say, intelligent guess is that he definitely compromised on some things, and we're going to find
Oh,
out
for
what it
sure.
is. Yeah. Definitely compromised on some things. By the way, guys, you guys saw the video of him coming out of Casa Milan. You can read the man's face. He looked exhausted. He looked tired. He did not look like he was, filled with joy and extravagance. So
Do
who
you think there
knows?
was some disappointment there?
Honest,
I saw, yeah, some disappointment in
honest,
his eyes.
like honestly, I don't even think he wanted to sign, but just because he didn't want to stain his name or disappoint the Milan fans, it's because he's actually, I think, one of the few people in the club that give a shit about the club, you know. And so I think like he had to do it. There was no other option. He had to do it.
He did it because he felt the obligation towards the fans. You're saying,
Exactly. Yeah.
and,
Something like that.
maybe he feels like that he knows that he's probably the only one that can still inspire this team to be competitive. Because this is my opinion. You take Maldini out of the picture, I don't think we're winning any trophies anytime soon.
For sure,
Well, yeah. You
we're much worse off. For sure.
Yeah.
you take Maldini out of the picture. Our best players will leave in the near future. Trust
And
me.
you want
Mm,
you won't
we'll see.
attract players like Tomori. You will not attract these players because remember, every time these players get a call from Paolo Maldini, they get all jittery, right? This is Paolo Maldini, the legend, is calling me,
Theo
and
Hernandez.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
You're,
I mean, we still have Champions League though, and we're still Scudetto winners, you guys. We would have maybe they wouldn't have performed though as well and as quickly as they have, because
The
I
thing
do
about
believe there's something to it, like that he inspires them, for
yeah,
sure.
the thing about Maldini Hans, he's probably along with Masara. I'm not discrediting Masara. Masara is amazing as well. But the thing
Yeah,
about
he's
Maldini,
Sabatini's protege.
is he's probably the only one that can put pressure on the management, and the management will not, shame him for that because he's Maldini. Literally, if they go against him, all the city of Milan will be against his management.
that is a very good point. That is a very good point. Maldini
Yeah.
has a lot of power because he pretty much the whole fan base is on his
Yeah,
side.
there's
Uh,
so there's
yeah,
no
go ahead.
way that they would let him go because we just won the Scudetto. If we let Maldini go after that, what a statement that is about this management
Yeah,
coming
it'd
in.
be, it'd be a
They
terrible
they
statement.
are going to have the media all over them, all
Yeah,
over them.
yeah.
It's destined to fail then.
But
But
listen, yeah, go ahead.
I
Sorry,
was just
finish.
gonna say, if we finish like outside the Champions League places, top four, expect to see Maldini go probably, because then they have
Yeah.
a reason to let him go.
Yeah,
They'll
yeah.
kick
Yeah.
they'll
I
they'll
agree
kick
with
him
that.
out.
I agree with that.
Hans,
I agree.
Hans, you literally just said everything I said like a few weeks ago, Roy. If you remember, we were talking about that, where I was saying that in terms of a business, they have. If they fail, this is a reason to get Maldini out. If they feel like he's asking for too much.
Yeah, listen. If they don't make, for me, if this club does not make top four, it's a huge failure. So then we can start to ask questions, and then the fans can start to be like, okay, what not. But I don't see that happening. Actually, guys, to be honest with you, even though today there's not many certainties of what the Calciomercato is going to look like, because Maldini is still there, I'm super confident that we're going to have a great Calciomercato, even if we don't get the marquee signings. But it's going to be players that are going to make the team super competitive with the players that are already there. So I'm still confident Milan is going to be a contender for the title next year, no doubt about that. Do you guys have that same feeling or not?
Uh,
Mm, honestly,
I'm
I think we
excited.
kind of gotta wait for the Mercato to end.
So you want to wait and see what names come, and then you'll have that
Yeah, because
judgment. Okay,
Inter
yeah, that,
reinforced very heavily. Juventus is reinforcing extremely heavily. Um, does anyone know what's going on with Napoli? Like, I haven't heard anything about them.
they got
They got the Georgian wonder kid.
Vichas
Oh,
Vereshkilia.
Roy, that was your man in the
That
summer.
was my man. That's the guy. And you remember how the Georgian media said that it was a done deal with AC Milan?
I
yeah, for
mean,
like
it
You guys
was
15
remember?
million or
close.
something like that. 50 or 20
Yeah.
million.
Yeah. So that was obviously a lie. Obviously a lie. Because Vicha Veraskelia, in his interview the other day, said that he had a preliminary contract with Juventus, that it was already set in stone. He was going to join Juve, but then Paratici left Juventus. He went to Tottenham, and then that died out. And he said he had spoken to Milan, but there was nothing concrete with Milan. The media, guys, media is
He
messed
was
up.
he was a left-sided player, right?
Left-sided player, yeah. So it didn't make sense because we had Leao there, right?
Well, again, though, at the time, we weren't really certain how Leao was going to do. So I think they were kind of seeing not to sell Leao, but just to have someone who can kind of push him.
Yeah, or yeah, probably yeah. But I do think that the club has, had they've stomped their feet on the ground regarding
Yeah.
Leao, and I think they have. Hopefully, we're gonna keep Leao. Hopefully, we're gonna keep him, and that's another topic too. This is here interesting. I do agree with this. Maldini wouldn't have renewed unless him and Masada have serious. I don't know what that word means. Guarantees with the budget, surely.
Guarantees, I think.
Oh, guarantees. Okay, fair. I do think that they must have come to a conclusion that the terms and conditions of the contract and what the ambitions of the management are satisfactory enough for them to sign. I do think that is the case. I do think that is the case. I don't think
But
Maldini just signed to do us a favor. I think because I really believe that if Maldini thought that this was going to be a waste of time, Maldini wouldn't have signed. He wouldn't have
but
signed.
do you think that they basically told him, okay, and it could be, that this summer just is simply going to be a weak Mercato. Just give them a year, and then next year they'll just throw all the cash to him.
I was gonna say that. I was really gonna say that.
Because if you tell them that, just try and get by for 1 year, try and get some some good quality deals, maybe a few loans this summer, and then next year, we'll really take off.
Well, let
Guys,
me. Yes, go ahead, Alan. Go ahead.
did you guys see that some reports actually said that the condition that the Red Bull gave Maldini was not really satisfactory for Maldini, but Maldini still signed with Milan.
Oh no, I did not read
Yeah,
those.
Yeah, I
yeah,
saw
Where
that as well.
where did you
yeah.
guys see that?
I don't know. I forgot the source, but the deal that Red Bull gave him wasn't exactly what Maldini wanted, but Maldini probably actually thought about the future of the club as well, and he actually loves Milan. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually signed for Milan because he actually loved Milan. Actually wanted to work
So
on this
he
project.
just did it for the love of the club.
Yeah, I
Well,
think so.
yeah. Um. Yeah, one thing though that came out on Radio RossonARI today, and there was Pelegatti there, is saying that Milan is looking next year to get a big striker. So next year, Milan is looking to go for a big striker. It won't happen this year, but it will happen next year. Because obviously at that time, at that point, Ibrahimovic is obviously not going to continue. Giroud is going to be 37. We're going to only have Origi there that is still in his late 20s. So Milan is going to go in for a top striker next year.
But that's fine. But these guys have, like, it's a dangerous game they're playing. That's fine. Like, you know,
You
they
can
can
say
go for
that
a
for
top
sure.
striker. It's fine that they go for a top striker. The problem is we still need a cam and we still need a right wing. So if this is what their plan is, they're gonna have to drop like 200 plus mil next summer.
Yeah. I mean, they have to definitely. By the way, Vasil is here. Vasil, sorry, your car is. Are you turning a left or a right? I'm hearing your. What's up, Vasil? How you doing, my man?
Good. I'm turning right, by the way. So yeah,
Okay.
how are you? How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
Forza
Uh,
Milan, guys.
Forza Milan. Yeah, we're just talking about the potential, what the potential transfer market is going to be like. I agree with you, Nathan. I 100% agree with you. This year, we need to spend the money for these positions, that Camero, that right wing, because otherwise, next year, yes, we will literally have to spend something like 200 million. We
That's
can't.
yeah, because that's just too much to spend in
I
one
don't
summer.
agree.
Why not?
I think, guys, if I may say so, I
Go ahead,
think
Vasil.
ZH. I think we're gonna get ZH for sure. I'm almost like 100% confident. And then I think we're gonna really go hard for the Ketelaere, man. I really think this is gonna be like our main guy to sign this summer. The fuck?
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Like, go ahead and fill the roles for right wing and cam. Get them out of the way, and then next summer you can go all in for a forward because you only need to spend on that one position. But if they don't do the cam and right wing this year, they're gonna have to come out of their pockets heavily the
Yeah,
next summer.
yeah,
And
I agree with that. I agree
that's
with that.
like financially and financial fair play and all that shit. It just doesn't really look good. Like I feel like the eyes will be back on us to see if we're doing things financially correct.
And I think 2003 is the financial fair play year where the books have to be all good. I think it's 2003, if I remember correctly. All right, let's go to chat. Let's see what chat is. Guys, by the way, if you haven't already, please like, share, subscribe, and do all that good stuff. Of course, you can even send super chats, super stickers to support the channel, but only if you can. But what does not cost you anything is to click that like button. Let's see what else we've got here. Gazidis should stick to acquiring new sponsors, leave the football to Maldini. We would end up like Arsenal if Gazidis would have had his way.
Well,
What is your guys'
100%.
what is your guys' emotional relationship with Gazidis?
I
Do you want him out of the way, or do you like what he's doing?
I don't like the way he actually takes credit all to himself. Like he didn't actually make Milan great or something. He actually restricted Maldini from his spending, and that actually helped Milan on the accounting side. But there he can't always be on Milan and keep Milan from expanding. Like he should only focus in these sponsorship deals, not the account of Milan anymore. I think if he
And
wants to
I
stay.
and I'm almost positive. Obviously, this is just speculation. I'm almost positive that part of this whole thing with Maldini, because we know it was about power, about him going through less layers of bureaucracy to get these to get his players, the players he wants. He wants Gazidis out of the way when it comes to the transfer market. Um, so do you guys agree with that? Because Gazidis, the reason why I'm asking this is because if it is true that it was Gazidis who said don't waste the money on Botman, then you guys agree with Gazidis, and maybe you guys agree that Maldini does need his checks and balance, does need someone to tell him, okay, man, maybe you're going a little
Well,
bit too far on this one.
Roy,
No, no,
the
no, not at
problem.
all.
well,
Not at all.
Roy, look,
I
it
don't. I
doesn't
don't think
matter if
Gazidis.
it's like
One at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Safe. Let's go with safe
sorry. Go
first.
ahead, say. Go ahead, say.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think Gazidis is a. How can I say? Is a football knowledge to tell Maldini what to do, especially after winning the Scudetto. It just doesn't make sense, you know. He's a marketing guy.
He
Fine, okay, you
understands
came to
money though.
Milan, you balance the books, everything is nice, but you don't tell the best defender of all time what to do in transfers. Maldini deserves all the respect. And even when he did some shady signings, and we were like, "What the hell?" They ended up working in the end. So I think no, he should not interfere at all.
What signings are you talking about that he did?
Well, he helped in that, for example, that Benacer signing. He helped in that Theo Hernandez signing. Everyone was saying Theo Hernandez is just an overrated left back from Spain that spent the last season at I don't know which club, Real Madrid. He's overrated. He came in and now he's the best left back in the world. That
You
was
think
all Maldini.
Gazidis was trying to block that?
What?
You think Gazidis tried to block that?
You mean Botman?
No, I'm talking about Theo.
No, I think Theo Hernandez how can I say? It's a chance that you cannot miss.
No. He's
No,
Alex is asking if you think Gazidis tried to stop the Theo Hernandez.
no, I don't think that's it. I think Saif is saying, look at the deals that Maldini has done. So why would you try and stop him for bot?
That's what I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, but do you guys think? But this is a great question. Do you guys think that
I mean, I can go next if you want.
Do you got? Yeah,
Uh,
let's go Hans next. Hans
just
will go next.
just one more thing, guys. If I can. Also, don't forget that Gazidis would have been the main reason that we will probably be stuck in Europa League now, or barely making Champions League. He wanted to get Pioli out and to get Ragnick to rebuild the whole ship. That's
That
also
is
He
another
actually
thing
kicked.
about Gazidis.
He actually kicked Bowman as well. Bowen as well. I
And
think
He
Bowen will
right,
work
right.
out
He was
better.
the one that he had the issue with Bobbin. One more
and
thing, guys. Hold on, and then let's go to Hans. Then let's go to Nathan after that. But again, we have a limited amount of budget. 30 million on a defender, right? So if we would have paid this 30 million on this Botman player, that means that we wouldn't have had that 30 million for one of the attacking positions. Again, if it is true, Gazidis is the one that was like, no, this is not a good piece of a good operation. So again, it seems to me like from what a lot of you guys have been saying, you agree with Gazidis. All right, Hans, you go next.
Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I guess Roy muted himself or something.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
feel
yeah.
like
Go
the
ahead.
sound was weird. Okay. Well, I think we need Gazidis, honestly. He's done a fantastic job, I think, getting the club and the balance books, you know, back up to where they need to be. I think he's done a fantastic job, and I think that Maldini, he came into this job without any experience at all. He's done really, really well, but I do think that he needs that kind of like devil on the shoulder or voice in his ear saying like, wait a minute, think about the long term, And I know Maldini, he knows way more about football than Gazidis, but I do appreciate what Gazidis has done. That being said, the whole Ragnick thing, that really does rub me the wrong way.
Yeah, because he wanted Ragnick, right? He wanted to take Pioli out of the picture. He
The
was
fact that he was
insisting on
going,
Ragnick.
yeah, the fact that he's going behind his back, that that was ridiculous, I think. And Boban, he did us all a favor. He sacrificed himself.
Yeah, definitely all good points. Nathan, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, just because we don't like a person doesn't mean we can't agree on certain topics. Um, I do agree as well that I think he was right with the defender situation. I think we do need to. Uh, I think we do need to fix our starting 11, and our starting 11 is complete except for three key areas. This is not a debate. This is the truth. Um, I also think that he needs to. I guess he can stay because when it comes to signings and the books, I'm not gonna say he should tell Maldini. I'm not gonna say he should control Maldini because he doesn't have the football knowledge. But he's gonna be the guy who looks at how those signings project over the long term. Like, will that signing be beneficial to the books later on? And I think you do need that person in there to look at that, even if he has less power in
Exactly.
determining whether the signing happens or not.
I think that's a fair point. But on that logic, if we don't spend that 30 on Botman, on an attacker or on a great signing, then you have to look at Gazidis and see that he
Oh
fucked up.
yeah, oh yeah, 100%, Saeed, 110%. I do believe that 30 million has to be used to get, along with the departures. That 30, no, fuck, I'm just go with 60 because we should have at least 60. That 60 million needs to go towards a cam and right wing, and then next summer go all in for a center forward. If this does not happen, then it's a 100% failure.
Gotcha. Anybody else want to say something about Gazidis before we move to chat?
The thing about that, we shouldn't, and the Milan fans didn't want Bodman. It isn't that we didn't want Bodman, but we actually wanted a defender, but not Bodman. Instead of Bodman, we actually want Bremer. So if we had spent 30 million on Bremer, I think every Milan fan will be happy right now.
That's a great point, Alan. That's a great point. Honestly,
I still disagree with that.
I think 30 million is a little bit too much for Bremer. I think, but spending a certain amount, even 20, 25, I would have been happy with that because I think Bremer is a
And you need
badass.
to think about this way. Like even Maldini didn't know what the budget of Milan was. So when he actually wanted to buy Bodman, he didn't know that we actually only had 50 million as our budget. Bodman was our target since January, I think. And at that time, I think he didn't know that only 50 million was our budget. So he actually went for Bodman.
Man, imagine Bremer with Tomori.
Oof, man, that would be
Yeah.
sick. Holy shit! Imagine a defensive three with because Pioli said that Kalulu's best position would be in a defense of three on the right. So
Yeah.
imagine having Bremer, Tomori, and Kalulu. Oh my God, it'd be impenetrable defense. Let's go to chat. Let's see what chat is saying here. Vasil, you're in and out. How, is your connection good? If you have anything to say about the whole situation with us not spending the money on Botman, and if you agreed with Gazidis,
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
yes.
Yeah.
So what I
Yeah.
want to say, I think the last stream I was on here, I said that that I am was not the biggest fan of buying Botman actually. So I'm actually completely fine us not spending 30 million on Botman. I would rather get Bremer, to be honest. If I had to choose defender that I want to get for Milan, I would I'll go with Bremer. So I think it was the right decision made. You know, I think like
And
getting into like a fighting war with Newcastle that would have cost us a lot of money. So I am actually happy that we didn't buy Botman. So that's my two
I'll
cents.
caveat off of that as well.
Gotcha.
I think.
All right, last thing, Nathan. Then I'm gonna go to chat. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think what Alan said. I think fans would have been happy with Bremer. If just to kind of go the opposite way, I think if fans had a choice, they would be happier with Bremer. but it still wouldn't change the fact that we should not have gotten Bremer before we fixed the offense as well.
Gotcha. All right, let's see what the chat is saying here. What's for dinner 7 says Gazidis has been incredibly great in terms of sponsorships. By the way, yes, Milan now the second team with the highest sponsorship, 30 million a year. That's going to definitely help the club. That's definitely. Sorry, there's a lot of noise, Vasil. Can you mute
Yeah.
yourself when you? Thank you. So definitely a lot of hold on. A great step forward, getting more money for that sponsor, but still a lot of road to make up for because Real Madrid is getting something like 120 million from sponsor deals. Juve is at 50 something. So, but it's one step at a time. We'll get there. Gazidis has definitely done a good job there. Gazidis is the go between. Maldini needs to run everything by him. Plus, he has Verizon Boban left with the whole thing trying to bring Ragnick in behind their back. That was messed up situation. And also, Gazidis loves to take credit for things he didn't want, like Pioli, like Ibrahimovic, etc., etc. Let's keep on going. Let me see. It's simple. Gazidis is amazing in finances. Of the club, Maldini is amazing at finding players. Give a budget and let Maldini handle that side of the club. I agree with that. Christian says he can tell him what to do, why he's the brains with handling money. Remember, we are shit debt because of the poor owners from last year. He's just doing his job. Yeah, Gazidis has done definitely a good job in making sure that we don't overspend and that, we keep those balances correct 100%. Let's see. If even if Bremer or Botman came, which one of them wants to be on the bench? Sometimes it's not suited for the team chemistry. Of course, people have to sit on the bench. I think dropping 30 million for Botman would have been a mistake. I would have to see Pierino lose his place. He has instrumental last season and will be a legend in the future. So let me ask you guys a question, one at a time. You only have 30 million to spend. Who are you going to get? Alan, you go first.
For 30 million. If we can get CDK, I will get him. But I don't think 30 million will be enough. But I will say CDK.
CDK, yeah. So you would use that 30 million on CDK. Chat, you tell me who would you use that 30 million on? What about you, Hans? Well, Hans, we already know what he would say.
Duh. Yeah.
What about Nathan?
I would actually go for Raspadori.
Raspadori, nice. What about you, Saif? Who would you drop that 30 million on?
Yeah, I think the Calciomercato has to be him.
Ketelaere, nice. By the refs, AJ Rotani says. What about you, Vasil? Who would you drop that 30 million on?
A right wing, man. A proper right wing.
Any names that you prefer?
I mean, I like Ziyech. I think he is definitely a much better option for what we have right now going on. So, and I think that's what exactly kind of Chelsea's asking. They're asking obligation to buy next season for something like 20 plus million, 20, 25. So, I mean, I think right wing is essential. It's a must for Milan, for next season. Defenders we can probably even do with what we have. I mean, not ideally speaking, but if we had to. But replacing Cassie and getting right wing, and obviously I actually want like a striker. I would go for Skamaka actually, but that's kind of like my wet dreams, so to say. So I don't think it's gonna happen. But in my world,
Who do you want for right winger?
I would go with Ziyech, man. I think he'll fit perfectly in this Milan. I honestly think he will fit perfectly.
So the operation that has been reported regarding Ziyech is that it's going to be 5 million for the loan and then 20 million option to buy. But if Milan makes it into the Champions League, it becomes obligation to buy. So essentially an operation that is 25 million, something like that.
Plus his salary. I think he earns like 5 million or something, like right now at Chelsea.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he would have to go do a downgrade with the salary, I think. So I don't know. Do you guys think he will do that though? Do you guys think that he would do that? Because Milan is not going to give him 5 million for sure. They're going to give him maybe the 4 million that they're giving Origi.
I only
Well,
if
well,
he actually wants to play. I don't think he's playing that
I
much
was
for
about to say the
Chelsea.
same thing. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
gotta.
he
It's
doesn't have a
a.
World Cup, so it's not like there's a extreme motivation to play immediately.
Well,
But he's
you gotta. He
getting
wants to
to
play
30
though. He
years
just
old.
wants to play.
Well, every professional wants to play, Nathan. But I mean, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like,
but
he's
so
not as
you can
motivated as
decide.
others. Like CDK
Yeah,
is
but
way more motivated to get into that
Actually,
Belgium
Hans,
team.
he might
yeah, but
return to the
you
national team.
gotta.
What?
He might return to the national team. Still unknown.
But aren't I mean, they aren't in the World Cup though.
Morocco are in the World
They are? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
Cup.
Well, I don't know what he's
I
doing
think.
then.
I think. I think when it comes to this aspect, the player has to decide in his situation either keep the check and ride the bench and probably not be on the World Cup squad, or take less money, maybe 1 or 2 million less, play every single game, be super impressive, and get back into this team for the World Cup.
Yeah, he's got to get fit.
I
What
don't think fitness is the
what
problem.
ga-
Well,
I think
match
it's a
fit, match
mental.
fit.
if we
Oh yeah,
if
yeah.
if we look at the players that are being linked for the right wing, Ziyech, well, Dybala not really right wing, but Asensio. Ziyech is the one. Gavin is right. Ziyech is the one who has more plausible salary. Asensio is asking for way too much. I just don't see
No,
that
forget
happening.
Asensio. Forget that.
I think we can offer 4.5 for Ziyech. We can come in between.
4.5.
Yeah, he's earning like 5. I think he can downgrade for like 4.5 or something.
Okay, guys, listen. Christian brought this to my attention. So there's been like an official statement here. AC Milan are pleased to announce today that the club's boards of directors has approved a 2-year renewal deal for the services of technical area director Paolo Maldini and sport director Frederic Masada. This deal highlights the importance of the continuity we see throughout the club as we continue to strengthen and grow, the statement read. What do you think of 2 years? What is 2 years? Maybe is 2 years a good deal for you? Does this put a little bit of more fire up their ass to get things done? Maybe 4 years would have, made things a little bit more relaxing. What do you think? Is 2 years a little bit little, or what? What is your thought on this? Anyone?
I mean, I'm not familiar really with how long directors' contracts are, but I know coaches, they're usually just 2 years or so, usually, or so. 1 or 2 years, 2 or 3.
Well, no, coaches. I mean, 2 years. I haven't seen that much. 4 years, 3 years. Sometimes, yeah, 2 years. I don't know. 2 years is the max allowed for directors' roles. Okay, there you go. 2 to 3 years. Well, so that means that in 2 years we're going to be having this conversation again. That time flies really fast. So we'll literally it'll feel like in 5 minutes we're going to be here once again. Is Maldini going to renew? Is Maldini going to renew? I guess it all depends on the work that will be done. Speaking of which, let's talk about the season and the upcoming season and what we're expecting. What are you expecting, Nathan? Let's go with Nathan first. Do you think Milan is going? Well, of course, let's put the assumption that Milan is going to have a pretty strong Calciomercato. Doesn't have to be a fireworks mercato, but a strong Calciomercato. What are you expecting from the season, the Champions League and the Serie A? Is Nathan there? Okay, if you're not able to answer right now, Alan, what about you?
Like our objectives on a transfer market, you mean?
No. What do you expect from the competition? Serie A. Where do you expect Milan to finish in the top four, first, and Champions League? What are you expecting?
with the same roster or
With
after
the
the
same
Champions?
roster, but plus a few additions here and there.
Like if we can actually buy free addition player like Dybala, I think we can easily get out of Champions League group stage. And I think we will still be competitive for the Scudetto. I don't think we will be favorites this season for the Scudetto because how strong Juventus and Inter have gotten this season. But I still think we can easily get top four and at least be a competitor in the Scudetto race.
So no matter what, you're confident we're going to make top four, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about you, Hans? What do you think?
Um, yeah, we'll see what the transfer market gives us, but if we get CDK and I don't know others, and we spend maybe like 60 million net, I would say we should get to the round of 16 Champions League at least. Try and go one step further, and we got a challenge for the Scudetto again. To the last day.
This year is going to be maybe one of the most exciting years in competition because both Inter and Milan are both hunting for that second star. This derby that is happening between Milan and Inter is going to be incredible to watch. Extremely entertaining.
Yeah,
Let's
and we
hope.
got Lukaku and Hakan, all the fire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the rivalry is back. It's going to be very fun to watch. Hopefully, we come out on top. What about you, Saif? What are you expecting from Milan in the Scudetto race, and what are you expecting from Milan in the Champions League?
Okay, I'm actually gonna go with a not pleasant take. I think we're not gonna win the Serie A in either way because I think Inter and Juve are having good mercatos, even though Juve doesn't have much official stuff yet. I think they'll be very strong. And Inter, getting Lukaku, possibly Bremer, also Mkhitaryan can help them a lot. I'm just gonna make a quick prediction, to be honest. I think Inter is gonna win the league. Juve is gonna come in second. I think we're gonna come in third, and Roma will be fourth. Now, if we strengthen
Wow,
well,
wow.
I think if we strengthen well this mercato, we might just make a little push along with Inter and Juve. Although I think they will still run away with the competition.
So you think even if we do have a decent mercato, you still put Inter and Juve on top, eh?
Yeah, I think Inter is very hungry for revenge. I think Lukaku has a point to prove. Uh, it's gonna be hard. With Bremer, their defense is gonna be literally unbreakable. I think. And with Juventus, news about Pogba, Di Maria, Zaniolo. We saw a
Zaniolo,
report.
yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
how reliable it is. I also think they have a point to prove this season, not winning the Serie A in 2 years in a row. Um, but I think if we don't strengthen enough, I still think we'll finish third. But I think we're not going to be competing like for long. We'll be comfortable, but we're not going to be charging for the league.
If these rumors about Zaniolo going to Juve are true, I mean, Juve is going to be so stacked with offensive players. Di Maria, Vlahovic, Chiesa, Zaniolo, and then the bench, they have Morata. They still want to get Morata. They want to secure Morata. And, they still have Keane. And
Pogba.
yeah, the midfield, they're going to have Pogba, Locatelli, and McKennie. Rabiot seems like he's on his way out. Um, Man, it's going to be a very difficult season if Juventus stacks up on the offense like that. But I still think that defensively, we still have the best defense in Italy. We still have the best midfield in Italy. If we can replace Kessie with a player of that same quality, at least. Um, But offensively, we are definitely not the best offense in Italy. Like we can say that confidently today. We are not the best offense in Italy. You can be a Milanista, you can be whatever, a tribalist as much as you want. But if you think that today we have the best offense, you're kidding yourself. We really need to work on the offense, on that attacking midfield, that right winger, to really give a statement to these other teams.
Um,
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
for the Champions League, we're gonna be in pot one. So I think we're gonna go through. I don't know if it's gonna be comfortable in the first position. Maybe we'll finish second. It's gonna be close with the first, depending also on the team. I actually think we'll make a run because why not? I predict quarterfinals.
Nice, nice. Yeah, my predictions for the Scudetto race is that we're definitely going to fight to win it. It's probably going to go till the last weeks. I think we can definitely win it. We can definitely take it. I think we have to try and take it to get that second star first. As far as the Champions League, I mean, I'm a little bit of a romantic, even if a few seconds ago I said, be realistic. When it comes to the Champions League, I think we can win it every year, no matter what. I don't know. I know I'm being a little bit crazy about that. I think if things go our way, if we're a little bit lucky, we can definitely go all the way. But of course, that's a very slim chance. But one thing about the Champions League for sure, Milan has to secure the promotion to the next stages. Because, I've said this a million times, if we go into the winter transfer market without the Champions League, it's going to be a huge failure. With the Champions League, you can reinforce the squad. You will have that extra money, and you will have that extra power to bring in players to reinforce the squad in January, not only for the Champions League, for the Serie A too. So it is imperative that before December we are 100% through the stages. If we don't do that, it'll be a huge failure for the club. Antonio's here. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
I'm doing good, Roy. I came because I heard Safe speaking facts. I kind of agree with what he said, to be honest with you. Like, if I'm being an unbiased fan, then I have to admit that Inter and Juventus' squads, especially their attack, are better than us. Like it that's why winning the Scudetto was a massive overachievement. Like, I'm sorry, I'm being realistic. Like,
I agree.
so
I agree.
now that Saif said that, like, I feel more comfortable like saying that honestly. So I don't want to be the only person here just getting
I
flamed
think
by.
a lot of us agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm with Laird on this one. I totally disagree.
yeah, that's fine, that's fine. But like, that's just my own opinion. So I think that we do need to at least make some, especially attacking improvements, because overall we'll be fine if we. Our defense is fine. It's good. Our midfield is pretty. Like, our pivot midfielders are good, especially if we get a replacement for Kessie. But if we don't improve our attack, we're not going to be able to score against like European teams. Like, I mean, I was watching so many Champions League games this year where like times where we needed to get an extra goal, but we just didn't have anything. We didn't have any like vertical threat. We were just like hitting balls forward and praying that something would happen. So like we need to improve. Like, we need to get better quality players, and I don't know if we're going to, because this Mercato seems really like confusing, honestly. So hopefully something changes.
I mean, I think it's very disingenuous to say that we have the best offense. Like, it's just not true. We don't. We don't. Maybe we have the best team chemistry. We have probably the best tactical
Roy, you said
solutions.
yourself, defense wins the championship.
That is definitely true, and that's why I'm not concerned when it comes to trying to win the Scudetto. I still think that we will fight to win the Scudetto. We will definitely fight till the last days, and we might even win the Scudetto. But if we just want to look at department per department, you cannot say that today Milan has the best offense. You just cannot say that. But why do you disagree, Hans?
Why do I disagree?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, they're having to sell a lot of players, Inter. They're gonna have to sell Skriniar, which holds the whole defense down, I think. And we don't know if they're getting Bremer. And even if they do get Bremer, we don't know if he's going to adapt immediately. I know he was the best defender, but I don't know. And then Lukaku is just a Band-Aid. It's just a Band-Aid over their massive problems that they have.
So I will say... Oh, sorry. Finish.
And who else did they get? Asllani. Asllani is good. I like him a lot, but I don't know. I don't think he's gonna make a massive impact yet. And neither is that new goalkeeper really, Onana. I'm not too. I mean, he's a good goalkeeper, but I think Handanovic is still gonna start probably.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to say about that. So Skriniar, I will guarantee you, if Skriniar is sold for, because now PSG I think have tabled 60 million, but Inter are still trying to squeeze every last euro for him up to 80 million. If he's sold for like 70 million or like 65, whatever, then I can guarantee you that they're going to get Bremer because they already have personal terms agreed, and the transfer fee would be much, much less. So they would have plenty of funds to, secure that backup.
Okay.
And I'm not saying, and honestly, I personally think Skriniar, and this is kind of unpopular opinion, I think, or maybe it isn't, I think Skriniar is better than Bremer, so maybe it would be a bit of like, it may like hurt them a little bit, but still, if you look at their back three, Bastoni, Bremer, and De Vrij, I mean, based on like their value and their, how much they've proven to be like basically world-class center backs, in my opinion, that's got to be still the best defense, like the best center backs, in my opinion. Then if Kalulu keeps developing, then maybe we can challenge with that. But I think that's an amazing defense. Onana, their keeper, maybe we don't really know. He's kind of like, because he's new. We'll see how he does. He was pretty good at Ajax, but we'll see what happens. What's up?
Yeah, but they're also losing Perisic and Dumfries.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. Well, Dumfries isn't confirmed yet. So their midfield, if you look at their five line of like, mid, like whatever, their wing backs and their midfield, they're gonna have a midfield of Barella, Brozovic, and Çalhanoğlu for now, because I don't know if Dybala is gonna happen. We'll see.
So do you think Lukaku then is gonna come in and score like 25, 30 goals in Serie A?
I wouldn't say up to 30, but I'd say at least 20 goals.
But you have to expect Lukaku to get in that range, though. I think if you don't, you're underestimating it, and then if he doesn't, then you're right. But I think the smart thing to do is to think
without
that
Conte.
Yes, because it wasn't just Conte, it was Inter.
It's all the same.
He's been pretty shit with every other team other than with Conte at Inter.
I think it's unfair to say that with Chelsea because he missed so many games, and when he did play, yes, he wasn't always the best, but there were moments when with Chelsea that he was playing and he scored some really nice goals, and he does have that ability like to just show up.
I'm not saying he's shit. I'm just saying it's a Band-Aid, and I don't think he's going to score like 30 goals. I don't think he's going to do as well with Conte.
Goals. Maybe not as well, but I'm still expecting at least 20 or like 18, 19 goals at least, in my opinion.
I'm not afraid of them. I'm not afraid of.
It's not a matter of fear. It's not a matter of fear.
I'm just being realistic.
It's a matter of that. Look, we do have competitors. We are going to be competing against.
Yeah, of course.
People.
They spend more money than us. They spend way more money than us on not just the transfer market because they sell the players for a lot of money, but also they're spending way more on wages. Way more than us.
And that is an advantage of that. Guys, let me just say welcome, Simon. What's up, Simon? How you doing, my friend? It's been a while.
What's up? Look, people don't mention this. Juve has strong attack, I don't argue that, but they don't have good defense. Chiellini is retired. You rely on Bonucci and the league. Excuse me? They're not going to win the league. So that's my point. Who's going to play? Alexandro, right? No. They're going to struggle defensively. Of course, Allegri is pretty good in defense. Yeah, but the thing is, if they don't get another center back, I think they're going to struggle.
Well, actually, Bremer's also been linked to Juventus. Look, when it comes to the defense, Milan is way above everybody. I think.
I agree. But we have one weakness. I think in the league we won't have that much problem, but in Europe we're gonna have a lot of problems. there's the aerial duel because Tomori and Kalulu, they're not good in the air. If we have Kair, probably we may get away with it. But in Europe, there's a lot of crossing, and we may struggle in the air. But aside from there, I think we're good on defense.
Yeah. For sure, Juventus definitely needs to work on their defense for sure, especially
And
after losing.
now, but Inter, who's replacing Brozovic? I know Brozovic is still there, but if he's absent, they're gonna struggle again.
Well, that's why they got Aslani. Aslani plays that role, but Aslani is still very young. Still needs to show what he's made out of.
Right.
For
So
sure.
we'll see how that guy plays. So
Can I?
I
for
don't really
me,
rate Simeone Inzaghi as a coach. I'm sorry.
yeah, I don't
Like
rate
he
him
completely
also. He's
bottled
not
it.
winning. He's not winning.
He bottled it with Lazio as well. He's a bottle job.
Antonio,
Yeah.
you were saying? Sorry.
I just
Were you
wanted to
about to-
finish the team, right? So then, assuming they have the midfield of Çalhanoğlu, who is a pretty good cam. Like he's not like anywhere near like the top cams of the world, but he's a good player. Then you have Brozovic and Barella. I think that's the best midfield in the league, in my opinion. And then you have, although they lost Perisic, they have Robin Gosens on the bench, and everyone's kind of forgetting about Gosens. And he was like scoring. He was like the top scoring left back for many years.
At Atalanta, yeah.
Yeah, right. Which they play this like a similar sort of not the same formation, but they play 3-5-2, and he plays left wing back. I think he'd fit well in the system. And then Dumfries hasn't gone yet, so if Dumfries does leave, that would be a weakness for them in my opinion because Darmian's not bad, but he doesn't have that.
I mean, why do you think they bought Bellanova?
He's a younger player. He can always maybe
So
Darmian.
they
could
just
be
have three right backs now.
I
Three
did
right
hear,
wing backs.
I did hear that what's it called? Dumfries may be out, like according to some sources, but it's nowhere near like advanced anywhere. So I'm just saying, as of now, they have Dumfries, but if it gets more serious, we can talk about that as being a major weakness. But then their front two of Lukaku and Lautaro, like overall, that team is basically perfect. I mean, there could be some hiccups, but
But no bench.
well, they're bringing a lot of youth players on the bench, so maybe
No bench.
we don't know how
They're
good
gonna struggle. They're gonna struggle.
But who's
They're
on
gonna
our bench
struggle
that's so
because
good?
they don't have bench.
Our bench is.
I think they do have pretty good bench.
What?
I
Who?
don't think-
Caicedo?
Do we have a great bench?
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that as well. But also,
Yeah.
they have so many strikers too that are pretty good.
Inter
But
right
who?
now.
But who
Inter.
have the strikers? They have only Deco.
Correa, Dzeko.
Correa
Dzeko
and
and
Caicedo.
Correa.
They're not consistent.
I mean,
Okay,
Just
but
for one goal,
hold
that's
on.
But we
guys.
don't have
Let's
a
stop.
striker who
One
has
at a time. These are the players they have. They have today, not tomorrow, today. They have Sanchez, Dzeko, Lautaro Martinez, Correa, and Lukaku. They have 5 strikers right now. And they're all good strikers. And bench players don't need to be consistent. They just need to be there when they're needed. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead. Who was
Right, but their bench players are not impact players.
yeah, but I mean, what who's on our bench that's so good? Like for the Serie A, their bench is.
I'm not talking about our bench. I'm
as
talking
good
about their
as any-
bench.
Yeah, but in the Serie A, their bench is as good as any other, in my opinion. I mean, like all the other top teams.
It's
no one
not.
has,
It's
like,
not
an
so much that their
amazing
bench is worse than ours. I think it's that Pioli. We just have this fantastic group. When you have a fantastic
Yes.
group like that, everybody's motivated coming off that bench.
Very
No, that's true.
Very true.
That's
He's a better coach.
Definitely true. That's the thing that we have more than any other team in Italy is that team chemistry, that sacrifice for each other. That makes you win trophies when the team
Yes.
does that. Yeah, for sure. That's why we can win trophies with Salamakers, Krunic, and Messias, and Juventus can't win trophies with Morata, Vlahovic, and Chiesa, and blah, blah, blah. Inter can't win the trophy with Martinez, Barella, blah, blah, blah. But we can win it with Krunic and the old man up top, Giroud, and Salamakers, because that team chemistry, that is so important when it comes to team sports. It is so important. Guys, by the way, what the hell is going on with the likes? What are we doing? If you have not liked it, the stream today, you're obviously an Interista or Juventino because this makes no sense, guys. Click that like button. What the hell? We're here talking about Milan, giving you a show, and nobody's clicking the like button. What is going on with this world, huh? Antonio,
What do
what
you
is
guys think
going
about
on?
Juve defense?
Juve's defense? Juve's defense is it can be their blessing in disguise because they might. It looks like Delete wants to leave, and they might sell him for a lot of money. And if they sell him for a lot of money, they're going to be able to get two defenders there, and they can really build a team. Today's Juve's defense is what the fourth best in Italy, I think. I think Milan has the best defense according to the goals conceded last year by one. And then we have Inter next, and then the third was Napoli, fourth was Juve, fifth was Torino. Guys, we have a super chat here by Christian. What's up, Christian? We have the best player, Lord Krunic, on the bench, guys. We got a super chat for Lord Krunic. Thank you, Christian. This goal here is for you guys and for us to remember what a season we had.
Cagliari can do Milan a favour. The game will be up as far as the defending champions are concerned. And what about this for a run from Theo Hernandez? Fantastic!
And and let's not forget that we have Theo Hernandez too that can score those goals from defense. So that's my opinion on the defense. They're not the best defense, but the fourth best defense. Let's see what they do.
I think they
I
can
think the league
actually
is not a
sell
good player.
Delict
Sorry.
this season because he's being heavily linked with Chelsea. And I think Chelsea can actually offer them like 70, 80 million.
Yeah, and he
Right.
wants to leave. He said
Yeah.
he said that
Yeah,
he
He
wants
wants
to
to
leave.
leave.
The league is not that good though. I don't understand.
I agree. I agree. I
Yeah,
agree.
I don't actually as well, but he was really overhyped like two, 3 seasons ago. So I think the hype is still there. So the clubs will actually offer him the money to buy him. So they can Juventus will have a really good deal if they can sell Tilly for 80 million, 70 million, and
Yeah,
they can
yeah.
actually get Bremer above Milan and Inter because they can actually afford Bremer.
Guys,
I agree. The lead is. I don't understand why his price is so high. Of course, he's regarded as one of Europe's best prospects, but in Italy, he's been atrocious. The guy's come to Italy to play volleyball. That's the joke in Italy because he's always conceding penalties with his hands all over the place. He's had an atrocious time in Italy. Antonio, you were saying something?
no, I just want to say, like, people who, like, I'm looking at the chat, people who, like, are calling Lukaku, like, a terrible player. Yeah, I understand that their Inter's team overall isn't as good as as it was with Conte when they won. But if you guys think he's just going to come in and be a disappointment, I'm not saying everyone here is saying that. I'm just saying people in the chat. Then you guys are honestly, like pretty delusional right now. Like, you can't expect him not to score a lot of goals in a league that he's already proven to be successful in with many of the same players he won the league with. So I think you guys have to be realistic here. Like, he's definitely going to be a threat. I'm not saying he's going to score 30 goals, but you have to expect him to do well. You can't just expect if you expect them to be Inter just to be a bad team, then you're obviously like mistaken. I'm not saying
Yeah,
people are saying that, but
I agree.
they're going to be a strong team.
Bro, and it's like at this day and age, it's a sin to praise other teams other than Milan. If you
Yeah.
praise Juve or Inter, you're an Interista.
Yeah.
You're a Juve fan. Go watch their games. Like, fuck off. Seriously. Seriously.
Like we need
Well,
to be realistic.
like we all love Milan. We all want to shit on. I fucking hate Juve and Inter. But in the same time, you don't have to be biased about everything.
I hate
Ser-
Hakan as
ser-
well. I hate Hakan as well, but I think he is a good player. Like
Guys, excuse me one
enough.
second. I'll be right back.
But
Like
yeah, no, I agree for sure.
like I do agree with Antonio because as Milan fan we have already witnessed how good Lukaku can be. So we have to be ready for the best version of Lukaku, not the version of Chelsea or Man United or the Premier League version of Lukaku. I think he really fits well as a two-man striker with Lautaro. So if both of them scores even 15 goals each, I think they will actually be one of the best duos in the front in Syria.
100%.
Like he has a point to prove, bro. Like, like, where can I begin? He wants to get the trust and the love back from Inter fans. He's looking for that second star for Inter, which will definitely make him their king, or the self-proclaimed king of Milan. I don't know. He wants to prove that he is still a great player in the Serie A, at least after his experience with Chelsea. Like he has every reason to succeed.
Yeah, guys,
Yeah,
Yeah, but the thing is, once
Oh,
Brozovic
Antonio's here.
gets injured,
I've been
and you
here,
say goodbye to
Nathan.
them.
Nah, I was
yeah,
gone for a good minute. My wife called, so I don't know what's happening or what the conversation.
Mm.
Interesting chat here. There's this rumor about Indian American business executive and Sacramento Kings owner Vivek Ranadive in talks with Jerry Cardinale in order to invest together with Redbirds
yeah.
Milan.
I've read this news.
I saw this as well.
Already, I already said
Wait,
this
wait,
on
who?
private chat. Sacramento Kings owner, the NBA team's owner, I think.
Yeah, yeah. They wanna, they wanna help invest with Redbird.
Yes, yes. Like I think Redbird will pick him as an investor of Milan as well.
All, all,
Um,
all I know is that the Sacramento Kings have been a terrible
Yeah, they're like the
organization in
worst
the NBA.
NBA
Yeah,
franchise so
like
far.
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
Like they are
like
by far
yeah.
the worst. They haven't won a championship,
oh
I don't think,
no.
ever. Like
Um,
they've been a terrible for like
I
the
mean,
past
if
ever
they
since
want the
I've.
comparison, they need to go ahead and tell the Yankees to help invest. Then I'll be like, okay, now we're talking.
Carlos says here, which is I think a good point. In Italian, we call them minestra riscaldata, reheated soup. So did Chev Antonio. He left and came back and was not the same. He was a Ballon d'Or winner. History proves that most routine returnees never work out. He's not the only example. But we do have examples of returnees coming and working out super well, like Ibrahimovic with us. But it is true. A lot of the players have had to do go out and then they come back. Don't work out all the time. So
Wasn't
But
time
Sheva
will
injury
tell. Time
prone
will
at that
tell.
point?
I'm not sure what the deal was with
like,
Sheva at that time.
but we have to be ready for any version of Lukaku.
You have to be
Yeah,
ready to compete. Yeah, we can't
yeah.
underestimate. If we
We
go
can
into this
actually,
season,
yeah.
right, right. Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Like I said, we can really expect uh, Inter to be bad. We need to be ready for the best version of Inter and Juventus, and we to
Exactly.
be the best version of Inter and Juventus to win the Scudetto.
E- exactly. We cannot go into this competition thinking that we are Milan and we are the best and that nobody else. No.
Who sounds like that though?
Well, we
Redbird.
just. I'm
Who?
pretty sure. I'm just saying that you. The team is obviously going to go in this competition thinking that they can definitely win it again. They have the obligation to win it again. That they
Good.
will they will fight for it, but they're not going to be underestimating anybody. And if you start underestimating teams, that is going to be the beginning of your downfall.
Roy,
I'm just want to say that Inter is not better than us. That's it. That's all I'm saying. They're not better
I
than
agree
us.
with you.
I think Inter does not have the chemistry that we have. They don't have the fire that we have. They don't have the inspiration that we have. But on paper, there's something there. There's something there that you can't deny.
Like you
Antonio,
can
you were
see,
saying something?
oh, Alan, you can go if you want.
like we can actually think it this way. Like Inter finished second, even with Inzaghi. Like Inzaghi, I don't think is a great coach. The reason we won the derby is because of Inzaghi's blunder.
I agree
Uh,
there. I agree.
yeah, like if Inzaghi played the base 11 full 90 minutes, they will have easily won against us. The only reason we actually made a comeback because he solved off Perisic, I think.
So you
Yeah,
agree with Chalanoglu, eh?
I don't agree anything with Hakan, but I agree that Inter are better, at least on paper.
So
This is
And we
next.
gotta.
They spend more money. That's why they're better.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yes,
I don't
don't want.
disagree with
but
that.
That's why we're
we
the
want to
underdogs. But
be
you know
able
what?
to
Guys,
win.
we
We're-
shouldn't be sorry, guys. We shouldn't be using the word better. Nobody's saying that they're better, but they're competitive. They're a competition. They're a real threat.
On paper, and we know it's not like Roy. I don't know someone's favorite line here. Football isn't played on paper. I know, but you have to on the paper does matter to an extent because it tells you how good your team can be if everything works perfectly. So obviously I agree, like we have other factors that make us like a very good team even though we're a bit worse on paper, which I think we can all agree. But like Han said, I totally agree that the only reason why they're better is because they spend more money, because when they won the league they spent so much money. They brought in Hakimi, then they sold him after a year. They bought
But
Well,
so what?
I,
all these players.
let me correct myself. They're not better than us. They're the favorite on paper.
Okay. Well, they were better than us when they won the league by far because they spent a lot of money and they dominated everyone in the league. And yes, we weren't as good, but if you put Conte's team with us again this past year, we wouldn't have won the league. I'm going to be honest with you because they were that good. But that's only because they had the money to invest in Conte's project. But the thing is, that's why we have to be creative, and that's why we've done an amazing job with the way we've put together a team. But like I said, still the matter of fact is when they have better players, like with I don't want to say not world class, but when they have like top class players that in more positions than we do, they have to be considered favorites in some.
I got one question.
So their bench is better than ours, is what you're saying?
I got one question.
No, I didn't say that, but I have to let me look at their bench and I'll give you my opinion on that because I have to see exactly who's on their
So
bench.
let me ask you this: what happened if Brozovic gets injured for 2 months?
Brozovic is a huge player. Of
Yeah,
course.
they're going to lose a lot. If Brozovic
Yeah.
gets injured they're going to lose a
But-
big missing
Thank you.
keystone.
But
one of the
listen,
keystones.
But we
I-
can say the
listen,
same
But
about
guys,
the
guys,
Barca.
hold on. But what if we lose Magnan
Yeah.
for
But
a
we-
long time? We
right
saw
now,
what
Leao-
happened.
I'm not.
What
I'm not
about
even thinking
Theo?
about what if
Or we lose
situations.
Theo, yeah. Hey guys, I
Oh,
gotta
Leao.
go. I gotta go. Antonio's gonna be taking over, guys. I'll see you later. If you're still on, I'll be back later. Thank you
Guys-
everybody for joining, guys. Freaking click that like button, please. Mamma mia, ragazzi, mi fate arrabbiare. Click that like button, guys. I'll see you later. Peace.
Guys, yeah, so I guess I'll continue now for a bit. But on that topic, I what if situations, like I totally agree with what you're saying, but you can't as of now, I'm just looking at the total squad before the season, and I did want to say what my predicted top 4 is, but I just want to give a disclaimer that this is way before the Mercato even really started for Milan. So things can change, but if you asked me, like the week after we won the Scudetto, who was going to win the league next year, with all the transfer rumors like Sanchez coming in and things like that, I would have said easily Milan. But now, because of all of this crazy stuff that happened, and we don't know if we can secure these players, and Inter have secured a lot of players so far, I'm leaning towards saying Inter is number 1 today. That's just today, and I think I'm being pretty reasonable when I say that.
I agree.
Well,
I agree.
Antonio, let me ask you.
And I mean, let's
Uh,
not remember. Let's take out refereeing errors from the game because we would have won earlier. Inter were only 2 points from us, and they lost the lead because their goalkeeper committed self-sabotage.
No,
For the Radu.
So, and now they're getting Lukaku.
No,
they're getting,
no.
they have
no. I
Mkhitaryan.
disagree. No.
Bozits is going to be coming in. They still, their squad is pretty complete. And then if they add Bremer on top of that,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Wait, hang on.
that team is
They
famous.
lost. If the goalkeeper didn't mess up, they would have gained 1 point. They're still short by another 1 point.
Yeah, it did. It gave us some breathing room at the end, but it was still. If it was a draw, we still would have won. But then again, at the end, we could have had a draw against one of the teams on the end of our run, and we still would have won on because of our head-to-head. So I think that maybe would have been lost. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they had an extra point, but because then they would have had an extra point on us. So the draw, it still would have if we would have won the league, of course, but it made it a little bit better that they lost. They lost
Yeah,
that extra point.
we will have gotten into the last match thinking of winning only because
Yeah.
we can't draw.
Thank you.
Yep.
We-
Yeah, a lot of
So,
people use that reasoning, and I was like, "You serious?"
so
I
Anton,
mean, not you,
Antonio,
but
the
other
pressure
people as
will be
well.
too much
Yeah.
for us at that.
wait, Anton, let me ask you. You say that Inter are favorites, right? So we agree.
Yes.
And you say as of now, Milan is not.
They're not the favorite to win the Scudetto.
Without
I heard your
without
comment
winning.
earlier,
Yeah.
and I'm a bit more optimistic than you are. I do still put Milan at second place, and I know that you disagree, but I think that I'll tell you right now, today I go Inter 1, Milan 2, Juve 3, and I'm torn between Napoli and Roma for fourth, but I may say Napoli just because I'm not sure if Mourinho still has to prove himself in the league, in my opinion. So that's my honest thoughts. Even though they could improve a lot. So yeah, what do you think?
And do you think the
They has a
difference
better
between
team,
Milan
too.
and Juve is going to be very big?
No,
Or it's going to be
because
very close?
Juventus are going to play really practical, boring style, and they're going to to be able to pick up a lot of points, especially against the weaker teams like they usually do. I still don't know how good they're going to do against better teams. I think Milan is very good against better teams. So I think that, but yeah, it'll be close. I think because we're going to drop some stupid points because that's kind of we do that every season. So I think I would think that it'll be pretty close for sure as of today. But things can
Wait, I
change.
think I disagree a little bit with Juventus. If they keep their own defense right now, their defense at the shape, they're gonna lose some points against even smaller teams.
That's true. Yeah, they need to definitely address their defense, and I think Delict may be out. I heard he's looking to.
I hope he stays.
I think he's. I don't know. He was very good with Ajax, but like he became so overrated because, like, I mean, Tomori is so clear of him. Like the past couple years, and honestly, I was watching I don't really like IFTV, but I was watching one of their videos recently, and they were comparing Kalulu and Delict, and I was
Yeah,
I
I also
commented.
saw them.
I commented. I was like, the fact that we're comparing a 500,000 euro player to like a whatever, like 70, however million, however much they pay.
80, 75, 80, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So like Delict is honestly just like shows how good Milan's management and Pioli have been, because like that's just incredible, guys. Kalulu development wise has just been so, it's just worked out so well, and that's the thing with us, that we've everything we do it in a real not just with integrity like Cardinale said, but like we do it with honor and we do things the right way. So as a club, no one can ever say anything bad against us, with all we've achieved.
But what is the right way?
But yes, then I will say this. Then we have our limits, right? Because then we cannot, perform like and Roy would disagree. People are going to disagree with me, but we cannot perform like Man City. And I know they haven't won the Champions League yet, but they're always in like the semifinals, quarterfinals, whatever. They're always at the end of the competition. So that's the thing. To be that consistent, we have our limits. So that's the problem with the way that we're currently going. But if we add the right pieces on specific positions, especially in our attack, I think we can do much more.
The
What-
problem.
I,
You can go ahead.
I was just gonna say, in terms of limits, why even get an owner who can't even spend 100 million in his first year of ownership?
I can answer that. I think the reason why Redwood didn't really spend in us, I think, is because they don't actually even know about Milan at all. I think they already thinking right now that they are buying a finished product. Like we actually won the Scudetto, so they already think that we can actually at least make top four. So the most profitable thing for Red Bull right now will be to get top four only. I don't think they actually care about Scudetto right now.
So that's doing things the wrong way.
Yeah, they are American businessmen, so they will think of profit before success, I think.
Because I want to know how much these guys actually have to spend.
Yeah, that's the question. That's the mystery, guys.
Because right now the vibe that they're giving off, it's almost as if they won the lottery and they spent their whole lottery earnings just trying to buy AC Milan.
100%.
That's
Like they
what
are
it
looking
feels
for
like.
more investor.
Like if we want to be successful again, getting these unknown players and stuff, that's cool. But you got to make some marquee signings. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand the Kalulu operations. They can continue to do those because
But we
they
can't
pay
actually
dividends.
gamble every time.
Right. But you cannot. I mean, well, technically, every signing is a gamble. It's just some gambles have less of a failing probability than the other. But yeah, these guys need to spend. Plain and simple. We don't need to revamp the whole team, but these guys got to spend.
I think they are more concerned.
Otherwise, you can forget about being at the end of like the Champions League and shit like that. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think they are more concerned with paying off the loan first, then they will spend, I think. But right now, I don't think they are planning on spending anything big. Like they can't really spend because they don't have the money to spend at all. Like they already spent like 600 million on Milan to buy, and another 600 million to pay off the loan. I think something like that. I think I don't know the exact numbers, but they have to actually pay the loan in interest. So I think they are still looking for investors in the America. So I don't think they are planning to spend anything this mercato. So that is a concern, I think. But I think they can still get players like Dybala at least for free. That's our only hope.
Did you guys hear about Zaniolo?
What about him?
Going to the Juventus?
Oh, is it a done deal now?
It's probably going to be a done deal.
Yeah, I think it is possible.
I'm disappointed.
Well,
I'm really disappointed.
Bring it on, guys. We'll have to.
Yeah, so poor.
Yeah, that's true. We can't. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I was being realistic. I knew we would never be able to afford what Roma was asking for him.
Yeah, they were asking a lot. 60 million is too much.
Right. Guys, I never said that we couldn't compete with Inter. I just said that Inter are better than us, and we can still compete with them, of course. I just think that so far they're trying their best to get their revenge and to edge us now a bit.
Thinking this way, we can actually compete still, but I don't think anyone will be surprised if Milan doesn't win this Scudetto.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying. Like why the fuck do we really sitting here saying that 60 million is too much? Like, bruh, we have no debt. No debt.
Yeah.
Bruh, go out
because
100, 200.
Nathan, you need to think it this way that we don't never actually spend that big on a player. Like I don't think January will be the first player to break our bank.
You know the reason? You know the reason? Because last year we still lost 50 million.
For who? It's on a single player?
No, on the revenue minus expenses.
No, I was talking about a single player. I don't think we are going to spend 60 million on.
My point is this though, even though
no, my point about the budget is because last year we still lost $50 million. You understand?
Yes.
The year before we lost like 100 million.
Yeah.
So revenue minus expense, the club is still bleeding out money.
Yeah. That's why
That's
Uh,
true, but there's still other clubs that, even though they don't necessarily have a great economic year, they still are able to invest in great players because they pull
Right.
cash out from other sponsors.
how much
Right.
did PSG
I
lose
agree.
this season? Anyone know?
Right, but
Like
the problem is
200
that the
mil?
owners is different, right? The owner
Yeah.
right here
Yeah,
is not
that's
interested in football.
exactly.
That's what we are saying.
That's why.
Like,
Listen, I agree with what you said. Everything about us, and it's also because of Italy. The way that it's set up, it's terrible for gaining revenue and things like that. I agree 100%. But the most important thing is the will of the owners, and we've had owners that do not want to, they're in for the business. They don't care about us being the best club, so they want money.
Right,
So
and
they're not going to be
this
investing
is
money
really
if we're not gaining money. That's the thing.
Even in
this
the
is
process of selling, he also
ever
damages the club by selling to Redbird.
Yeah, and honestly, guys, I think this is the slowdown of our current situation is mainly due to Elliot, not Redbird. People are gonna disagree. Everyone's blaming Redbird for this, but Elliot still have control of the club, and because Redbird are taking over, I think in September. So Elliot are the reasons why everything is kind of slowed
Antonio,
down.
but don't you agree that Red bought Milan at the wrong time? Like,
Yes,
like,
but I think the deal was just done terribly. Why
yeah.
did they not negotiate some sort of arrangement where Redbird could control the Mercato this
Yeah,
summer or something?
or pretty
But
much
they can
ask
clearly
Elliot
spend the
to
money
spend
and then give it
this.
to them later.
Yeah, you can go.
Yeah.
They can actually ask Elliot to spend a bit in this summer, and they can actually pay that budget later on in a loan. I think they can do that, even if they don't have the control of Milan.
Yeah. Christian, I did not. Which new article are you talking about?
I'll be
Guys,
back.
Noah says we have to buy Sanchez, Ziyech, and Ketelaere. What do you guys think?
We don't really need Sanchez.
Really?
The
Replace his
Ketelaere,
replacement.
yeah, the Ketelaere, he's a player that we actually could really use. Ziyech is a player that can actually be really used. Lang is a player that can actually be really used. Sanchez is coming in for a Kessie, but that's not a Kessie replacement. That's you playing a completely different style of game if you put Sanchez there.
Yeah,
That's true.
my
Like
thing is that. Go ahead, finish it.
like people keep saying that putting Sanchez, he can do the double pivot. I can play a double pivot too. It doesn't mean I'm going to be successful.
Yeah,
So and they play the way Pioli's system is. That double pivot has to be. They need to be like guaranteed support for the back line. The double pivot, first and foremost, is a safety first formation. And if your safety first is compromised because of one player, it's not going to work.
Yeah. Guys, do you want to go through
I
this
think-
article potentially? Or
I agree with you. So I think before we talk about that, I think we need somebody to replace Casey, somebody really physical. Because the thing is, last season against Atlanta, Tonali, Benacer, or was it even Cassie too? All three of them got replaced. They were so tired.
Yeah. Guys, so I did read this article already, but there's this article posted. This is about the investor that could help Redbird with this with running AC Milan potentially. They could have a stake in the club. Elliot announced the sale of AC Milan about a month ago to Redbird, and now Cardinale is looking for financial backing. That's always something you love to hear, right? He needs help financially. No, I'm kidding. Well, I don't know. This is all just sort of. I mean, no one knows what the Redbird can actually spend. It's all a mystery. Redbird will close the takeover in September, and the deal is worth around 1.2 billion euros. Cardinale has been working on raising funds back in the United States, and one of the investors he has been in talks with is Vivek Ranadive. So this is the owner of the Kings, who I follow the NBA. people who follow the NBA know the Kings have been historically, I think, the worst franchise in the league. You can't really call one team better than another. Like a lot of the teams that are bad haven't really won much, but the Kings have historically just been terrible every single season. This was reported by Mediaset, saying that the Indian tycoon is ready to fund part of the money that Redbird need to raise for the takeover. In fact, the feeling is that an agreement could be reached soon, and that is positive for Cardinale. Ronadiv is already known in the world of sports as the owner of the NBA team Sacramento Kings. He has also made an offer for Chelsea before the club was sold to Todd Bowley, meaning he's keen to get into the world of football. The figures of the investment are unknown, but he could be part of Redbird's backing. So that's all we have now. And what do you guys think about this? Like, what does this say about Redbird?
Right, it's a bad idea. This guy can't even make his own basketball team good. How the fuck is he gonna help a football team get better?
I think it's just his money, you know. Like, I think they're looking for investment. Like, I mean, I don't know. Does that concern you? That Redbird are, you know, kind of pulling other people in and trying to get this deal done, and it's kind of.
I wonder, why can't just Redbird go to like Mugalaba, UAE? They want to invest in Milan, right? So why don't you just go to Mugalaba?
Yeah, for sure. That's interesting. I think I don't know. I think it kind of shows that Redbird is still they're still trying to organize this. I don't know why for the huge price tag they made this investment.
Exactly. I don't understand either.
I don't understand what their point was, because
exactly.
Yeah, I don't think they have the financial abilities as some other owners. I don't know why Elliott rejected InvestCorp personally. I
think because probably the condition of Elliott. Elliott wants to get like the extra 500 million over 5 years. It's just very, and also like all those conditions, you know.
Right.
Like, they want to be like a minority owner first, like all the conditions.
Yeah. And this comment is true. Comiso said he always borrows money from people, which we do know. So this is interesting. Cardinale finally has his money after all the work he's done at the corners. Sangare as Kessie substitute. That's yeah. So we did speak about this. I like this player. Milan isn't really linked with him, but I would like him, honestly. He's a good player for sure.
Who?
Sangare from PSV.
Probably we're gonna get that Onana from Bordeaux, because
I like him too.
Bordeaux got relegated. That's what we do, right? We buy players from relegated teams.
He's a third division player. No, I'm kidding. He was just a League On player, but they got relegated to the third division, so he's going to be very cheap. Speaking of which, did you guys see this article? Yassin Adli should be at Milanello on Monday. So this is interesting. For the first time, he's going to be training with us.
I hope he does well. Just don't expect anything.
I agree. I don't really know. I'm not too confident yet. I have to see what he does.
Because I watched, like was pointed out before, he lost the starting spot towards the end of the season on a team that got relegated.
Nathan.
That's not a good sign.
No, hang on, Nathan. He had very good stats. According to Opta, he had like very good stats. Like very good defensively.
With all due respect, I don't give 2 cents about stats. I like to watch the player. When you watch the player, does he impress you?
I don't know, to be honest.
See, that's what I'm saying. You need to watch the player. Like, don't get me wrong, stats matter. I'll retract that a little bit. Stats do matter, but what's more important than stats is actually watching the player play. If you don't have any clue of how this guy plays, those stats can be twisted and morph into something that really doesn't actually show how this player actually is. And just for me personally, watching him at Bordeaux, he was just not that impressive to me.
It's a fair point. Fair point. I did. So yes, guys, the players are coming back on July 4th, and also the new kits will be released on July 4th. At least the home kit, so the red and black kit. Hopefully, I think it's going to be the one that we've all seen with the tricolore, the 3 Italian flag colors on the sleeves, and then also with the scudetto, the scudo, and on the chest. So that is going to be a nice kit for sure. I really like it. I may get one. I don't know.
I think regarding that players making right. The thing is that's all the players that we have had so far. You know, like Benacer, like Krunic, Kalulu. We just never seen them play. Like we have no idea who they were. So you just have to take a chance. Like this alley only costs like 10 million, so
Yeah,
that's what we do.
that's a
You know,
good
we
point
don't buy.
because no one knew Kalulu, guys. Like for 500,000, it worked out. So I totally am for this sort of like speculation, like taking risks on players. But my only concern with this is we cannot replace Kessie with this player and expect to be a good Champions League team. We have to replace our good players with good players, like already proven players, in my opinion. Because even Kalulu had to develop. He developed very quickly, but I mean, he's not. I mean, do you guys feel comfortable starting Adli in a Champions League game against like Liverpool or something?
No,
like,
but the thing is, we still Benacer and Tanari, right? He's gonna ease into this lineup gradually. Not going to be like on
Yeah.
day one. You know what I mean?
But if they
And
get
also-
injured, one of them gets injured, then he's going to be forced to play more games,
Of course,
especially in the congested Champions League schedule.
of course. That's
Yeah.
what you have to do. That's what happened to Kalulu, right?
True.
Kaya get injured, so he played.
But I'm saying
That's
if
how
you want to be successful this year and like at least past the group stage, do you want to be taking those risks and like develop players in the Champions League when you have to,
I don't want to, but the thing is, looking at the ownership, not going to happen, right?
Yeah, that's true. Floki here says, guys, it's better to have an owner that is not rich because he's going to do everything in his powers to make Milan and himself rich. If you have rich owners, they don't care. Remember Berlusconi, not that rich. I mean, yeah, but Berlusconi was also like breaking the like transfer records. You know,
I want Qatar
I-
and Maldini tandem.
I will partially agree that we don't actually need to have rich owners, but Berlusconi, I don't think is the right example because
to use, yeah.
yeah, Berlusconi at his time, at least at his prime, was one of the most richest person in Italy, I think. So at least at that time when Milan was successful, he was actually splashing a lot of money.
You want to know why I disagree with this statement? Rich people always want to get more money. Do you think just because they're rich that they don't want to make more? That's not. If rich people didn't have that mindset, they wouldn't be rich. You see what I'm saying?
You have to be rich to afford.
Yeah.
Like you have to
need
be
to
rich.
be rich.
Guys, all the owners are rich. Like it's the
Yeah.
extent of how rich you are. Like the richest club in the world right now is Newcastle. Like they're the richest club in the world. They are currently like the owners. I think if you look at some of like the Middle Eastern, the new ownerships like the City Group, Newcastle, and PSG, they really care about increasing football's presence in like their region, and so they're extremely rich, and these groups, and they are able to then fund their clubs a lot because of that. So that's an example that's kind of different. But if you're looking at like an individual CEO or like an individual with a lot of money, I think that's kind of a different situation. So it's not necessarily the same thing. So I kind of disagree in that sense, but it's an interesting point.
Yeah, I think PSC are the only example of bad ownership. Like they don't really care about the project anything at all. They only think about spending money. But I think Man City is a great example of how to run a club with money. I think they have a really big brand all over the world. Like they have clubs in many other countries in Asia as well.
Yeah,
Like in Australia, I think
they just
something
bought
like.
Palermo.
Yeah, they are pretty much using football to increase their brand as well. Uh,
Yeah, and they
as a
built a
whole.
squad with a project, like you said.
Yeah,
PSG now, I mean, honestly, I don't even think it's PSG. I don't think that their goal was to make like not try to win anything. They try to win the Champions League just by buying stars without any project. They're trying to revise this right now. So they're trying to fix that mistake. But yeah, they've made some terrible decisions, obviously.
Yeah, but
Um,
that is that down to the ownership, or is that down to
management. It's management
is
mainly.
yeah?
management indeed.
Because that's down. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's down to the person who's actually trying to build a team. If you know what team building actually implies, it's not all about superstars.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
like the owners
I
also
wonder.
had to.
Like if
The
we
owners
had the
are.
PSG owners, if we had PSG's owners with Maldini in charge of the money, what? We'd have like
The
10 Champions Leagues by now, bro. It
yeah,
wouldn't even be a contest.
but Nathan, PSG's owners are not that great of person who keeps the director with themselves. They don't. I don't think they actually work well with other directors. Like they need to be able to cooperate with the Maldini first as well. Like they can really kick out Maldini just
No,
because
no, no.
he didn't.
That PSG.
But this is
The
what you're
reason
missing
is
though.
not because of the PSG owner. The reason why because they trusted Leonardo, and Leonardo is just only cares about attack. He doesn't care about everything else.
Exactly,
So that's
exactly.
why. That's why.
And you're
And they actually have been very patient with Leonardo, but
and then
Leonardo is just not a balanced director.
So
yeah,
you guys
and then
think that Leonardo was the one who kicked Tuchel from the club?
What? Say again?
The Chelsea manager Tuchel.
The thing is about Leonardo is if you remember when he was still a coach, you remember that 4-2 Fantasia? He only care about attack. He doesn't care about defense. You cannot you cannot win that way.
yeah, and then
But
you got to remember too as well that this is Maldini we're talking about. There is not a single owner in this world, if they come to Milan, is going to sit here and try and tell Maldini that he's wrong. You see what I'm
yeah, but
saying?
I don't think PSG cares that much.
I actually disagree with that. If PSG's goal was to be the best, and if you have a person in your management that is actually considered the best defender ever to play, that's not something that can just be simply overlooked.
So
PSG
here's
has
another problem with
nobody.
PSG.
Like
PSG have
Nathan,
nobody in their system that is even relevant in football.
Here's
Nathan.
another problem with PSG. They just don't have history of winning. Like
Well, right,
who can they
but
rely on winning the Champions League? Who can they rely? Who can they call on? Nobody. Ronaldinho. Yeah, but you know how Ronaldinho
But
is.
Man
He's not
City,
like
you
a
can
really
say that
good.
same to the Man City also. They didn't have any history as well,
Who?
but they were run. Man City.
Manchester. Yeah, exactly. That's why those two clubs have a hard time of winning Champions League because they just simply don't have history. They don't have the DNA. You know
Yeah, but they are run really well compared to
who?
PSG.
Who? Which
I'm
one?
I'm
What?
talking about the project of Man City. Like
I mean,
I think
let's be honest here. How many Champions League finals has Manchester City gotten to?
One, but
Okay,
they're
wait,
relatively
hold on, hold on,
recent
hold on, hold
project.
on, hold on. How many Champions League finals has PSG gotten to?
One.
Exactly. So you cannot sit here and say that Man City is a perfect example when Man City and PSG have accomplished the exact same thing.
They're not a perfect example, but Man City have okay. I'm looking at their domestic success. PSG wins the league on basically all the time, but Man City wins a league that is so much more competitive. They
That doesn't
basically
matter.
dominate every single team. I mean, Liverpool's close every year usually, but
That
Man
does
Nathan,
City.
not that does
Nathan,
not matter.
I I can give you an example. Like Man City right now, they are self-sustainable. Like PSG are not sustainable. Like Man City, they have actually increased their project in a way that they spend for a certain period of time, and after that period of time, they didn't have to spend anything at all.
Because Manchester
Right now,
City, because Man City is in a Super League, in the English Super League.
Yeah, you can say
Of
that, but
course, it's
even
of course it's
I think
sustainable.
even if they were in League One, they will have been able to achieve the same thing.
Yeah,
But
but
I
the thing
don't
is,
think
if they were in League One, they would not be in they would not reach this final of Champions League. I bet you 100 million on that one.
Look, and that's guys, you got to understand. Don't get me wrong. The league is important in how how intense you keep yourself in the Champions League. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It really
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
I
Manchester
don't know.
City
Right?
dominates the Premier League, and yet Liverpool wins the Champions League,
Yeah, I
or
agree.
Chelsea wins the Champions League.
Yeah,
All these pundits and shit kept talking down on everybody who does not play in the EPL, and yet people who understand football knew that Real Madrid are the favorites. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it does not. All that stuff about their project is better than the other project. PSG and Manchester City are at the exact same playing field, no matter
guys,
how you look at
let's
it.
let's go through some chats real quick. Guys, oh yeah, the black jersey, I think I did see was on the website. I didn't buy it because honestly, I don't have much money right now. And I would never use Christian. I never use your super chat money for my own personal gain. So, so, so I wouldn't do that. But thank you for your kindness. The Geordie's trying to mock us because of Botman is laughable. I hate Newcastle, C-rated team. No money in the world will ever change that. Oh, that's interesting. Are they making fun of us because we didn't sign Botman?
I think it was us who were the one who were making fun of them first in Twitter. I think
Oh,
because
okay.
because they, even after having oil money, they couldn't sign Bodman, and we were able to sign Bodman. We were thinking that way, but in the end, Bodman went to Newcastle and Kama got us.
Oh yeah. Listen, if they mock a club with 7 Champions Leagues and more league cups and all second most European trophies than any other club besides Real Madrid, then they're honestly just being delusional. I mean, I don't even
You mean they're being an EPL fan?
Yeah, that's true. I agree. But they Botman for 37 million plus bonuses. You can have him, honestly, at that point. In my opinion, it's not much of a loss. That's just my own personal.
Well, Botman fits the Premier League because he's a big guy, a physical guy. So obviously that's Premier League MO right there. But in a league that, and it's not just me that's saying this. There's there are the different pundits and commentators saying the same thing, that Botman, he's slow. He needs to work on his positional awareness. Things like that. In a league that's more tactical, or if you were to go to Spain, where a league is more, where it's more skill based, he's gonna struggle. He's gonna struggle because they don't rely on physicality; they rely on their brain.
Speaking about defender, what about all those past targets that we had, like Simakan, like Ayer from Celtic?
Yeah, they all moved on to different clubs.
Ayer? What about Ayer?
He's at Brentford right now. Premier League.
Yeah.
You know how much money he's going to cost because he's in the Premier League? Probably 35 million at least.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know.
I know. I agree. I was looking at that and I was thinking the same thing. Simakan's at Leipzig, so he's still going to be a bit expensive. He was the replacement for Upamecano and Konate, basically. So yeah, interesting.
I'm very curious as to what will happen to PSG after World Cup. Do you think Qatar will be still interested in dumping the money year after year?
I think they will. I don't see them abandoning the project anytime soon.
They are too deep to actually abandon the ship.
I think it also depends on the politics between France and Qatar.
Yeah, that's a good point. Guys,
let's see what happened after Mbappe leaves.
Guys, do you like Theo as a defender from Bologna?
I got no clue.
No, I don't. No, I don't really like him, but I don't know. Could be wrong.
He looks pretty good when I watch him play.
How old is he?
We'll check. I'll pull him up right now. Theo. He's 22. He's 22. He's young.
Yeah, he's young. I think he's cheap, right?
And he's tall too. He's he's from Bologna, so he wouldn't be. I don't think he'd be super cheap, but but definitely affordable for us. I like this player, in my opinion.
He's a
What's
center
his
back,
name
right?
again?
I think Artur Teat. He's the Bologna. He's got like his ponytail, long hair.
Yeah. I remember.
Whenever we play against him, he looks good. He looks like he's a good one-on-one defender. He may
Is he
also be
fast or not?
left-footed. Actually, let me check.
Do you remember how fast he was? Like, do you think he can keep up with Tomori and
He's
Kalulu?
not the fastest player, but he was still able to. Like, he wasn't really getting he's not super slow necessarily.
So if he comes to Milan, will he be a bench player or is the starter?
It depends, either him or Kalulu who would start. I would think Kalulu had a great season, so maybe he wouldn't start right away, but I could see him competing for that position. It depends how much
Okay.
Kalulu keeps improving on us. If he keeps growing exponentially, then it's hard.
Yeah, Kalulu only played like half a season, so he has a lot of time to improve.
Yeah, I'm checking what foot he is. He's left-footed, guys. That's interesting. So he's a left-footed center back. That's a good shout, Noah. And honestly, I think that this could be a player that we see more of in the news if we don't go for Bremer. Now that we missed out on Botman, because he's left-footed, he's pretty big, and he looks like he'd be a good option. And he's from the Serie A, so that's interesting.
No, the thing is about Bremer is just this guy is good for one season. I know he's a defender, not a striker.
Oh,
but I don't
you're
know.
not high on Bremer?
He was good last season, but I don't know how he'll perform next season. But the thing is, he's a defender, not a striker, right? He's typically striker is the one that kind of has that kind of fluctuation.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It's more like scoring goals is much more. It's harder to be consistent.
Yeah.
When I
I
see
don't know.
Bremer, I like him a lot personally. I would honestly, I'd get him right now, but because if we're not going to get Baumann, Bremer is like the best. I mean, I don't know how taking like the best defender from the league. I know it's just one season, but it just seems like it makes a lot of sense.
The
But
thing is, Bremer is just he's strong physically, but the thing is, I don't think he's really tall.
He's not super tall, but he's not small. I mean, we don't have any huge defenders. That's true. But
That's
he's
the
not.
thing. I think they're looking for huge defender.
There's not
But
really
is
too
that-
many big defenders
But
like
is that really needed right now, though?
Yeah, not in the league, but in Europe, yeah.
But
You
even
bet
in
me.
Europe, even in Europe, how many big strikers are there that are on the teams right now?
Well, our weakness is in the air. Like when
it though?
when Tomori and Kalulu play.
How many times have we got scored on by when Tomori and Kalulu got out jumped for a header?
That's the thing. In the league, there are not that many threat in
Okay.
the air. But
And in
once
Europe, how many forwards are there that are going to trouble you in the air?
Well, you have Lewandowski, Benzema,
Lewandowski?
and stuff. But listen, but still,
Lewandowski's not that tall. Benzema
He is
really
tall.
isn't that tall either.
Lewandowski is really tall.
it's not really about being tall in some situations. It's also about your quality of header and how.
Yeah, exactly. That's
If
another
you, if
thing.
you
Yeah.
watch Benzema, like this guy, he scores some headers by angling. Like he doesn't even jump that high, but he angles like the header and he curls it to
Exactly.
the far post. So I don't
Exactly.
necessarily think that you have to be super tall to stop. I mean, being tall will help you for sure, but I
But
still think
even go ahead, finish it. Yeah, go ahead.
it's more about like your man marking and your ability to not lose track of them when they're moving around you looking for that space.
Right,
But
because
yeah.
you don't see Benzema just out jumping defenders in La Liga.
No, like what about Giroud? Giroud, like, of course, he didn't.
Yeah, but again,
but
how
he's
many
pretty good
of
in
those
the air.
guys are on?
Yeah,
does
yeah.
Liverpool? Does any of
Not
those top
Liverpool, but-
teams have?
Wait,
no,
hang
no,
on.
not even Liverpool. Do any of those top teams have a center forward taller than Giroud or Zlatan?
Well, when Liverpool, even Origi was really good in the air. He's tall.
Is Origi taller than Giroud?
At least for Origi is taller than average. players. When Liverpool needed to score, Klopp would put in Origi, and then Origi would just score like with his
foot.
head, with his head too.
The important goals that I've seen Origi score in the Champions League, I can't remember any that are with his head.
Well, but the thing is, you need to kind of cover your weakness somehow, right? Your weaknesses somehow, right? So the way I see it is just that, you know. I'm not a sporting director, but the way I see it is just like I don't have any complaint if the ball is on the ground. If we have Koluru against Tomori, but if we have corner kick or anything like that, that's where I'm scared of.
But that's why again I ask you, the top teams in the world, how many of them have a tall striker that is just blatantly going to out-jump Kalulu?
Well, if you play Sasha Kalajic, like with Stuttgart, maybe he'll give us some problems. The guy's like 6'7".
Can I know the name of the second guy?
Sorry, I don't know what happened, but Benzema's not going to out-jump Tomori.
No, sometimes it's better, but like figure out when to jump and finding the space to jump. Like this defender, Fofana. Fofana is not tall, but the thing is, he times his jump. He put his position in a way that he will win the header. You know what I mean?
Wait, let me ask you this though.
But his height doesn't matter then.
Let me ask Simon a question. But do you think that that's been a big concern for us? Like the goals we concede are like do you see that as being a big problem? Like
I would say last season, some of the problems that we have, it was from that ball situation, like from corners, right?
No, because we didn't get out.
I think that was more like 2 seasons ago. I think.
Yeah,
So
last
I think
season we did not
earlier
get
in the
out jumped
season
on
or something.
corners.
So what's the problem with Bremer?
I like Bremer. Guys, we have Marv Diaz here. What's up, Marv Diaz?
So you're saying that Bremer is not that tall or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know if he is good in the air. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
I
it was
think
this when he's man marking people.
He is good.
Very good.
He is good.
Yeah, but like you said, you need tall defenders. I think Bremer is pretty tall. He's 6'2", I think.
So what's the reason that we were going after Botman?
Because he's wait 1 second, guys. Marv Diaz, what's up? We have another person joining the stream.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up?
All right, sorry about that, man. I'm actually backspaced. I just want to throw my opinion real quick. So on the subject about the defender, the reason we want to get a bigger defender is to prevent future issues. Like this season, yeah, we didn't have an issue with other teams out jumping our defenders, but what if they start catching on and they start figuring out that's an easy game plan against us? So it's to prevent that issue from happening.
Can I give you a stat?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Thank you.
Do you know who has the highest jump record in Italy right now?
It was
Tomori.
Ronaldo, and then someone broke it.
Juventus, I think.
That was Tomori. He broke it.
It's Tomori, right?
Tomori has the highest jump record
No,
out of everybody in Italy, and those
Nathan.
players who are taller than him.
Yeah.
The problem is not the height of the jump. The problem is that how you jump and when you jump.
Yeah.
Your position.
He's not going to get that height every single jump. It's like it's like your top speed. You don't hit your top speed every single time.
Right. So
one of the weaknesses of Tomori when Chelsea was
one at a time. Simon
Sorry,
go ahead.
Yeah, one of the weaknesses of Tomori when he was at Chelsea, he was that like he always like he lost concentration when defending in the air. You know,
But
when he was at
don't you think
Chelsea.
he can improve on that next year?
Yeah,
That
sure,
has
he can
nothing to
improve.
do with height. That has
Yeah.
everything to do with concentration.
I will say this: you can be very tall and not be good in the air, but you can be very short and be very good in the air, like Cannavaro, for instance. So it's all about. It's not just your pure height. It's about how you are able, your coordination and your like how comfortable you are. Yes, and how comfortable you are at making contact with the ball, jumping, and like your ability to your quality on the ball with your head and even things like that. Like, so it's complicated. So I don't think Tomori's necessarily, from what we've seen, and I like the point. It's a good point that Marv made about yes, in the future we don't know if teams like will start trying to exploit us more. I think that Tomori hasn't really shown to be too concerning with that yet, but maybe because he's not the best defensively with his head all the time, that could be an issue. Maybe even
He could over rely on his pace, to make up for any mistake he makes. But in the air, there's no real, you can't really make up with pace in the air. You know what I mean?
That's
And
true.
the thing is, too, even if teams say, okay, look, these guys really aren't that fast, do those teams have the player that is actually athletic enough to out-jump Tomori and Kalulu?
Nathan.
Yeah. So I mean,
Remember-
I think the issue isn't that like most teams are gonna do it. It's like the guy said before. My worry is the Champions League. I mean, I'm not worried about the Serie A. I think we can beat any
I
team in Serie
agree.
A any day. The Champions League is where we
okay.
got to get worried because right now, man, I don't
I
know if
agree with
you've noticed, but it's kind of a renaissance of taller
So
players.
you guys,
And so,
I-
so again, let me
Wait,
ask:
Nathan goes now.
What teams right now have center forwards who are going to give you trouble in the air?
So right now, like I can give you, like I said, if you look at the big teams, they're making those player signings. You can see Holland going to Manchester City. You bring up City earlier. I know they had Gabriel Jesus, but they're getting Holland now. He's a big.
Okay.
And then you got Liverpool who are getting that
Darwin
Uruguayan guy,
Nunes.
Darwin Nunes.
Nunes is not out jumping Tomori.
Harry
I
Kane.
mean, but he's a
Harry
big
Kane.
physical
So-
forward. That's
My-
kind of more
okay, guys,
they're trying to
Let me
build.
make
It's
one
an
point
option.
about this. Let me make
Like
one
who?
point
Oh,
about
my
this
bad,
real
man.
quick.
Go ahead.
No. It's my fault. I interrupted. But I want to say this. We can name a bunch of Champions League like world class or top class strikers that are very good with their head. My point is that it's not necessarily about them out jumping Tomori, but it's about how they can position themselves. And
Yeah.
sometimes even if you can jump higher than them, they still are in the position where you can't really once the ball's in the air on their head, what are you gonna do? You can't jump at them and block them with your own head in the air. It's super hard to do that. So it's about my honest opinion is it's more important to stay on them 24/7 and make sure that you're there in front of them when the ball goes to them than maybe just out jumping them purely. That's
That's why I keep saying height isn't really something to worry about until
No. Nathan, I have
at
a
least
point.
4 teams have someone that with the capability of Holland.
So,
Until
I have-
that happens,
I want to
it
clear
ain't,
this.
it ain't gonna be worth it.
I have a good point. Here we go. You remember the UCL match in the final where we almost won against Liverpool 3-0 in the first half, and then in the second half.
Hold on. But don't use something that's way in the past because
Yeah, that's a little too far behind, man.
The game.
No.
is
Hang on.
too
I'm talking
far
about
I got a good
recent.
example though. But let me hit my point. So Nesta and Maldini, they were really tall. Really tall, right? So, but thing is, Liverpool, like Steven Gerrard, like score a goal from a header with Nesta and Maldini. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that in Europe, there are a lot of strikers like that. Not just strikers. Also, there are a lot of threat from the air. So that's what I'm saying.
So
But
like
that
the thing
did
with
not
that
have
man
to
is
do anything with height though.
well,
That's
the thing
what I'm trying to
I think what
say.
he's trying to say is
I
that
want
like
to.
even if you got like very tall physical defenders, they still make mistakes. I mean, there's it's not like it's gonna having a tall defender is gonna nullify it completely. But what you want to do is get those odds down. Like it's still more,
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
less likely. But earlier when you were talking about what's called we were talking about Holland and all that. Yeah, man, I think I'm worried about it in the Champions League, man, because like I said, we
I agree with you,
don't need someone that's gonna be like. I just need someone that's gonna help us out in those games. I'm not worried about Serie A.
That's a
I need
fair
like a
point.
physical defender that's gonna help us
Guys,
with
Guys,
Holland. I know
we
we
could
don't play
be-
them. I know we don't play them often, but we will play them in the Champions League.
So
Exactly.
what's the
That
problem
one
here?
game will matter. Like
I
Liverpool
just
game.
want to have another option.
So why did it?
I don't want to
so let me
overly.
ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. What happened when Holland faced Ajax?
I mean, it's not. You can't guarantee everything, man. I mean, but like
Dortmund
I
are
said,
terrible this year, but yeah.
like it's like players
I'm
are gonna
sorry,
have bad
but-
games. But
But,
look
yeah,
at
the
like
team
Milan.
itself. I'm talking about the individual performance. Individually, how come Holland did not out jump the Ajax players or even the who else did they play? Was it Sporting or?
Guys,
What's
Nathan
it
makes
with-
a good point. Nathan makes a good point because it's not just about like how you can be an amazing, player in the air, but let's say you're playing on a team like Liverpool against us, for example. Like let's say you're in that game as Darwin Nunes, right? Hans is joining. Hans, let me just finish this before you get in. But let's say you're Darwin Nunes and you're in the game against us at Anfield. Like if you guys watch this game, especially, I mean, this is our first Champions League game of the season, right? We played it when we were playing against Liverpool at Anfield. In the second half, especially, we were winning, and Liverpool were doing everything they could to attack us. What's up, Roy? And they had all the possession. We were crammed in our own box, and they were just whipping crosses in and out, left and right with their wingbacks. If you're Darwin Núñez, eventually you're going to get a chance in the area, no matter how good you defend, because of the way the game is going. So
Thank you.
Not
only that, but look in Serie A. Look in Serie A. Abraham, 6'3". Vlahovic, 6'3". Lukaku, 6'3". Udinese striker, 6'3".
So
Dzeko,
I want to ask you guys
6'4".
question. Like,
So
do you guys want?
Salernitana fucked us.
Guys, one at a time. One at a time. One at a
How
time.
can I talk?
Yeah, I think it's just like we need to have options for that. I mean, it's obvious that the game, it's like history always repeats itself. Right now we're in a spot where it's like pace and pace and be able to shoot well is like really popular right now. But eventually, everyone's gonna have that type of striker. So whenever like a big Ibrahimovic type player is gonna come back in, he's gonna dominate because if you have the same thing as everybody else, you don't stick out. But once you get that something different, that's when he starts to make a big difference. You know what I mean?
Guys,
Wait, Alan,
So
Alan,
all those,
Hold on. Let Alan go. Alan go.
so I want to make this clear. Do you guys want a tall defender or a defender who can actually win you aerial duels? Like,
I want both.
even if you,
I want both.
yeah, but I do think that Tomori and Kalulu can actually improve to be a great
Yeah, sure,
defenders in
sure. But thing
air.
is, that was the reason why. Sure, they can always improve. But the thing is, if you have a chance right now, because we have
Exactly.
one center back who's leaving, why don't you just get that one who's really good, like Botman?
so
Botman, he
So
doesn't
what's the
lose
problem
in
with
the air. He doesn't lose.
It's because there's like no
So-
guarantee that Kalulu is going to work out. He did really well, but like even Bremer had a really good year, but he's no guarantee that next year is going to be great. We don't want to risk. We don't want to put all our stuff into one.
so if
we
we
don't
want
want to risk it all.
you
But
guys
if you
listed
want-
all of those center forwards that were 6'3", 6'4". None of those guys out jumped our defense to score headers on us.
like even Bremer is 6'2".
About weight also.
Guys, hold on. So let me ask you this then. So is this basically what you're saying? Are you just more confident that a bigger, like a really tall defender, if we get them, they're just going to give us they're more likely to be very good in the air, and so you would feel better if we had a super tall defender. That's your
Yes, I
thought,
think
right?
we feel better if we had an option for a bigger defender, just an option because Kyer is not very tall, and plus he's getting kind of old. Romagnoli was a good size, but not very good in the air. We just to have that option, I think would make us more comfortable.
But
I
that,
wish we had.
Romagnoli's not
I
good
wish
in
we had.
everything.
but that option can also be really good at air, but everything else he can be bad. Like
Exactly.
they need
Well,
to be.
obviously we wouldn't get someone that's bad at everything. We try to aim for someone that's
So like
really well
we
rounded.
will,
It's just like have a
so
specialist. You know what I mean? Like it's like how there's a
so do
free
you
kick
agree that
specialist.
we will play Tomori and Kalulu most of the game in Champions League because
Man.
they are the starter in the end.
You and I talk the same language, man. What's your name?
I'll be right back.
Ellen, good one.
So,
You and
let
I.
me ask you guys this: who do you think would be more successful against, let's say, Liverpool or even Manchester City, two teams who play majority of the game with the ball on the ground? Botman or Kalulu? In fact, we're going to use City because City has Holland. Who's going to be more successful against a team who plays the ball on the ground? Botman or Kalulu or Tomori?
That is my worry.
Because
I mean,
yes, you have a super tall center back who can compete with Holland, but Manchester City isn't a team that whips the ball in the air.
Yeah.
As if
Well,
you
I
get
mean,
we don't know that though.
even more
With
so if
Holland,
you're
you don't
playing,
know that.
if you're
They
playing
haven't
against
played a few
Liverpool.
No, we know Pep Guardiola though, and Pep Guardiola is not going to be. He's not going to switch from ball playing to spamming crosses.
But it happens. I mean, Messi scored a header against Manchester United under Pep. I mean, Messi. You know what I mean? They do whip crosses. They're not going to whip it into Bernardo Silva, not often at least. But it does happen, and with a taller striker, it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah, but you risk 99% of the game with a center back who's going to get eaten alive because he's too slow, and then say the 1% when the ball comes in. Bauman's not fast.
I mean, but he's not fast, but he's not a turtle.
Yeah, Chiellini and Bonucci weren't very fast, and they did pretty well.
Do you guys realize how fast Holland actually is?
And how strong he is too. He's gonna body you.
Like, let's be real,
I
guys.
would.
We can really afford a defender like that. We can actually have a defender who can actually be good in air as well as fast.
So okay, let me guys ask you this then.
Actually,
So
hold on. That is. Do you realize what you just described is an extreme anomaly? There's only two center backs. There's only I'll even put 3 center backs in the world right now that describe what you just said and are actually good.
What did he say? I didn't really hear what he said.
Getting a tall center back who's also fast.
Fast
and
we
strong.
can actually be. Yeah.
I mean,
do you realize that there are only 3 players like that right now who are actually competent?
We can really
and
afford
do
them
what
as
you
well.
just said.
so would Tomori be considered one of them? Because I mean, there's Tomori,
because he's not tall.
Varane. Let's see.
Varane is tall.
I mean, would you consider
Varane is
Militao
tall.
good?
What about
No.
Ndika? He just won
It's Varane, Van Dijk,
Europa League.
and I guess maybe you can say Upamecano, even though his
I was about to
defending
say.
isn't that good.
No,
he is
Upamecano
fast as fuck.
sucks.
Oh man, I don't know
No,
about that, man.
I'm not, guys. I'm
Everybody
not
wants
talking
this
about
guy.
whether he's good at defending. I'm talking about fast, strong, and is good in the air.
Yeah.
Those were the criteria that we were talking about.
It will be really hard to find a player like that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
I guess
are you?
so.
So with that
I just had to tell you
information, are
guys that
you
you're
going to
crazy
risk?
for saying this, Nathan. I just had to tell you that you're crazy for saying that we don't need size when half of Serie A's forwards are big. They're 6'1" or taller.
I think we're looking. Oh my bad, man.
Hans, I asked this question already. All those forwards that were mentioned, none of them out jumped our center backs to score a heading goal.
But we played against Serie A. We were only in Champions League for like the group stages.
No,
like,
but
we didn't see the other teams.
But you just mentioned Serie A, so that's all I'm.
Yeah, you're right.
With this
most areas players they don't like just whipping crosses after crosses after crosses.
Was giving us a problem the whole time.
Look, I think the issue is
yeah, guys. So wait, can I ask this question now? So who here would not? I mean, I know Simon said he's a little bit not too sold on Bremer, but like, would you guys? Who here would? Does anyone else here not want to get Bremer as a center back because of his height?
Depends on his price.
No, not the height.
He's used to a back 3, so I don't know if he's going to be exposed if he changes the system or not. I haven't.
Yeah,
seen
that's
him
not a
ever
thing.
in a
The only
back
reason
two.
I wouldn't want
He's
Bremer
also
is
right-footed.
Well, guys, one at a time.
Yeah,
He's also right-footed.
I think the only reason I wouldn't want Bremer is for the price, depending how much we pay for him. I mean,
okay, so Bremer is 6'2", which is 1.88 meters. So so whoever he's tall, but he's not like insanely tall. So what's the height limit that would make you guys comfortable? That's the question. I'm not really understanding.
6'4", 6'5".
So you want him a bit tall. Oh, so you want so like that would be considered a very, very tall center back.
Pretty
How
tall.
many center backs besides
how tall is Van Dijk?
He's like 6'4". He's 6'4".
And so, how many other Van Dijks do you know? Other than, I mean, I guess you could put Varane in there, but
that's what makes Van Dijk so special, is because he's very tall, but he's also insanely fast for being.
That's why I'm saying that you guys' expectation.
Our expectation is too high.
Yeah,
it's just. I think there's defenders like that, man. It's just that, we have to go out and find them. I mean, Van Dijk wasn't always Van Dijk. You know what I mean? Like, whenever I forgot what team it was that he played for, but he played against Barcelona, and they said he was good, but they didn't say he was anything special. So we just gotta sometimes we can see a player like that, we should take a risk and try getting him and see what happens. You never know. We can get another Kalulu.
Man,
I mean,
just
because it's not common. Yeah, just because it's not common, we shouldn't not try to get something. You know what I mean?
But that's in terms of skill. Van Dijk has always been that fast.
Yeah, but there's fast defenders. I mean, look at LaCroix. LaCroix's fast.
LaCroix, yeah, but he's not really he's not really too big, but yeah.
But
I mean, you're basically so what I'm hearing is you guys want to scout like a very like gifted athletically and physically and athletically gifted young player that you just want to bet on, basically. Like that's what you guys are saying. Like,
all right, if I'm being honest, man, I think the issue right now is I think we're getting everything confused. So I'm saying I would like to get a defender like that. It'd be nice to have an option like that. But I'm not saying we have to get one like that. And it's just an ideal world we'd go for it. But obviously, we can. It's just I think that's where the issue is because I think the other guy said that we need to get that defender. We don't need him, of course, but it'd be nice to have it. It's just it'd be like a luxury to have an option like that because whenever we go before a game, let's say we were to play Liverpool, and we know that they're gonna try to play more of a crossing game. Instead of just going in with Kalulu and Tomori, maybe we'd put in Tomori and because you can bring up that he has the highest jump and another option to be able to do that.
Guys,
but again, like we don't have to get that defender. It'd just be a nice
Yeah.
option. If it doesn't
Let's be
work out,
honest,
fuck it,
guys.
sub them out.
Let's be honest, guys. With Redbot as our owner, we can always dream.
Yeah. It's always just like that, man.
With Redbot as our owner, only thing we can do is dream. We can actually get anything like that.
Right. Okay. Let's look at the chat. When pinned in the back, you need a massive defender in the back to block shots and cross on the box. Speed isn't that important. Stop thinking one-dimensional. Ooh, okay.
I disagree, man. What do you mean? You need speed to be able to catch up to the defender. Have you ever tried jumping and like heading a ball away? Like if you're not going towards goal, it's kind of difficult. It's really difficult. If you have the pace to make up for that distance and then jump, then it's way different.
Let's look at the top teams right now. Madrid. We'll put Barca in there because I think they're just having a one-off, but they're going to be back quickly. Madrid, Barca, Liverpool, City, PSG. I don't know if you guys want to put anybody else in there. But how do those teams play? Do they just whip the ball in, or are they playing fast balls on the ground?
They were whipping balls in, man. They whip balls in. I don't want to say they do. Against Man City, bro. Against Man City, Man City, PSG, and Liverpool, they were crossing. I mean, it wasn't their main game plan, but again, I said it's an option. They were definitely crossing balls in, bro. Because I remember Benzema getting super close to multiple goals with a header.
It depends on your play style and the teams you play against. For this comment, I think that Milan is a team that we usually play possession. If we play against Liverpool, who also play possession and they're better team than us, they're going to dominate us on the possession, and so then we're going to be pushed back and we're going to be in situations where we're defending more. If we're playing against another team, like for example, like Udinese, who likes to sit back, then we need to play with a higher line with maybe speed against like a player like Beto, who is just going to run in behind you with super pace. Then you need to have fast defenders to catch up to him. So that's the thing. It depends on the game situation.
Exactly.
So that's why I don't disagree with you that it would be nice to have a taller option. But at the same time, if we can get Bremer today, I would take Bremer without any hesitation. That's still my perspective.
Yeah.
He's the best defender in the league.
For sure.
This might be out of topic, but hey, what y'all think about that Mane going to Bayern? Y'all don't think we should have tried to go for him?
We can't really afford it.
Well,
he was only like, I think he only went for like 30 or 40K. It wasn't.
No.
I mean, I know. It wasn't that much.
The issue.
Is like all of Milan together, bro. It's not possible.
Okay. I mean,
we have a salary cap, bro.
I would have loved to get that, man. At least try it. You know what I mean?
Like we don't offer more than 4 and 5 million salary, so we can really get money.
I mean, I don't think. How much is he getting paid at Bayern? I don't think Bayern gives out high salaries either.
He's getting over 200,000 in like what is it, like a week or 2 weeks or wherever the fuck they have that shit set up.
How much is that a year?
Guys, I have a question now. Well, Mane, on the topic of Mane and the attack, do we all agree that we need to improve our attack? Like, is everyone here like?
For sure.
Does everyone agree with that?
Right.
He scored considerably less goals than all the other top 3 clubs in Italy.
The problem with our offense is we are too predictable on the left. We always go for the offense from the left. Our right side needs an improvement. I don't think Salamakers is
100%.
Good.
I don't think that we're too
offensive player.
predictable. That's our only option. I mean, Salamakers ain't gonna cut in and score a banger.
That's the problem.
I think we're just lacking in the forward option. I think Ibrahimovic and Giroud are too slow. They are very dominant in the air and they hold the ball up, but they don't provide enough speed for what we need for our young counter-attacking team. I don't think the right wing is not technical enough. They're not fast enough. Our
Yeah,
cam, I think our cam needs help. Definitely, I still think Diaz is going to be great. He just needs a good forward and winger to help him out. Because, like I said, everyone knows he's going to go for Leao. Because Ibrahimovic ain't going to make a run.
yeah.
Salamaker is going to be out of position because he just, I don't know, just aggressively running everywhere.
So you have
So
faith in Diaz.
I'm sorry.
So you have like faith in Diaz, do you? Like, are
I,
you like?
I don't think it's more faith. I think it's more like I see. To me, man, I love a cam that can dribble and has great
Yeah,
vision.
yeah.
I mean, shooting is always great too. I mean, but all the best cams have always been like that. I know you don't count Messi as much of Messi isn't much of a cam, but he has the dribbling, he has the vision, and he can score. But that's he's an alien. I mean,
My
Kaka same way, speed, pace,
so this is how
speed, shooting, everything.
how I see the attack is like I agree with Alan that the left side is definitely predictable, but most of the time against smaller clubs it works well enough so that like we get like 2 good breaks and we end up scoring, like with Leao. So usually it's fun. My problem is this season because it was. I think we can all agree Brahim Diaz, especially at the end of the season, second half, he was pretty poor. And when we tried to play vertically, we would always have issues because we looked so like not cohesive, not as a team. We were making sloppy passes on the fast break in the final third. We didn't know what to do. Then when I look at other top clubs, they have they have a vision like with the way they play in the final third. They move the ball quickly. They put passes in. They make a dribble or something because they have the quality. Then they create an advantage and then they capitalize. We never had that spark to really break through it in the final third that I think we were missing. And I think Diaz can do that, but he just looked very like off, and he looked like he was making too many dribbling mistakes. He was falling over. He was missing the passes. So I think that he can be much better. But that's why But I would feel more comfortable with a new Cam. But that's just me.
Man,
So
I think.
if he can
Oh, my bad.
improve, that's good.
I
I
think
think.
CDK will be better in Europe than DS. I think.
I think Diaz can improve next season. I hope so because last season, the first half of the season before COVID, he was doing well. Everybody was like Real Madrid player. Oh, Diaz was
Yeah,
our.
I think that I think we do play with style, man. If I'm being honest, we play really aggressive up front. I think we play with we still a lot of like get the ball into the box and like pass it low and for a touch in the box, which is why we use Giroud and Ibra and use Leao's speed to make that play. If you see in the end of the season, that's basically all we did. Leao would make a run, just pass it into the box, and then just score from there. So we definitely have a plan. I think it's just if we had somebody else on the other wing to be able to help with that. I think it would be a lot more. We score a lot more, and maybe get a better finisher. Because I'll be honest, man. Ibra sold a lot, man. Ibra sold a lot. Giroud sold a lot. Salamakers sold a lot. I hate Salamakers sometimes. I remember one time I saw him like do an incredible run and just sky it. And
yeah. His
like I
decision
said,
making is really bad.
so
In the
I think with a good striker, we got Origi. I'm really willing to give him a chance, but we definitely need a right winger for sure.
Speaking of which, I think Origi will be announced once the new jerseys are announced.
Man, I thought he's been announced like 4 times already.
Well, he has been announced
Yeah.
like officially on Instagram, right? On the club's
Yeah.
Instagram.
So, what do you guys think Origi will score? How many goals?
I have no idea, man. I don't even want to guess because I feel like I'll jinx it if I say something good, and if I say something bad, I'll look retarded. So,
Yeah.
hey, but on that side, I do feel like someone brought up earlier that we lost a lot of balls. I want to see, man. I've been wanting to think about this for a while. I really blame Gessie a lot for that. Gessie, like defensively amazing, hustle great, and he has the occasional goal in him. But man, honestly, that dude's real sloppy in the final third. Man, I've seen it plenty of times. He gives it away. I was really hoping we got Renato Sanchez because I feel like he would be a great upgrade on that attacking front, but unfortunately, it doesn't. I mean, it's still possible we could get him. I think they're saying that Leo says that PSG hasn't really made an offer; that it's more speculation. So, I mean, hopefully we still get him, but I think FC leaving is a good thing.
I think. Oh, I did. Speaking of Sanchez, it looks like Galtier is about to be confirmed as PSG's next coach. So maybe all the things that were kind of delaying them or with that are now starting to clear up. So expect PSG to start ramping up their pursuit of Sanchez. But also, now that we have our issues sorted out with Maldini, we can also potentially try as well. I really hope that if we're still interested, we at least fight for Sanchez, because just giving him up completely doesn't make any sense to me. So
It's embarrassing if we don't get him, man. Because it's embarrassing that we've been linked with these players. For me, it's embarrassing because I have my group of friends that we talk about this stuff, and I've been hyping up Sanchez and Botman for months, and now that we're not getting them, I'm just getting trolled. We need to at least get one.
Yeah. But I don't think we can go on a bidding war with PSG.
I mean,
Sanchez.
why not? I mean, all the funds we were saving up for Sanchez and Botman, why can't we just transfer them into? I mean, just throw a little extra 5 mil into it.
That does mean we are not getting a cam or a right wing. Then. If we dump everything on Sanchez.
If Sanchez comes right now, he's not going to be playing the double guys.
Yeah, he can play cam.
100% playing as a cam or right winger. 100%.
Wait, no pivot, Nathan?
We got Benacer.
He will 100% play as a cam or a right winger.
If we are going that way, then yeah, I think.
Hey, what do y'all think of Ricky Puig, the Barcelona player?
He's good.
He's very good.
He came to play in Dallas once, and I went to go see him. Man, he's really good. Big game changer. I'm surprised no one's really going for him. I think I read somewhere that they're basically kicking him, Umtiti, and some other like striker they have. I don't know where he's from. I think he's Danish. They're like basically kicking him out of the club.
I mean, was it January we were linking him, or maybe December? When he was like before, I think it was before Xavi came in, we were heavily linked with him.
All right, well, I'm probably gonna head out, guys. I just wanted to talk for a little bit. Your name's Antonio, right?
Yes.
Hey, man, glad to meet you. I was in live a while back.
Okay.
You weren't in it though, but nice to meet you, man. Marvin.
Yeah, I used to be. Thank you, man. Thanks for coming on. I was in for a while. Like I used to do a lot of stuff, but this past year I've been really busy. But I was back because it's summer now for me, and got a lot of free time. But yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, hopefully I can join more. I like talking. I just work a lot.
Yeah.
You want to get in the group chat?
What is it, like WhatsApp or something?
Yeah, WhatsApp.
Bro, I have no idea how to use WhatsApp. I have it. I just don't know. I mean, if you want to, do I have to like copy a number or what?
Can you have Instagram?
Yeah.
You can DM Roy or just DM Roy and he can give you it.
Okay. Do I just drop my Instagram on the chat or?
No. Just you search Roy's Instagram. Like it's just you don't know Roy's Instagram?
Would it be in the link below the YouTube?
I think it should be there. Yeah.
Okay. I'll probably
or on the channel, or on the about me of the channel, or something like that. I think it's written there. And you can just find it and then DM me.
All right, sounds great, guys. Well, I'll catch y'all later. I gotta get back to work.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Later, guys.
And this goes for everybody else who's in the chat watching, bro. Get in the group chat with us, bro. Like we're talking about Milan literally all day long. So,
hey guys, new tweet from Di Marzio. Florenzi's about to be announced, apparently.
Yeah, I don't really care. Same news every day. Same again and again.
Guys, Roy should be coming back soon. Let's look at the chat.
Is there anything about the left back at all? Like, are we getting a backup? Like, is that's just what we want?
Oh, Balotore. I don't.
We're letting go of Balotore, right?
Are we getting rid of him? I don't know.
I thought we were too, but I mean, we don't have a backup. I feel like you can't get rid of him until you have a backup.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually keep him for another season.
Yeah, I don't think that we're in a rush to get rid of him. Where is Laird? I want to see his tears and see Red John smile. Yeah, Laird said that Maldini was gone.
Yeah, I know.
Hey guys, what about Calciomercato? How old is he, guy? He's like 17.
I think he's 18 or 19.
Is he a Swallow guy?
Primavera.
Oh, Primavera. I don't know about that.
Yeah, you should find out more about him.
Yeah, it's Primavera. Ketelaere. He's only 17.
Wow, shit.
He's 5'9", and yeah, he's a left. He can play both wings. I'm pretty sure.
No, I think he's more like on the right.
Right and left. I think I saw.
Oh, okay.
And he can play attacking midfielder too. He's just a forward player, and he's with the Primavera team, so it looks like he's just still developing.
What up? What up?
Oh,
what
I
up?
found his. Yo, Roy, what's up? I found his
up,
stats from
Roy?
the Primavera campaign. It says he had played 25 appearances, 8 goals, and 5 assists.
He's pretty good.
So that's not bad, yeah. Guys, I have to sign off for a little bit, and Roy will take back over, and I may come back. So I just have to take care of something real quick.
All
All right,
later.
guys, I'll be back. See ya.
Deuces.
Salah just renewed with Liverpool, so he's not going anywhere.
That's all
Yeah.
good as well.
Not bad, Liverpool, eh? Not bad at all. So I don't know what were you guys talking about?
Chocolate Traore from the Primavera.
Oh, the Primavera. Yeah, the Primavera, man. Let's see what they do. Let's see if we can produce any talents with from there. I guess we'll find out this month. This month we will find out. All right. Anything happened? I was working. Has anything happened? Anything interesting? Any new signings? Nothing.
That you sound like Roy.
Is De Ketelaere a Milan player now or what?
Yeah, we can dream.
To be honest, I don't think we're gonna get him.
It will be hard because Leeds United is also interested.
I think Balotelli has potential, but he's shy, kind of like Krunic in the beginning. Balotelli? What do you guys think is going to happen with Balotelli?
I think he's fast. I mean, you cannot teach somebody to run fast, right? So he just needs to own in the skill.
To be fair, when he did play, he didn't really make many mistakes. He just does not have the attacking plays like Theo Hernandez, so you're losing that. But, like, he didn't really make many mistakes in possession. He played very simple. There's no impact. We need more impact there for a player. So he needs to just show that he's stronger. He's more of a warrior. Florenzi is a Milan player. Nice. Well, this guy's to me is a top signing. I don't know. I know that. What do you guys think of Florenzi?
Yeah, it will be great for us, but this news has been going around again and again, so I don't really care right now.
I'm switching Pellegrini.
Pellegrini?
Yeah.
Who's Pellegrini?
Roma. From Roma.
Isn't
Pellegrini. Oh, Pellegrini for Roma is that's a super. That would be a super signing.
Yeah,
That would be like a
but he
super
will
signing.
cost like 50-60 million.
Yeah, but that's impossible. He's not leaving Roma. He's a captain there. He's going to try and be like the new De Rossi or the new Totti. That's what he wants to try and become. So
Yeah.
Pellegrini is not going anywhere. No, for me, the one that hurts the most is Zaniolo, because Zaniolo, if Juve can bag Chiesa and Zaniolo, those are the two best Italian prospects.
So
And,
disappointed. So
that
disappointed.
hurts. Sorry, can I meet you, Simon? I think there's a lot of
What?
noise coming.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, Nathan, what do you think about that?
I am big time disappointed. Big time disappointed. We might as well just not go for Italian players ever again, unless they're like 5 years old. Because
Right, yeah. We keep on losing out.
yeah, it's just getting annoying. And it's literally every time we go for someone like that, like Kiz or Zaniolo, and then Juventus come and take them. Like, God, man, every single time, like, fuck me.
Well, let's see if it becomes official because I saw that some reports are saying that it is most likely happening. I guess
For what price?
40 to 50. I think it said 40 to 50, right?
Damn.
But there might be also a player exchange in there.
I mean, just look at the level of ambition. We need Italian players. What we go for is a Cherby. What you meant for is Daniel.
That's charity.
Bro, man, like if you're gonna get an Italian, even if it's a center back, go get the next best upcoming Italian center back.
Yeah,
Don't just
I
go for
agree.
fucking a Cherby. Like, bro, come on, man. If you
I
gotta
would
get
rather keep
somebody, that's the
Romanoli
rules
than charity.
Me too.
too.
Yeah.
This shit's so stupid. So disappointed by these
But
guys.
it's not fully official yet, though, right?
No,
This
I
renewal
don't
thing.
think.
It's not for sure.
No, it just doesn't
Like,
send a good message.
yeah, anything can be a rumor. Like, we were linked with Neymar as well. Like, we can really actually believe everything.
Neymar. Neymar, guys. Can you guys believe that Neymar was linked to Milan yesterday?
Yeah.
Now, I
I didn't
think
even
I
see that.
say again. Your sound is going in and
I
out.
didn't even see that. I didn't
Yeah.
know that we were linked.
Yeah, we were linked.
That's funny.
It's quite some news.
There was a Brazilian newspaper basically that said that Cardinale wants to make a big statement signing to tell the world that the Giants are back, kind of thing, and he wanted to use Neymar to do that. Like that's the idea that came out of the Brazilian newspaper. So yesterday there was a few reports that were talking about Neymar potentially joining Milan on a loan. And then it said even that PSG would pay for half of it. So half of it would be paid from PSG, the other half by Milan. Now, if that were to
Man.
happen, though, the thing about it is that Neymar plays in the same position as Leao. Or where would you play Neymar in our
I
four
think he
two
can
three one?
play as a cam.
In
I
the
don't.
He
camera?
can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can play as a cam.
But he would definitely he likes to go to the left though.
Well, they can
Mm,
interchange. They can
yeah.
interchange.
I
I
mean,
think I
essentially,
think then you would
yeah, good.
switch to a 4-3-3. I
But
think then that's when you switch to a
if
4-3-3.
you are playing in a 4-2-3-1 with Neymar in the cam role and Leao on the left, then Theo Hernandez, you could have a nice triangle there of players that interchange and play together. The Theo, Leao, Neymar.
Yeah,
But
for
the
sure.
right, what would be happening on the right? You know.
I'm just thinking about the Brazilian market opens up tremendously. Because right now, whether we like it or not, Neymar is the face of Brazil. So,
Oh yeah, for
what
sure.
up and coming young player would not want to come to Milan and play with Neymar? Like these
Mm,
are things
that's a
they
good
gotta
point.
look at.
That's a very good point.
Like
Yeah, absolutely. No, as a matter of fact, when we talk about Neymar, we're talking about a player that brings with him a whole industry. Like it's the amount of money that he generates with his image and merchandise, and basically, and you're right, he's an idol in Brazil, and Brazilians would be inspired to come to Milan. And the Brazilian market has always been great. It's always great.
That's gonna be like
Yeah, for
Ronaldinho,
sure.
Ronaldinho version 2.
Yeah.
But is that a good thing, though? Because I mean, Ronaldinho
I think I like it.
Wasn't Ronaldinho good in Milan at the time?
was he good?
Ronaldinho?
I
Yeah,
thought
he
that
was.
Ronaldinho, when he came to Milan, I felt that,
He played on the left.
but I
Sorry.
felt that he didn't have like a real fighting spirit.
No, of course not. No.
Yeah,
Same thing like Neymar.
and that's what you would
But
expect. I kind of expect that as well, to be honest with you. Like
but
I fear that that's what he would do. Sorry,
right.
go ahead, man.
But do you want Ronaldinho right now in Milan or not? Right now,
No,
a player like Ronaldo.
I
Ronaldinho.
want. Oh,
I would
Ronaldinho?
say,
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
What
yeah.
wait,
today's
Ronaldinho,
Ronaldinho?
no, not today's Ronaldo, but maybe if he was
No.
Neymar, then yeah.
Oh,
Like
you're saying the Ronaldinho like back then? Would I want him now
yeah,
on this team?
yeah.
No, no.
Really? 28-year-old
Why?
Ronaldinho? I'll take Ronaldo.
Yeah, 28 years.
No, because he didn't fight. Ronaldinho would lose a ball and just would stop and would complain, and he didn't fight with the team. So I would like
Yeah,
to
but
have the. I
he'll
would
beat
like to
like
have
two,
the.
three players at once.
I would like the Barcelona Ronaldinho. That's the Ronaldinho I would like to see at Milan. If we
Okay,
can get
fine.
that.
But
But I understand. But
Ronaldinho's
hold on, I understand why you guys are saying that. You're saying that because right now we have Ibrahim Diaz there, and
yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, but even
Well,
even if Neymar came and he didn't have that fighting spirit, you still get access to his fan base. You get access to the South American fan base and all of their players. So even if it's only for like 2 years, that's 2 years that you can
this,
really
yeah, I
really
do
work
agree.
in.
We can really fail with this deal, I think.
But the issue I have with that is that when you have players that are just there for marketing, like you don't win trophies because these players don't fight. And if you need everybody to fight to win trophies, everybody
I
has to
don't
fight.
think the issue with Neymar is about his fighting spirit. I think it's more about his injury.
Who,
Like
Neymar?
when he plays, yeah, when he plays for PSG and is fit, I think he still performs really well.
Well, Neymar is
And
different. I don't think Neymar I think would have a little bit more fighting spirit than Ronaldinho would have.
Yes, yes, for sure.
I think
and this is Milan.
Neymar a little
Every
bit more.
player that comes to Milan, I think every player that comes to Milan, like their whole mental and like side of themselves completely changes. So I think, I mean, you can't really count Neymar out, to be honest. He just doesn't
No,
look happy
no.
at PSG.
I gotta say right now, I have a feeling, I don't know, but Cardinale, we've had Cardinale once Neymar as a statement, then now we have Cardinale once Dybala as a statement. I wonder if Cardinale is going to be that kind of guy that is going to do this even for political reasons, right? To put himself out there in the map. Is he going to be a president that wants to get marquee signings and put his name behind it to grow his image and
He doesn't
Redbird.
even have. Go ahead, so finish it.
No, no, because maybe Redbird is essentially a sporting investment company, so maybe he wants to just amplify his name in sports. What are you
He
saying?
doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have enough money to complete the purchase.
Okay, so this is another good question because this Redbird operation might not even happen.
Oh, the
This
minority stakeholder situation.
um the 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 transaction is supposed to happen in September, by September, right? That's when everything changes. Because right now it's still in the hands of Elliot. And
Yeah, that's why they are still looking for investors, and they will not spend in this summer matter
Yeah,
because
he could just go to Qatar, and then Qatar wanted to buy AC Milan, right, back then. So, but they cannot own two clubs right now. So why don't you just buy AC Milan, right? Or
Qatar, when are you talking about? When you're talking
not?
about a long time ago, right?
Yeah,
The,
like
I mean, the
in
Newcastle owner.
2007,
Oh, 2010. Yeah, yeah, right, right.
2007, I think, like right after Champions League winning.
Oh, really? That's when they wanted to get it?
That's what I remember.
Okay.
the PSG owners.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if I'm
I think
Cardinale, I
that's
would just
true.
go up to them saying that, hey, you know what? You can own this club. You'll be my investor. You know?
There you go. Yeah.
Like I think they really wanted to buy AC Milan at that time, and but they couldn't buy AC Milan, so they actually bought the players of AC Milan.
No,
They actually
they offer Berlusconi 1 billion. Berlusconi rejected.
damn.
What about Dembele? He's on a free transfer, but contract can be an issue.
We can't afford his salary. Even Barca
Yeah,
can't.
yeah, exactly.
This Dembele was one of the big mistakes that Barca made as far as price and salary. Like this was one of the things that Seedorf was saying that these big teams are making big mistakes by put in these players with such high salaries and then they don't deliver, but they're comfortable sitting on that bench making all that money. Like they have no problem at all doing that.
He
So
was
yeah,
injured a lot.
Dembele was injured a lot.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm,
I don't think we can blame himself, but he was really unfortunate with the injuries.
gotcha,
He's a
gotcha.
great
Yeah.
player. He's a great player, but
'Cause
he gets injured a lot.
like if you watch Dembele at the end of this year or like since December, I mean the guy was an absolute monster.
Yeah, he's
I
very good.
remember, I remember, I remember him playing against Italy, and he was the best player on the pitch a long time ago. But I just you don't hear about him anymore. Like it's like he doesn't exist.
He's been injured.
But like seriously, but I mean for years, like he hasn't had like big important games that I can remember at least for years. I can't like if I think about all these past years and the big games in the Champions Leagues, I don't hear Dembele. You know, I don't hear him. I hear Salah, I hear Benzema, I hear the guy Mbappe. You know, the usual ones.
He's injured, right? He isn't getting really the time to show his full worth. But he is heavily linked with a lot of clubs who want to sign him this season. Like Chelsea is really interested in him.
Oh, Dembele was top assister this season with half of the matches in La Liga. Wow. Okay, that's if that's true, that's awesome.
Yeah, he has been really good this season for Barcelona. Barcelona are really trying to re-sign him on the renewal, but due to their financial situation, I don't think they can afford Dembele. So I
Interesting.
think he's going to either PSG or Chelsea. PSG wants him to.
PSG. I'm sure you guys spoke about it, not the Sanchez, but what is it? So what do you guys think? So the president of Lille said that it's not true that PSG is not looking
Yeah,
ha, has not offered them, but he said there is a big European team that is after him.
it could be us or maybe a Premier League team. But I think PSG will offer in this week at least because they have now signed their manager or something like that with a really close relationship with
Yeah, Galtier,
Sanchez.
Galtier.
Yeah, I think now Galtier will ask for Sanchez and then they will offer him.
Okay, so if Sanchez is coming in, well, it depends what formation he's going to play. Because he still has Verratti there, he has Paredes. I know Paredes could be out, maybe.
They can
Sanchez.
they can use him as depth as well. They have money, so they can
Say
do
again?
anything. Like they can actually build on the depth of PSG midfield, so they don't even have to actually sell anyone.
They don't have. No, no, I know they don't need to sell anyone. I'm just thinking about where he's going to play, what in the position.
Sure.
Um,
Well, their
but
midfield sucks, so Sanchez is gonna walk into that midfield.
Yeah,
so
for
who's
sure.
who's going to? I mean, do
It
you
doesn't
think
matter who it is.
do you think Verratti is going to be the guy sacrificed?
They play different positions.
They play different positions, but I mean they only play with two midfielders, though. So it's
Mm.
either Paredes or
They
Verratti.
play a four. They play a 4-3-3.
Wait, what isn't? Don't they play more like a 4-2-3-1? No.
Mm.
So tell me what the formation usually looks like.
I don't. Let's see. It's always Neymar, Mbappe, and Messi or Di Maria, and then their midfield is Verratti. I don't know who that black guy is. I don't know. Actually, I don't remember who the other two midfielders are.
Paredes is the other midfielder, the
Paredes and
Argentinian.
Pereira, I think. Pereira, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think Sanchez will be better than Paredes and Pereira, uh, so he can actually work in easily there.
Yeah.
Man, we
Yes.
should get Verratti, man. That would be a great player. Imagine getting Verratti.
Yeah, it's impossible, right?
Oof.
No, thank you, Roy. No fucking thank you.
Really? Why? Why not? You don't like him?
No. Verratti is pretty done, I feel
Pretty what? Your volume, your sound is going in and out.
like. I think he's done.
I
Oh,
don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so at
I
all.
think he's
how old is Verratti now?
Verratti is 30 something, but Verratti would, man, your midfield would work like a fucking beauty
Hey, I gotta
with
go.
Verratti.
I'm back later.
Later, later, son. Yeah, your midfield with Verratti would work like a freaking
Verratti is only
beautiful.
29. You see.
Oh, it's
So
29. Okay.
yeah, he still has got a lot of time, I think.
Man, that would be, whew, that would be
But it
crazy.
will be hard, right?
Huh?
For us, it will be hard to actually buy him.
No, right. Something would have to happen for him to want to leave there. I don't think that's happening. No, hopefully Sanchez, we can get Sanchez. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
hopefully.
That's the best one. Florenzi announced. Paredes is leaving, I heard that too. Pochettino played 4-2-3-1. Yeah, that's what I remembered. Danilo kind of gooey. Alright, so let's see what else is going on. What else is going on? I think we covered everything today, right? Let's see. What are you guys thinking about? Any other topics? Anything? Napoli, Juve, Udinese, the first game.
Yeah, it will be hard, I think.
What's
Wait,
that?
who's our first game of the season?
Udinese.
I think Udinese should be a decent opponent, but I am really concerned with the others after that.
Udinese is usually this team that is always
Giving us problems.
always causes problems. Starting with them, it's not the best. What do you think about Fofana? Fofana. Who's Fofana?
Fofana in League One, I think. I forgot what the team he plays for.
I'm not. I can't remember
He's
who it is.
he's more like, I think, Kessie type of player. I think. I'm not that sure.
Okay. Ziyech coming or not? Maybe. Most likely.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Is he a fighter, guys?
Oh, guys, did you guys talk about the fine that FIGC or something imposed on in Milan? Fine.
Say again. Sorry.
The Milan will fine for changing.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, of
Chiellini
course,
got fined, Krunic
they
got
have.
fined.
Yeah, the FAGG has to say something. I mean, you have to kind of keep it. There has to be decor. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a family show. you He's very stick that trophy up your ass. Or
but
Chala.
he was voted.
Yeah. He's better than Renato in terms of playing. Oh, really? Wow.
Who was
Fofana.
Fofana?
Yeah.
I think he's a defensive midfielder. I don't actually know 100% sure.
So, speaking of midfielders, I guess one that will be very interesting to see is going to be Adli. So, Adli is going to be quite interesting. Um, from the highlights, just looking at his skills, he seems someone that is very capable of managing the ball. So if he can find, surrounded by a great team like AC Milan, and he can do that stuff that we saw in the highlights, I mean, it's a great signing if he can do that. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that right away, though. What do you guys think?
Who are talking about, right?
Adli, what do you think is going to be? What are you expecting from Maldi?
I think he need to start from the bench first and actually need to show that he's actually worth to be in Milan because the team he was playing for was Bordeaux, I think, right? They got relegated, so I'm not that high on him right now because I don't think he's still at the level of Milan right now.
Yeah, of course. It's gonna take time. And but as soon as he's gonna be able to do those things that we saw in his highlights, those through balls, those dribbles that he can do in tight spaces, quick 1-2s, and assists. But especially that through ball. If we can get those through balls in our team, man, that would be nice. That would be nice. Hopefully with Origi, who is a player that actually attacks space, rather than Giroud, who is a player that comes to collect the ball. With you can actually play the through balls, and so Diaz is probably going to have a better season also because of that, because Origi is there.
Yes, I'll be right back.
Adli is
Okay.
probably going to benefit from having a player like Origi that attacks the space and depth, so you can send in those through balls. So I'm expecting Ali to have a decent season, but he's going to face some tough teams. He's
Yeah,
gonna
for sure.
he's gonna have to sweat a little bit. Roy, we got Dian for that. You mean Diaz? We got Diaz for that. So Origi, guys, again, like for me, this player is a good player, good for depth. But I don't know. I just don't want to treat it as if we got Shevchenko. I don't want to treat it as if we got a Ballon d'Or player because we shouldn't.
Yeah, I agree. Like, if we keep our expectation of him low and he performs really great for us, it will be better for us.
Yeah,
Like, we can really go and think of him as a player who will score 20 goals in his first season after coming up from a bench of the team, like Liverpool.
yeah,
Like, he has been playing as a bench player for how many years? I don't even remember. So I don't expect a bench player to immediately come and score 20 goals and play 38 games. That is not going to happen.
exactly, exactly. Christian says, "Why don't we go for Andrea Bellotti? Or do you still believe in him?" Again, I don't think we're gonna go for Bellotti because Origi, we're very
Yeah.
similar. We're very similar players.
After signing Origi, I don't think Belotti is possible.
Yeah, I mean, also like, what is the point of getting Bellotti? Also from a
Yeah.
technical, tactical point of view. If Milan needs to get another striker, they should get something different. Something different.
Do you want Skamaka?
Well, Skamaka, I would look at him as a prospect. So if Skamaka comes, I also not going to say that we have, Neymar or whatever. But Skamaka, one thing I know about Skamaka is that out of all the strikers that at least I looked at this these weeks, and I'm talking about all of Europe, including Jonathan Davis, Darwin Nunes, and everybody else that I've seen. Skamaka is definitely the best one at coming back in the midfield and playing with the team. And then scoring goals, I don't know. We got to see. We got to see if he does it in the big games. He hasn't done it for Italy. Doing it for Sassuolo is, okay, it's good. You show that you can do it for Sassuolo. But now you got to show it that you can do it for Milan, for Juventus, for Inter. So, this is Scamacca. We don't know yet if he's going to become a superstar. He could become just, a mediocre player.
Yeah. He will cost a lot as well. So if Skamaka comes to Milan for 40 million, we will expect at least 15 to 20 goal from him. So that will be a really hard thing for him to achieve.
Yeah, and that's, yeah, of course the price is nothing. But, I heard something today that made a lot of sense. and that was that just to look at the situation with the roster. So basically, the big striker or the striker that they're going to look at as the star, whatever, is going to be coming next year. This year, it's more about completing that midfield, attacking midfield, that attacking midfielder, maybe that right wing, and then the midfielder Sanchez. Like those,
Right.
maybe. Yeah,
Do you think Dybala can play as a number 9 for us sometimes?
Dybala's a number 9. Um,
Yeah.
in a 4-2-3-1. Well, that would depend on who your number 10 is. Because Dybala, as in a 4-2-3-1, that means he would need to have a very strong back game, you know? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, he has to be able to shield the ball and then do a quick layoff. But,
Do you think
those.
he'll be a bit Revic? Like Revic work sometime for us.
The thing about Dybala is that he doesn't do runs. He doesn't do many runs forward. He's another player that likes to come and collect the ball rather than a run into space and wait for someone to give him the perfect pass. So more so, if Dybala is playing there, he's going to come and collect the ball. He's going to try to do quick 1-2s. So your number 10 has to be strong. It has to be. If De Ketelaere is your number 10, then Dybala can be your number 9. Because they can compensate and create that balance. But if you have Dybala as your number 9 and Brahim Diaz as your number 10, like you have no muscle there. Like you're gonna get punished.
So we need a really strong number 10 to be able to do that.
Correct. Right. Yeah, because then the number 10 can exchange with him and shield the ball. Sorry, 1 second. And then the number 9 can come back and do those exchanges. Yeah.
Yeah.
What up, Vasil? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
So,
Sorry, I was on the road, so I was in and out, but now I'm back home, so I'm all ready, set, and to go. You know what I mean?
Nice.
To participate. So,
Great.
what's the topic right now, guys? What are you guys talking about?
Dybala, I guess. Those last things.
yeah.
Yeah, I've heard also that the things with Inter are not going smooth. So I guess we are trying to kind of get involved. I mean, it would be interesting to see. I mean, I don't mind Dybala, signing for us, man. In the right, for the right salary, I'll take that guy, man, 100%.
How much are we going to offer him in salary?
What we're gonna. Well, the reports say 4 million.
No,
Right.
no. What do you think will be the right price?
Oh, the right price for him. I don't know, man. I don't know, to be honest with you. I just doubt that it's 4 million. I think that's
Yeah,
impossible.
it is not possible with 4.
Yeah.
I think minimum 5.5. I think will be possible.
Yeah, I don't even know if. I mean, the guy was asking for 10. You know.
Yeah, but no team is actually going for him right now, so I don't think he can actually ask for that much.
Yeah, he definitely has to bring his expectations lower for sure, because nobody is taking that bait there.
How old is Dybala, guys?
28,
29,
29.
29, I think.
Yeah, I think still a good age. I think he still has a lot to offer.
Yeah, he has a lot of experience as well.
Absolutely.
This area.
And he's technically very gifted player, and
Oh, yeah.
that's what we are liking in our camp right now. I mean, Diaz
Yeah.
is technically sound guy, but he's just off.
Guys, we can do the things like this. We can sign CDK as a striker and play Dybala as a cam. I think that will work.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a good
Yeah.
idea.
yeah,
That
that would work.
CDK,
That's a
I've
good
seen
idea.
some highlight of CDK as striker, and he's really good as a striker as well.
And to be frank, I was also watching that CDK. The vast majority of his games were played as a striker.
Yeah.
You know, guys, I signed him in my FIFA 2022. Honestly, interesting fact. I signed him and he became my top scorer for the team.
Nice.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
he's even in FIFA. He's very like a highly thought after player. So I think we're not. I honestly hope like my perfect transfer market would be, the Katla, Ziyech, Bremer, and a backup for Theo. We need a backup for Theo and a replacement for Cassie. I mean that's like ideal transfer
Yeah,
market. But if we can just sign Ziyech, the Ketelaere, and Bremer, with maybe some promising young striker to learn from Zlatan and Giroud, I'll be happy too. You know,
yeah, I'll be as well.
I think it's realistic to be honest. Like if you really think
Yeah, it
about
is
it,
realistic.
we
Like I
definitely can
think,
sign.
T Catler will at least cost 35 mil, and Dybala will be free, and Bremer will cost another 25 to 30 mil. So we need to sell player as well.
I mean,
So
Castillejo has to go for sure.
yeah, yeah,
Gabia. If we sign another defender, central defender, he has to be loaned out so he can practice, and get even better because he's good rotation player. Um, you know,
yeah.
I feel like he cannot just sit on a bench another season because that's what's gonna happen if he stays. And Maldini needs to go on loan too. He's what 22 now. I mean, the guy
No,
needs to
no.
start playing
Maldini,
regular
I don't
football.
Maldini,
think
no, no,
that's
no.
going to happen.
Maldini's 19.
Oh, 19 still. I mean, I feel like let's be realistic, guys. He's not gonna get much playing time next season. He will get some minutes, but I don't see him play even 10 games next season. So he needs to get practice, man. Like,
So I think the problem is that he's Maldini and he's from the Maldini family, so he can't really
yeah,
play anything beside Milan, like a
you know,
course.
I, and I, you know, I know that, but I'm just trying to be practical. I know it's probably not going to happen because he's Maldini and it's Milan DNA. So to be honest, it's nice to see him play for Milan, even though he's not on the level of his father. But it's nice to see the tradition, continue in the team.
Yeah,
So,
we want future generation of Maldini's to be in Milan as well.
Well, one thing about Maldini that I found out not too long ago was that he was part of the Scudetto winning team U15. Yeah, he was one of the best players in that team. So this
Didn't Leao said that Maldini was really good?
I mean,
right,
they're all saying, guys. Leao said that he's the most technically gifted player. Theo said the same in his interview. I mean, they see him day in and day out in practice. It's just probably he still doesn't have that confidence to play for
Yeah,
the senior team.
yeah, yeah,
I think
yeah,
that's what it is.
right.
yeah, he's still 19, so there is a lot of time to
But I
grow.
mean, his father was already playing for the team, at that age.
Well,
So
the thing about his father is that his father at 16 was already playing for the
I
first
know,
team.
bro. I mean, he's unique. I mean, Paolo Maldini is a
Yeah,
unique player that
yeah,
you don't make players like that often. It's once
right.
every 50 years, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, I wonder if that affects Daniel Maldini because the shoes
Probably,
to
man.
fill are so big.
It's probably definitely affecting him, man. Can you imagine your father is a legend and he is the technical director, man? Come on,
Yeah,
guys. Seriously, man.
that's
That'll be
very funny.
insane, man. That would be insane. Honestly, I would be shitting my pants if I was, a young Maldini, man. Like seriously, man. And then you see Zlatan, Giroud. You see like these monsters, man. Like in a team too. Can you imagine playing with Zlatan on the same team, man? Holy shit, man. That would
But he
Well,
be
can actually
insane.
Francis is
learn a lot
21.
as well.
What
Learn
happened?
from them. He can actually use this opportunity to actually learn from them as well. Like
I
great.
just hope I just hope he's not gonna get stuck just sitting on the bench. That's all I'm hoping floor. Like he needs to
Yeah.
show.
I agree. He needs to play. Like he needs to play.
Yeah.
I really, that's why I'm saying I know he's Maldini, but let's, my practical side of this tells me, man, if he doesn't play for the next 2-3 years regular football, I don't know how he's gonna turn out, man. To be honest,
Do you want
He's
to loan
20.
him?
He's 20. He's 20.
Do you want to loan him out to a Syria club or a Syria B club?
Serie A.
what
No, for sure, Serie A.
Serie A, and where he will be guaranteed at least to play half of the games. You know what I'm saying? Like at least, something like that. Make a deal like that. I don't know. Like you gotta, make sure that the guy plays. I mean, what's the point? Loaning him out if he's gonna sit in another team on a.
Yeah,
He might as well just stay with Milan, man. And play with all these big dudes, man. Learn from Zlatan, from
yeah. But
Dybala if
which
he comes.
Syria team needs a cam right now?
I think a really good destination for him, but not on a permanent basis, would be Sassuolo, because Sassuolo
Oh
there,
yeah.
the
Yeah, but I don't think Sassuolo will agree to something like that.
I don't know.
Even
What
team like
about
Team Sampdoria, for example, I'm just giving an example. He can gain a lot of good experience playing for that team because they're like kind of like a bottom team, but they do play sometimes really good. So it will be good experience. And, last season they actually showed some character. They were like also almost like out of the Serie A, but they showed some character. So maybe that's
Yeah,
a good team for them, like something like Sampdoria.
but
Empoli would be another excellent team for him to play
I
for.
don't think
Yeah,
Sampdoria
Empoli. Yeah.
will be a right destination for him because I think Gianpaolo is their manager, right?
Oh wait,
Yeah,
is
I
he a
don't want.
manager of Sampdoria?
Yeah,
Oh no, then no Sampdoria.
yeah, I don't want him there.
Forget about that, man. I forget about that.
Gianpaolo is shit as a manager, so I don't want him there. I
No,
think.
no, no, no,
What
man.
about what about AC Monza?
Yeah,
Monza, right?
Monza could be.
You
Monza,
know
yeah.
what, man? Monza could be. I feel like at this point the best for him would be Empoli for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Empoli
And
would be the best.
Monza will be good too. I think Monza will be good
Yeah.
too.
Oh, talking
Monza,
about
Empoli.
talking about Empoli, I think Colombo is joining Empoli.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something like the
Are you
reports are
sure?
saying.
Last I
Is
checked,
Yeah,
it
he
was
back?
Lecce.
yeah,
Is he back?
and the concerning thing is that they have an option to buy as well.
Uh, if he's 20, I don't know. Like I want to give him another year and
Yeah,
then see
I don't know
how
why
it
we
looks.
are even including the option to buy for them.
Yeah, the option to buy is strange.
Yeah, it isn't just a dry loan. I
Also, they
forgot
want to
what
loan
the
out.
short
They want to loan out. Oh,
It's a
interesting.
loan. It's a loan, but I guess if the other team wants to buy him, they buy him.
I've
Yeah,
been hearing guys about this nasty guy that he's like ripping in Primavera, man, like big time. So, have you guys been following Primavera at all?
Nah, I don't. I
no.
don't really follow the Primavera.
Didn't they nearly got relegated or something last time?
Yeah. We're doing very poorly.
Yeah, but he's scoring a lot of goals. That's what I read. Like,
Yeah. Yep. There was reports that maybe he could already go. Yeah, this one right here. That maybe.
nasty. Look at him. He looks pretty tall too. I mean,
Yep.
yeah, not bad, man. I mean, we need to
Magnus
have a homegrown guys
Greenwood,
anyways on the team, so it's perfect. 18 goals. Look at
Yeah.
that. Eight assists. That's not bad, man.
That's good.
That's very good.
He could be sent out on loan. Yeah, already. But I'm kind of disappointed about Colombo. We should see where he's at. Like, I guess he had a decent start against with.
Yeah.
with
You
who's
know
he
what I
playing?
call him? You know the nickname for Colombo that I have?
What is it?
The Terminator, man.
The Terminator.
Yeah, he looks like a little Terminator, man. Like ready to go, man, always.
Yeah, he's got the face, right? The aggressive
Oh,
face.
yeah.
Always
Ready
pissed
to go.
off.
But yes.
Guys, do you know what this source is? Yeah, and I don't know. Like
Which one?
I've put in the private chat. Can you guys see?
Oh, okay. Let
This
me
was
check.
actually tweeted in Twitter.
You
Cam and
spread something.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Leitch. Yeah,
Leipzig.
that's what I knew already. Yeah.
I think Lecce will be good for him, man. Why not? He needs to play. So, man,
let's say,
but
but
Dybala, man.
agreement is constructed around a loan with an option to buy. I am very concerned with this.
I mean,
Yeah, I
option,
don't understand
option.
that. I don't understand that. I mean, option to buy means that if
Yeah,
they
they
want the
can buy.
option to buy him, they can buy him. But I don't know if that means that we don't have any say in it anymore.
Oh, we do, man. We do. I think there's conditions too. Probably it's not just, hey, here's the money, just pay. I'm sure if we don't want to sell, we're not going to sell. I mean, I'm sure there's clauses, man, that both teams are trying to protect themselves. I mean, in
Hans says
case.
we have a buyback clause.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, if that's the case, that will be fine.
Hans, the Swedish guy.
Yeah,
Okay, what's up, Hans?
Hans the scout.
The scout.
Only if you're tall, though. Only if you're tall.
Yes.
Oh shit! All right. Well, Florenzi is official, Vasil.
Finally.
Um, what else is there? What else is there? I'm kind of surprised that there's like no Mercato news. Oh wait, we lost Vasil. One second. There you are.
Sorry, guys.
Like,
I got kicked out for no reason. I'm like, what the hell, man?
I don't know what happened. What do you think of Florenzi, Vasil? Renewal.
Awesome. I actually like him. I like Florenzi. I think he also brings a lot to the team in the locker room. Like you can see, everybody likes him. All the guys, when they score, they run to Florenzi to celebrate.
yes.
So that's a very good sign. That means that he has some kind of reputation in the team. He has influence on these young kids, and he has a lot of experience. I mean, he played for Roma. He played for PSG. I mean, the guy is good. He's good. Like
He plays
he's
for
perfect
Valencia
backup.
as well, I think.
He's perfect backup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for Calabria. So I'm all in for Florence. I know some
Like,
people hate it. Yeah.
like I think Florenzi loves being at Milan as well because he has to jump teams a lot after he left Roma.
You
Yeah,
like I don't know if you ever heard this story, but he's a Roma big fan since he was a kid. I mean, obviously he came through Roma's youth academy, I believe, and he, in one of his interviews back in the day, he said he will never switch to another Italian team, only Roma. But I guess he truly does love Milan, because you can see it.
yeah, I think he was actually forced to join Milan because he didn't actually have that many offers.
I mean, but I think he's a solid. It's a good mix. It's a mix of experience,
Yeah, for sure.
skills. He does have skills. He can do free kicks. He's pretty good at free kicks. I mean, he
Yeah,
has a good shot from outside, and maybe not the fastest guy, but he can keep up. With most of the guys, not all, but
I
most of
forgot which goal, which team he scored against, but he came from the bench and scored a really good
Oh,
goal.
that was Verona, man. How was Verona?
Yeah, yeah. He
Third
can
goal.
score as
Third
well.
goal. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
beautiful one.
yeah. Very beautiful.
Is
He can
Nate
actually
here or he's sleeping? Nate.
Nathan is actually busy right now, I think.
Oh, he's driving probably. I got you. But yeah, I'm happy that we signed him. I'm actually happy.
Yeah,
So that's a good news for me
like
personally.
he can play in left back as well for us
Yeah.
when we need him. Like he's very versatile.
Just to
Plus
change
he's
topic.
Italian. Yeah.
Just to change
Yeah,
the
yeah.
topic a little bit, because I was reading this, and just an old chunk of code from Italia is saying, "Look at that guy. He's making double my wages. I deserve more." I wonder if Milan should really pay attention to that because the locker room is so important, and right now the Milan locker room is really united together. Even because there's balance there when you look at the contracts, and if you bring a guy that makes double or triple everybody else, I wonder if I would disrupt the balance of the
Well,
locker
it
room.
depends on who we are bringing. I think if we bring a Dybala and we pay him like 6 million, I don't think anyone will complain because Dybala has already been a top player of Syria. But so if our player actually wants 6 million as well, they need to do double their what they are doing right now. So they can really ask for like 6 million a year at the age of like 2022.
You're right. That's a good point.
Like Dybala is right now is 29 years old, so he
No,
actually
I
has
mean
the experience.
Dybala. To be honest, Dybala deserves the six
Yeah,
million, man.
yeah,
Like,
he deserves
Yeah, I agree.
the 6 million because he has the experience of Syria as well, and he is a winner with Juventus.
can you guys imagine like him assisting like Giroud, Ibrahimovic, man, like all this? I mean, he has such a tactical awareness. This guy. I mean, he's very like
Oh yeah, of course.
technically savvy. He can shoot from outside. I mean, like, yeah, he'll bring a lot to the team, man. Like,
Yeah, for
I
sure.
would go
Yeah,
for
for
Dybala,
sure.
man, big time. I would go
Yeah,
for Dybala big time.
we need someone to be a difference maker. We can
Plus,
always
I
rely on Leo.
plus I wanted to rub it into Juventus too. Be like,
Yeah, for
here,
both
cocksuckers.
Juventus and Inter, because
Exactly.
even Inter fans will be mad at us.
Um, just an old chunk says 6 million for Dybala means 12 million gross a year. Do you guys understand that? I mean,
Yes, we definitely
Yes, but
understand
we
that.
have to pay someone. This price is really
Cassie's gone, Romagnoli's gone, who were
yeah.
paying a lot of money.
Zlatan is not
So
getting
yeah,
7 million as well,
so Zlatan is not getting the 7 mil. I mean,
so we need
you
to pay
gotta
someone.
yeah, you gotta pay top players the top money, man. Like, you cannot lowball them. Like, we're never gonna sign anybody if we were gonna lowball everybody, man. I mean, that's just not gonna happen. You know.
The Congo comment, can you highlight that, Roy?
second,
Congo comments, Congo. Can
Dybala
you?
has image right problems, if I remember
Yeah,
from when we
I
tried to
think
sign him.
he already fixed that problem by giving them the money. I may be wrong, but I think he already fixed that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. I agree that Dybala deserves 6 million a year, if not more. I'm saying that Theo and Leao don't deserve to be paid so much less than him, and we need to raise their wages if we want to keep them. I think what
I th-
Alan said was right. It's about where you are in your career, how old you are, etc., etc. Like they're young right now to be asking
they
that kind
can
of money.
ask the 6 million when they are real winners, like 25, 26, when they reach
Exactly. When
their
they're
prime.
25, when we're 26, 27. Basically, their next contract. The next
Yeah, yeah,
contract.
next
But
contract.
this contract, it should be balanced. It shouldn't be.
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
should be some difference.
Theo already signed extensions, so we good with Theo for now.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't think
you
he will
know,
create problems for Justification.
Leao, on the other hand, we would have to cough up some cash, man. Like, if we want to
Yeah,
keep him, there's no other option. Uh,
uh,
it's not gonna work. 4 million, he's not gonna agree. I can tell you right now, and I think you guys already know it too, that he is not gonna agree for 4 million.
Well,
You
remember
know.
that we always had these super high wages for like specific players, like Donnarumma, like that, which was crazy. Obviously, that made no sense. And the fact that they even
Yep.
offered him a contract close to uh, for that same amount is crazy. So I'm thinking, man, if we were ready to pay Donnarumma 8 million, how can they not pay Leao what he's asking for?
They
I
will
don't.
probably. They will,
Yeah,
because
they will.
Maldini loves Leao. You can see that he really loves him, and he will do whatever he has to do on his end to get it done. I just, like, my gut feeling tells me that he's going to work really hard. If there's a will on Leao's side to negotiate and be a little bit flexible, then I think the deal will be struck for sure. I mean, like, I'm obviously being super optimistic, but
Yeah.
Like,
reality can be different.
don't you guys think that if we pay is like the problem of him needing to give 20 million? Like if we pay that 20 million and give him a salary of only like 5 million, I think he will agree to something like that.
Yeah, let's see. That's one of the ideas that was circulating in Italy. Let's see. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I mean,
Like
that'll be
if
huge. That's like a bonus to him, pretty
yeah,
much. Like, here, we're taking care of this. Here's the salary we offer.
yeah,
Take it or
we'll
leave it.
offer him a long contract that way. Like a 5 year contract for 5 million a year, something like that.
Yeah, and a big release clause.
Yeah, release club of maybe like 200 million
I
at least.
mean, yeah, either way, whoever wants to buy him, it's going to be over 100 million. Let's put it
Yeah,
this way. If they want to get him,
as
nothing
long
less
as
than that.
we keep him in our club, we can always sell him
Oh, easy.
if
I
we have
mean,
to.
yeah, it's just like right now, let's just renew him. And if down the road we'll sell, we know we're going to sell him for very good money. So either way, it's win-win
Yeah, either
for
way this.
everybody.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, and I know people are like freaking out. Oh my God, he still hasn't signed. Maldini, the most important Maldini signed. And I think once he signed, we know that that's when the real transfer market started. It started today. I mean,
yeah,
officially started today, but it also for us, it started today because it's official that Maldini signed, Massara signed, and that's the best news that I heard in the last week. So, I was very happy to hear that yesterday that he signed finally. And I'm hoping that did give him a little bit more power when it comes to transfers. I think that's what he really wanted. So I'm sure they kind of had to agree on something regarding that,
Yeah.
because I mean, there's no way he signed contract again the same as he used to have. No, there's no way.
yeah.
Like he
That's not
definitely
possible.
has more power now, and I hope that will help build the team because this team right now is there because of Maldini. Let's be honest. Yeah, he made some mistakes. He's not perfect, but if you have to be honest, he created this team pretty much. So with the help of other guys, but he is the mastermind behind it.
He and Masara pretty much.
Yeah, Massara plus Pioli too. Pioli also definitely has input when it comes down to
Yeah,
transfers.
but the
He definitely.
biggest part of the success is Maldini because he kept Pioli and he didn't let Renick come to Milan.
Oh my God, I'm so happy, man, because that Ranić, he would
Yeah,
screw this. He would screw us
yeah.
so bad. Oh my
He
God.
he was only talks, and like he was so bad at Man United.
He was really bad, man. He almost
Yeah,
ruined the team, man. Like you can see
yeah,
that Cristiano Ronaldo was so pissed every game. He was
yeah.
so mad.
Like he
Like,
blames his player a lot. I don't know why. I know
yeah,
Man United
yeah. I mean,
doesn't have that great of a player right now, team, but you can't be always going out in the media and always blaming your players. You need to take responsibility sometimes as well. Like I don't like his attitude. Like
yeah.
he
I mean,
left as soon as Ten Hag came, he left as well. So
I mean, that just shows you. That just shows you this Rania guy. I think he's good for Germany. Like on that region, he's perfect. Just he should have just stayed there and do his thing, man. I don't
yeah,
think he fits anywhere else,
I
man.
think
Like,
he is more better for a building team, like something like a not that big of an objective, like something like RB Leipzig is great for him because they are actually not thinking about going for Champions League or the Scudetto. I don't
you
think he's
know,
a winner.
and the other thing, I think he had full freedom in terms of actions in the RB Leipzig. He was pretty
Yes,
much doing what he wanted to do, and in Manchester, it's not gonna fly, man. Like
yeah,
he's not gonna be just doing whatever he wants to do, man. I mean, it's a big club with the big fan base, and I mean, obviously, certain image that Manu has. I mean, they have to, they have to keep it up. And I don't think Raniak is. I don't think he understood how Manu works, man. I don't think he got it at all, like whatsoever. You know.
yeah.
You know who can save them is Sir Alex Ferguson, man. He should just come back for a year or two
Yeah,
and help
but
them out, man.
yeah, but that's not possible. I
I mean,
think
honestly, I hate seeing Manchester City winning. I actually kind of want Manu be. I want a Manu to be back and fighting for titles, man. Because it's just getting. I'm
uh,
getting tired of Manchester City, man.
the team I want in Premier League to win is Spurs because they are looked down by everyone. They are like the underdog. They haven't actually won anything. So if they actually won something, then it will be fun to see.
Hey guys, sorry, just to there's apparently I don't know if this is true, but people here are confirming this that Bakayoko said he's staying for another year at Milan. Again, I haven't seen. I checked his Instagram. There was nothing there, but it seems like I don't know if you guys are trolling, but it seems
I
like
don't
some
know
people
about that.
might some people are confirming it. But if it is true, that does mean that one of Pobega and Ali are going, and I'm suspecting Pobega is going to be sold in exchange for someone.
I mean,
I think it will be Bremer. Yeah.
man, like I mean, honestly, that's my ideal central defender signing is Bremer, man. I honestly fell in love with that guy last season, man. Such a strong defender, man. If we sign him, we're good in defense for years to come, and keep
Wait,
the
wait,
rest of the guys.
sorry. It says see you at the training on Monday on his Instagram, but that doesn't mean that he's staying for another year.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Honestly, Bakayoko, I feel like there's a lot of hate on him, and for sure he deserves some of
He
it.
makes a lot of
Guys,
errors. I think that's the problem.
yeah, I know, but everybody's going to be a train. Caldara is going to be a training. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's going to be everybody that is signed to Milan is going to be training. Whether he's going to stay for another year or not, nothing has
Yeah.
come
Yeah,
out.
yeah. The market is just open, guys. So it's still another month before the final team will be finalized, so to say, before the start of the Serie A. So
Yeah, for
anything can happen. And Bakayoko, only problem he has is his confidence. Once he can gain his
Yeah.
confidence, he's not bad, man. He used to be one of the best in his position.
Yeah, in
So
20, I think it was during Gattuso's era. I think he was really good
yeah,
at
yeah,
that time.
yeah. He was very good actually. So I would give him a chance. To be honest.
Yes, if Duarte is still part of the team and then he's back on a loan or something, he's going to be in training. Everybody's going to be in training.
Guys, Mirante resigned for us. I think
I mean, yeah.
extends. Yeah.
Hey, good question here from Kangoo. You have 150 million budget, but you can only spend it in one league to strengthen Milan. Would it be Serie A, Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, Ligue 1? What would be which league would you guys choose?
150 million. I think I'll choose Bundesliga or La Liga. I think Bundesliga just for that Ian Cuckoo deal.
And I would also definitely look into League One, the French league, man. There's a lot of young, talented players there too.
Yeah.
That you can
French players.
take. Yeah, French players are probably top players right now. I mean, in terms of like the amount, the quantity, there's a lot of them. I mean, look at Milan. We have French connection going on.
Yeah.
In Milan.
Yeah, I think that's where you'd get the best deals for sure.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Premier League, no. Premier League,
no. Premier League, you will get 2 players, man. You might get 2 players if you're lucky.
I don't want Maguire. I don't want Maguire.
Oh shit, man! This is so. It's sad. It's funny, but it's sad, man. At the same time,
like,
seriously, man.
Think about this, guys. 150 million will not be enough for Premier League.
No, man, that's
115 is like 2 or 3 players.
Like 2 if you like it, you get 2 very good players for 150.
That's
man.
it.
I mean,
in League One, we can spend 150 million and get a whole team of great players.
Yeah, true.
Like very good young prospects, and not just young prospects. You can get some already established players too.
Yeah, for sure.
That are playing well.
You can get.
That's why everybody shops. That's why everybody shops at French
Guys,
league.
we
Yeah.
can get Donnarumma back.
Oh my God, man! No, man. No, I don't
No,
want
I mean,
Donnarumma.
there's Sanchez there, but I would really like
Yeah,
to see him come to
Santos,
Milan. There's Guiri
Neymar.
that there's Guiri, that guy that Laird likes a lot.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
looks good.
yeah. It's very good.
And there's a lot of players that are yet to be discovered.
Yeah, what's going on with Sanchez, guys? What's the latest on him? Is he going to PSG?
Well, today there was a report that the PSG president said that PSG is not. Sorry, the Lille president today said that PSG has never asked them about Sanchez.
Oh, interesting. But they could be games, man. They could be games they play.
Yeah, you can
You know.
actually say that to actually encourage PSG to actually make an offer.
Yeah. They're pretty much what they're trying to do is to create a bidding war between Milan and PSG. Obviously PSG is going to win, but they still want to create a little game.
They want to
To
accelerate the process, maybe.
But I really thought that Sanchez really was into Milan. Magnan is there. That he's body with and all this
Yeah,
stuff. I mean, I don't
I
know,
think
man. Maybe he still might come. Who knows?
yeah, there is possibility of that, but Milan actually has to offer something to live. As of
I
right
mean,
now, we
it
don't
would
think
have to be. What are we offering? 20 million, 18 million, or something like
we
that?
haven't actually offered anything because just now Maldini has resigned, so now we'll start our mercato. I think. So I think we'll offer them maybe 20 million at max. I don't
Yeah,
think we'll
probably. I
go.
don't think we'll go more than that. That's like a
Yeah, I
max,
don't.
max, max. Maybe with
Yeah,
some bonuses,
Oh,
but
yeah.
wait,
Hopefully,
hold on, guys, hold the phone, guys. So
holding.
uh, Bakayoko. Wait, no, never mind. There's a home of Milan. I'm not sure what Instagram this is. Basically, home of Milan is an Instagram page that has 24,000 followers. It says Timo Bakayoko seems to confirm that he will stay at Milan for the second year of his loan. Mom says, "Son, you ready for that season? See you Monday." Oh, okay, never mind, guys. Sorry, never mind.
I mean,
This does not confirm that he's staying at Milan.
yeah,
yeah, who knows? I mean,
His
even if he stays, we have to play a lot of Serie A, Italian Cup, Champions League. I mean, there's a lot of games, so we need depth. At the end of the day, and he didn't play too bad last season. Whatever he played, I mean, he wasn't horrible.
I think
So
one goal against. I think he caused the goal of Skamaka against Sassuolo. I think that was the biggest error he did last season.
yeah, I mean that's about it. And now Casey is gone. Maybe that'll give him confidence. Like, listen, this is my chance to show what I can do.
I
You know.
think
But if he stays, that means that we're not getting another midfielder, or that Pobega or Adli are leaving. One maybe Adli,
Pobega,
maybe
Pobega is
Adli
going to be
alone
included.
or Pobega.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Pobega is going to be included either in, if we go for Zaniolo. I mean, I know they like, Roma likes Pobega, so he
Yeah,
could be included.
yeah,
Or Bremer.
or
Or
Bremer.
Bremer,
Yeah,
those two.
it's those two operations.
I'll
Correct.
rather sell to Torino than Roma
And get Bremer.
because to get Bremer and to not be a competition of Tom 4. If
I
he goes
mean,
to Roma and he becomes really big player, I don't think we can actually buy him back or something like that.
we gave, Cristante is AC Milan youth product that's playing for Roma. And then Acerbi plays for Lazio. So we have quite a few of our youth products that are playing for like good top teams. So that's
Yeah,
always good to see. It's good to see actually. That there's you know we have players that are playing in
yeah,
good
but
teams.
but we can really sign them back or anything like that.
That's a
Like
good
if
question, though, that you posed, Aaron. Would you rather sell him to Zaniolo, or would you rather sell him for Bremer? Um, that's a really good question, and it's hard for me to answer that question, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good question, man.
Do you guys want a defender first or a right winger? That's
I
open
would
also.
say I would say right winger is necessity, like it's a must,
Yeah,
regardless. So I would say at this point, I would say probably if I had to pick between one, I would go probably for Zaniolo because of
yeah,
right wing. But
but
it's
but
very close.
Bremer is really good as well.
I mean, Bremer is. I think he was the top defender of last season. To
Yeah.
be honest,
Yeah, him
I
and
mean
Tomori.
he ate when we played against Torino. He did not give any chance to our strikers, man. He just got them in his pocket, pretty
Yeah.
much.
That's why Torino had the fifth best defense, I think, right?
Torino was good, man. I feel bad for them that they didn't make it to like top six because they played some good football. You know this Juric guy, man. He's very interesting
Oh,
coach, man.
dude, check it
Very
out.
interesting.
Torino was the fifth team with the least amount of goals. So if they would have
Wow.
scored 20 more goals, something like that, they could have been fighting for top five.
Yep.
And
Yep.
more, I think they conceded a few in the last few games. I think before that they had a really good goal defense
Yeah,
as well.
Bremer.
I want the real team from Torino to shine, which is Torino, man. I want Torino to be back. I want Torino to be back like they used to be, man, back in the day, man. Fuck you, man.
Juve doesn't have a real rival, city rival like
Yeah,
Milan has. Huh?
Yeah, yeah,
It's too
yeah.
easy for them.
Unfortunately, I want
yeah.
I want some rich guy, like really super wealthy rich guy, buy Torino and just destroy Juventus, man.
But what about Milan? We need
I
a
mean, would
rich
be
honor as well.
would be good competition. I'm just tired of seeing corrupted Juve, man. That's all I'm trying to say here, man. I'm tired of corrupted Juve. I just cannot stand. That's the only team that I truly hate is Juve. I don't even hate that much Inter as I hate Juve, man.
Gotcha. Andre Onana, this was a goalkeeper from Ajax, is official now to Inter.
Yeah,
Oh, he's like that black guy, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Andre
yeah.
Onana.
He's actually
I
pretty
think
good. He's pretty good,
yeah,
actually.
he's really good. They
Uh,
got him free as well. Yeah,
I,
that's
I,
a
re-
really good deal.
I remember he was rated really highly, but then after the whole Inter thing happened, he got pushed to the bench, right?
I don't
Um,
actually know about that. You see.
I don't know about that, man. What happened exactly?
That just the fans didn't like the fact that he was going to go to Inter. I
I
don't know.
think he had a pre-agreement really early, so that
Oh, he
got
had
paid.
pre-agreement. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, now
Yeah,
it makes sense.
guys, what do you think
Now,
about Pogba to come into Juve? Do you think that's going to make a big difference for Juve? Di Maria,
no,
Pogba.
no, not Pogba. Di Maria is a very good player. He can definitely be a game changer on his really good day. Pogba, no, man. I never understood what's this big hype about Pogba. Yeah, he's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but he's not like this superstar that, like, I don't know, man. He's not on the level of not even close to a level to like Zlatan or Ronaldo or Messi. He's not even close to that, man.
like
So
I think Pogba will actually be an upgrade in the midfield of Juventus because I think Juventus midfield is really bad. I don't even rate Locatelli that high, so I think Pogba will at least be an upgrade of an
I
midfielder.
think
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, he's definitely gonna be a good addition. Don't get
yeah.
me wrong, but do I think he's gonna bring glory to Juventus? No,
No, no,
I
no.
don't think so.
That's nothing. I think
No.
Vlahovic or Chiesa will be the main guy
Yeah,
of
those
Juventus.
two, I worry about those two more than
Yeah,
Pogba. Di Maria, I actually worry about him because he is definitely a world class player, man, for sure.
yeah.
I mean, he's
Di,
definitely.
Di Maria has actually carried Argentina in the finals. like when Messi was not playing that well or something like that. I think he can
Yeah,
make the
he's
difference a lot.
oh yeah, he's very good. Like so, that's definitely a good addition. It's nice to see, top quality players coming to Serie A. Not
Yeah,
good to see they're coming to corrupted Juventus, but it is what it is, man. You know,
they need to
not gonna
come to
cry.
Milan as well now.
Yeah. We need to bring some top level players too,
Hopefully,
And I mean,
Ziyech.
Ziyech. Honestly, if we sign Ziyech, I'll be so much more relaxed
Yeah,
um,
for
than
sure.
I am right now because Salad Maker and Messiah, they're
I I I
just
think they
not.
are not bad players, but I don't think they are starting players for a big team. Like they can
No,
be, they can. I think Salam because is really good defensive play or dribbling wise, but his final thought decision making is not that good enough for a big team. So I think
decision making. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, decision making.
Uh, so someone like GH will be a big upgrade on Salam because if Salam Maker or Salam Messias can be a bench player, they will be a really great help for Milan. But I don't think they are really good players for starting position.
I would actually put Messias over Salad Maker in a lot of games. Certain games, I think Salad Maker fits better, but Messias offers more in attack for sure.
Yeah, Messias
So
is more of an offensive player than I think he played as a cam before, and when he joined Milan, started playing right wing.
yeah. So the other thing is that I've been reading that if the right offer arrives for Salad Maker, Milan will consider selling him.
Yeah, I think
So
Salamaker is sellable. I think because he was main right winger last season, so I think teams are looking at him right now.
yeah, he did not progress last season at all. Like I didn't see any big improvements on his side. So, that's why he lost his spot to Messias because he's just not producing. He was making a lot of basic mistakes. Some games he frustrated me so much, man. I wanted to go and choke him, like quickly, just
Yeah, I
because
think he's great as a right midfielder, right center mid, something like that. But as a right winger, we expect our right wingers to be as good as our left winger, that is Leao in the left. When you have Leao's quality in the left and we have Salamakers on the right, we can see the difference a lot.
disbalance. It's like a
Yeah,
disbalance, man.
yeah,
It's
this
like
balance.
on your car you have a good tire and a flat, not flat, but like almost bald that needs to be changed tire, man. That's what
Yeah,
it looked to me when Salad Maker played on the right, man. I was like, God damn it, man.
yeah.
He's good defensive.
Yeah,
Like,
defensively is good. Like if he comes up as a sub, when we are winning like 1 or 2-0, and he comes off as a sub, I think he'll be good sub. But I don't think he's a difference maker. I don't think
no, no, no. Yeah, definitely
he will
not. Definitely.
ever bring Milan from 1-0 down to 2-1, something like that. I don't think
No,
he will
no, no,
ever
no,
create something like that.
no. That's why I would put it this way. If somebody comes, which I don't know if it's but who knows? Maybe it can happen. With the offer of 20 million plus, I think Milan would definitely listen to the offer. Definitely
Yeah,
for Salad
I'll
Maker,
say, I think we can sell Salamakers for 20 to 25 mil,
and that's
something like
perfect, man. That's perfect
yeah.
for our market because we do need some
Yeah,
cash, and we need to sell what's his name, Castelliero, man.
even
Because
Caldara, I think.
Caldara, I think we are selling Caldara, and I think Durate is also being sold to like this Turkish team.
Yeah,
So hopefully, because we need to get rid of some dead wood, man. Like
yeah,
I don't want to see Caldara in Milan shirt ever again, man. Like that guy does
yeah.
not deserve to be in Milan shirt whatsoever.
Like, didn't he? As soon as he recovered from the injury, he asked mm, to go out of Milan. I think something like
Yeah, then he
like
can go.
yeah.
Who's gonna
I
miss him? Nobody.
yeah. No, no, no. I meant he was injured a lot of time in Milan. I think right.
Oh yeah, he did,
Like
he played like one game, man. All
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
time, he played like one game for Milan, and then he
We
looked like shit when he
yeah
played
we
for us.
basically paid him like 38 million or something like that, because we swapped Bonucci and him, I think. Like at that time, Bonucci was worth 38 million, I think,
Yeah,
in
I mean,
Juventus.
yeah. I mean, I think they gave us an injury-prone player. I mean,
Yeah,
good business on their end. I mean, they got rid of player that is useless, and we bought useless player. But that's
yeah.
okay. It was during that Chinese, bad times that we had that ownership. But now there's only a couple players left that we need to get rid. It's Castelao for sure,
Mm.
Caldara, Durare. Who else do we need to get rid of?
What about Bakayoko? Do you think
Yeah, I mean,
Bakayoko should stay or leave?
depends, man. I mean, obviously, if we get Sanchez, hell yeah, he needs.
Bakayoko, there's no money we would make from him if he leaves because it's a loan.
Yeah, we just can
Oh yeah,
cut. We just can cancel the loan, but that's about it.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
nothing coming our way. So I would
yeah.
say depends if we sign Sanchez or not. I mean, if we don't, who knows? It depends if Pobaga is going to be with us or we're going to use him for some, other player that can exchange. It's a lot of scenarios. Like it's
I
kind of hard to
think
say.
we can sell Pogba for 15 to 20 mil at least, right? I
Oh,
think it's
easy.
worth it.
Pobaga is minimum 15 million. That's a minimum.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yo, what's going
Yes,
on,
please.
bro?
Yeah, man. Sorry that I was gone for a long ass time. Just some stupid shit. But what's the topic?
Yeah, we're talking about players that we need to get rid this transfer market. Durate, Caldara, Castelao. Who else? Who else is on that list?
Salamakers, Rebic.
For the right price,
Yeah,
Salamaker,
right price. Rebic. And who
Rabic
is
too.
other?
If a good price arrives, I think he needs to go. Even though I like Rabic.
I want like 20 million for Rebic as well, but I think 15 million. I think Milan will sell him for 15. Like he
Oh yeah, Ballatore. That's right. You're
hasn't
right, man.
basically played at
Ballatore
all
too
last
needs
season.
to go. Yeah, he
Well,
needs to go, man.
we can't get rid of Balotelli until we actually have a replacement lined up.
Yeah, I don't
But
think we
yeah,
are letting him go.
yeah,
You know,
but I think the other position, like you guys said, I would keep Salamakers. Um, he is a good closer, like for
Yeah,
someone to
we
finish the game off.
yeah,
You do need a
but
person like
Nathan,
that.
but Nathan, we have to sell because our budget is not that great. We are trying to increase our budget
Oh
for
yeah,
signing other
I do
players.
agree with that as
That's the
well.
only problem.
If you get like a 25 million offer for Salamakers, it has to be
I
done.
think he's gone, man. I think if we get over 20 mil, Salamaker is gone, man. Like,
Yeah.
I think Milan will sell him because
Do you
last
guys?
season he was bad. He was bad, and he did not show any improvement, to be honest,
Yeah,
compared to
for
the
sure.
previous season.
Yeah, I
Guys,
agree.
do you think that 35 mil plus Salamakers was
You
a
mean
true
20
news or true rumor?
about
Yeah,
what
25, I think it was.
2025? Who is
Yeah.
trying to buy him? Because I don't know anything about him.
No. Zaniolio deal. Like we were offering Salamakers plus
Oh,
money.
okay. Oh,
Do you
yeah. I
think?
mean, but I don't think Roma likes Salamakers, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I think
Zaniolo is
Pobaga.
going to Juventus.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the news now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like really close to finishing
I
everything
think we'll
up.
lose Zaniolo. I think no.
Man,
Yep.
that's why I
Like
told you guys
Juventus
I don't
got
like
the
corrupted
money.
Juve, man. I don't like corrupted Juve. They've been always doing this stuff,
Like
man, for
they have a rich
decades.
owner, right?
Yeah, and Yelly family owns Italy pretty much, so
Yeah.
that's why I have a problem with it because
Like how did they even build a stadium in this corrupted Italy? Like
I mean
it
that's
is.
why they built the stadium
Yeah.
because they have the power to do
Yeah.
it.
Like
I mean,
even
they have,
Berlusconi couldn't do that.
they have even in that city they own a huge park, like a public park. So they own a lot of land in the city of Turin. For some reason,
Yeah.
it's easier for them to get to the heart of the matter and get stuff done. I guess Milano is even more complicated.
Yeah,
Plus, yeah, don't
but
forget the team is owned by Agnelli family that pretty much owns Fiat. They own pretty much half of Italy's economy, man. So
that's why
obviously
they
they
are
have the
getting
power.
sponsored by Jeep as well, right?
Yeah, I
That's
think Jeep has been their sponsor for a while now.
yeah. They offer them a lot of money as well.
I mean, Adidas pays them over 50 million, man, per season. So
Yeah,
we got to get to that level. We are, we're one
but
step closer now. But
for that to happen, we need players as well. Like
yeah, we need big
Juventus,
players.
a big name players in our team. Only then we can seal our resource. So that way we can get a big uh, sponsor as well.
I
That's why
agree.
that's why I've heard you guys talking about Neymar. You know, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
yesterday was
in on the pitch I don't know how good Neymar will be because he's not actually available every game because he barely plays like 20 matches a season. But but in the terms of revenue and image, right? I think he will bring a lot to Milan. Like we can really attract a lot of new generation fans to Milan. Like in that way, we can in the future get a lot of sponsorship deals as well. Like we can really rely on having Salamakers as our player to represent Milan. Even Leao has a lot of time to be that big name player who will sell shorts here and there. I think we will need eventually a player like Neymar or even Dybala to to sell shorts.
Yeah, I agree. And this is another reason why I always say, for those who don't understand business, in order to make money, you got to spend money. I
Yeah,
understand that there's the fear of, well, what if this player doesn't work out? What if that player doesn't work out? Teams who think like that are teams who don't win the Champions League.
yeah,
Those are bottom feeding mid table teams. The teams who go out and understand that, hey, you might spend big on a player and he might be a failure, but you can't be afraid of failure.
yes, for sure.
Like this is why I say if you fail at something, you at least know that you took a chance. Whereas if you don't take a chance, you're definitely not going to get whatever it is you're trying to achieve.
Hans definitely does not agree that we need Neymar.
Hans doesn't understand that South American the South American market is too big to miss. Like Barca and Real Madrid dominate the South American market, and they always get those
Yeah,
players because they continuously have the best players on their team, and it makes it easier for them to get players like against Manchester City or Liverpool or Chelsea because the interest is already there.
like we need Brazilian players in our team as well right now.
yeah. What happened to our Brazilian connection, guys?
Yeah, last
I think
time it was Paqueta, right? Last player.
Guys, we truly need to get Kaka on Milan,
Yeah.
management team. We
yeah.
definitely.
He definitely
Yeah,
would suit. He definitely would fit in that team.
I mean, let's look at Zaniolo. Outside of the few Italians that we have, Zaniolo's biggest connection with Milan is Zlatan. He always talks about his idol is Zlatan.
yeah,
If we had the money to come, he would choose us over Juventus because he has a chance to play with Zlatan. That's what having these types of star players can bring you is that little extra edge over a rival team that you're up against.
yeah. Like for Galacticos is an example. Like they didn't actually win anything much, but they actually attracted a lot of players to come to Real Madrid because they pretty much expanded their brand as a like this kind of team with which has all the superstars in their team.
Oh, I see what's going on. Hans is like probably no. Neymar is not tall enough, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, probably. Neymar is not CDK.
Oh man,
That is too funny, dude.
it's all love, man. It's all love, Hans. It's all love, bro. You know.
But it's important. Look at the most successful Milan teams. We were either Italo and Dutch or Italo and Brazilian.
Yeah. We always had that special, I call it special flavor, man.
Yeah.
We need to get Kaka back, man, so he can with his name, man. Can you imagine some Brazilian young kid talented, and you have Kaka coming to your house and be like, "Hey, listen, man, let's come over and play for Milan." Shit, I would say 95% of the time that kid will be like, yes, whatever, man. I'm signing for Milan. We need to 100%. Do that, man.
Yeah,
it's just like Maldini and Theo and Tomori and Kalulu. Like, bro, Maldini as a defender, Maldini comes to you and says, "I think you're good for Milan." Ballatore as well. If he says, "Hey, come play for Milan," like, what the fuck?
You jump in. Say no. You say, "I play for free, man. Just tell me where to come, man." Yeah. I mean, obviously, Maldini. Everybody knows Maldini, man. We need to start bringing those big stars that we had, like Kaka. I mean, Shava probably not, because he's already doing coaching jobs, so he's not gonna just come and be an administrator or something. But we have a lot of guys that will attract, especially Kaka, man. My God, like the South American market. We can get some real talents, man.
Yeah.
But I'm just happy that Maldini signed finally. So I'm just happy that's finally taken care of.
We're secure for 2 more years, at least.
Why just 2 years? That's interesting.
I don't actually know as well. Someone said in chat that we can only offer 2 million to 2 years to the director role. Maybe that is true or not. I don't know. But I think 2 years is not enough for Maldini. I think he should stay with Milan for at least 5-6 years. Then Milan, when Milan is at the top of the world, they can actually think about going in a different direction.
Yeah, but I guess it's a policy. I guess you're right. It's a policy of Elliott, because they're still the owners of the team right now.
Yeah, they're still the owners, but I think if Redbird wants to, they can actually invest in Milan right now if they want to.
Because I mean, the guy, the main guy from Redbird. I read an article that after celebration of Serie A, he was there obviously, and then he went to Milan and did that official paperwork, and then right after that he flew back in to USA and started collecting more money. So he's pretty much what he's doing right now. He's getting more equity, more investment, and I honestly believe that there's behind closed doors, there's probably somebody bigger with more money that is standing behind this guy. He's just like a front face,
but I think he's actually looking for those type of investors, not just single person, but many investors. Like today news came something about like Sacramento Kings owner want to invest in Milan as well by Red Boss team, something like that. So I think Red Bull is trying to actually make Milan like a market to invest by many billionaires around the world.
And one thing that those American companies know how to do is run the business, man. So
as long as it brings success to Milan, that will be fine.
I mean, he said, this new owner, he said that he doesn't like losing. So let's see. I mean, if
let's see.
let's see if he will put his words where they belong. I mean,
Yeah, he can
because
be a real deal or just an actor.
and he needs to understand the mentality. Football here in the world, or especially Italy, Europe, is different from American football. Like
Yes,
it's like it's a
for sure.
part. It's a culture, man. It's not just business. It's not just just go watch a game and forget about it. I mean, this is like people live like until they die. Fans. Like Milan fans, for example. I mean, it's generations of like in families. So it's very serious. It's different. So when you say something, you better back it up, because if you don't, man, he will have a hard time in Italy, man.
Yeah,
From fans,
yeah, and it's
from
not
fans,
like and it's not like this is Liverpool, because aren't they affiliated with Liverpool as well?
they're affiliated with the company that bought Liverpool, so they're not directly what do you call it, invested in Liverpool, but they're like through third parties, something like that, man. So they have ties.
Well, yeah,
They have ties.
they're gonna have to realize that we don't have like the Premier League money that's coming through like TVs and sponsors or mega rich owners or anything like that. So if he doesn't like losing, he's gonna have to understand he's gonna have to put down some money, some real money.
Oh, man, like, I mean, if he wants to really gain some reputation, he needs to make some signature signing, like just to be like, here, this is, I'm in business, you know what I mean? Like, even like
Yeah.
Ziyech, for example, like, that'll be already some kind of a statement. Like, oh, look, guys, I'm serious about, obviously if we can get Sanchez, I mean, that would be even bigger. So, I mean, let's see, man. I think next 2 weeks will show exactly where we are, man. Like, what's the plan? Because last month, June, it was just all about renewing of Maldini, man, pretty much. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah,
That just
and,
might.
and I hope he realizes too that. I hope he realizes too that Milan's name was like really on the line with this whole renewal situation with Maldini. Like, to me, I felt like our image was somewhat like damaged a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
I
man.
didn't like the feeling, if that makes sense.
Oh, I was like, why we as Milan fans always have to go through this, man? Always choose a hard way, man. Not an easy way. Always a hard way, man. Even in this negotiation, like until the last minute, man.
Like, guys, we
Yeah,
were
what's
really
up?
optimistic at the start of like the ownership, because we had recently won a Scudetto, so we were expecting at least more spending than last season. Like, last season we spent like 75 million on net with Elliot, so we were expecting at least 100 to 150 million of a budget this season, because we are the champion of Italy. So our next goal should be to win the Champions League, not to get top four again. So
Exactly.
we were really optimistic about our spending this summer, but as soon as we started hearing this news about 50 million budget, everything of our expectation were, mm, went low. Like,
I
even the
mean,
Maldini renewal situation was really bad for us.
yeah. So a rough start for the new ownership, but I hope it will get smoother, and I think they will figure out things. I'm still giving him a benefit of doubt to this new owner. I'm gonna give him a little bit more time, but we cannot give him too much space. We got to be on their ass, man. Like, as a fans, we have to let them know, when we're not happy about stuff, because I mean, it's important part of business. Fan base. If you're planning to even expand, you gotta, like as Nate said, you gotta spend money, man. Like, you cannot cheap. It will get you so far, man. Like if you're lucky, might get you a little bit farther, but that's about it. Like, you gotta spend some money on some good
Yeah,
players.
for sure.
Like, I
At
would go
least
for
yeah, you go.
I would go for Dybala for sure, man. just to fuck with Inter and Juve and be like, "Fuck you, man. Look at us. We got Dybala, no problem." You know,
If we can
but
get both Dybala and CDK, I think I will be happy with that.
Gazzetta just put out another article 7 minutes ago saying Dybala now it's Derby. Inter needs time. Milan is studying the blitz.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
I think
Maldini in the works already, man.
yeah, we need to finish this deal as soon as possible because I think right now Inter are looking to sell Correa or Dzeko, so they need to first sell their attackers because they have too many attackers right now. So I think they will sell first, then only they can actually afford the salary of Dybala. So I think we should hijack this deal. Yes, yes,
You
yeah,
mean
just
hijack the operation?
yeah,
yeah.
just give him six. Just give him the 6 million he's asking for,
I
and let's
think even
move on
5.5 something like that will be enough
with
with
the nice big
bonuses.
bonuses. With the nice
Yeah,
big bonus,
bonuses. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, for sure.
maybe total like 7 million with bonuses. I mean, yeah, that's doable. You know, if he, based on his performance, shit.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't like saying this because I don't like it when other people say it, but I don't believe this article, this thing that we're on Dybala. I just don't believe it. I think it's made up. But I don't know.
Ah,
Yeah,
Whenever people say it, I kind of think I feel like
is only Gazeta the sports? Other are not saying that.
no. A lot of people are saying it. A lot of
yeah,
journalists.
there has to be. Roy, I always say there has to be. There's cannot be smoke without some fire, man. So there's something going on. There's
Yeah,
something for sure going on.
I want to believe it. Yeah, I want to believe it.
as long as other medias are saying as well, I think it is possible. If only is Gazeta, I don't really believe Gazeta.
I mean,
No,
who believes Gazeta, man?
it's a
Like
lot of different
Yeah,
nobody.
media. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
they were
Yeah,
linking
but
us with Skamaka until that 50 million budget came out.
well, that's but to be fair though, you can't blame these guys for putting that budget because we all expected a budget of at least 120 to 150.
Yeah,
So this was kind of this little tiny budget that they gave was insanely unexpected to say the least. So I
Yeah,
can't. I'm not gonna
50
blame them
mil.
for that.
Yeah,
yeah,
50
50
mil is
minutes.
not gonna fly, man. It's not
Yeah,
enough.
Yeah,
that's too
it's
little. For
it's
the
way
champion
too
of
little.
Italy, like that's really little.
You have to
Right.
minimum 100, man. I would say that's a
Yeah,
minimum.
minimum 100.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, to
Like
achieve.
where
Yeah, go ahead.
it's like saying where did all of our money go to that we won?
Yeah,
Like just winning the league itself and getting the Champions League money, that's already like what 70, 80 million or something like that.
Oh yeah,
So
oh
yeah,
yeah.
so where is that like, where's all of our money going to?
yeah, and we even decreased our salary by a lot.
Exactly.
Roy,
Right.
Roy, I did again.
Damn.
Damn. What happens to Roy sometimes? So
Yeah,
back to the
it just
topic.
doesn't make sense. It
Nah,
doesn't make sense how
50.
you can win the league and only have 50 million to spend. Like
Like
No,
that's
no.
someone's embezzling or some shit.
we spent 75 mil last season, so we actually expect more than 75, not less.
Yeah.
50.
Yeah, I for
Is it
some
the
reason.
same? Is it the
No,
noise?
no, no.
Yeah,
It's good.
Okay.
It's good. Good. No, I feel like guys like it's probably who knows, maybe it's a mind games they're playing, just saying, "Oh, look at us with only 50."
yeah,
Next thing you
but
know,
but
bam.
we actually but we have already lost our players that way.
I
Right.
mean,
Like
Botman. I'm not. As I said
Yeah,
already,
yeah, yeah. You
not
can
worrying
say
too
that
much.
you don't want Bodman, but let's say if Bremer happens the same way that Bodman does, we will keep on losing players again and again and again. And
I
how
mean,
long
Like
are
the
we
whole
going?
politics is wrong, man. Like I'm
yeah,
completely with you guys. This whole politics is completely messed up. Like you win a we own just from Champions League we made 40 million plus. I know that for fact.
Yes.
So come on, like I mean,
and then don't
there's
forget we
money.
sell Casa Milan as well. That
Yeah,
was like
that's what I
another
think
20
too.
million.
I mean,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
like
how can they not have this money available to them? When
Do
that
you,
50 million thing came out, it didn't make any sense to me.
do you think Elliot is taking all the money and keeping it for themselves so they can actually have the highest amount of money they can get from Milan?
Who knows, man? Possible. It's
yeah, because
possibility.
if these guys like
I mean,
Redbird, if they really had
that
that type of
money goes in
cash,
their bank, and then they have to release it again, essentially, because they're in charge of it. So I don't know. Maybe they don't want to. Yeah, maybe they want to keep it. I don't know.
No, and just from
Yeah,
ticket
we
sales,
can take
man,
it.
we made tons of money too.
Yeah, we actually average like 60,000 or less, something like that.
Especially this year, like this winter and spring. I mean, we made some good money. The stadium was full every game.
Yeah,
So like, don't when they tell you 50 million, that's a bunch of bullshit. That's what it is.
and I feel like if these guys
Oh,
had the
just
type
one
of
thing.
money,
So the women's team under 17 won the Scudetto. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful!
nice.
at least
Congrats
they
to
are,
those young ladies, man. Good
yeah,
job. Good job.
our under 17 ladies are doing better.
Future wife of Kalulu probably is playing there,
Let's hope so.
man. Yeah, you know. I mean, who knows,
Do you
man?
guys, does that happen? Like football players getting married?
I mean, bunch of
Men
the
and women?
players got married. Krunic got married. Tatarusano got married. Who else got married, man? There's a couple guys that got married from Milan right after they won Scudetto, man. They're all partying. Krunic was partying like a rock
Mm,
star, man. I was watching
No,
his
no, I
Instagram.
meant something like the men's team marrying the female team.
Oh,
Oh, like
I'm sure it
okay,
happens. I'm sure it
yeah, I'm
happens, man.
sure it happened. Hey,
Like
but
I don't know.
I'm glad for guys like Krunic and Macias, because man, talk about once in a lifetime. You know what I'm saying? Like the rest of the guys on the team, these guys could all go to, for the most part, go to top sides. Like, you know, our back line can play with anybody in Europe. You know, Leao, you know, we already know Zlatan and Giroud, they're already winners.
Yeah.
But Krunic and Macias, like man, I'm really happy for those guys.
Yeah, man.
Like
Yeah.
never
Krunic.
they like everybody else, they all thought with their potential that they're gonna win at some point. But Krunic and Macias, bro, not even in their wildest dreams did they think that they were gonna get this type of opportunity.
Oh yeah, man. Especially, you know, I mean both of them, but especially Macias, man. From
Yeah,
a
Yeah.
especially Macias.
truck driver, man, to a champion of Italy, man. That's an unbelievable story, man. Netflix
Yeah.
should look into this, man. I'm telling you. Like, seriously.
Documentary.
Yeah,
About
they definitely should. And that's another. I really think that they should keep Macias as well.
Oh,
I
Yeah.
I
don't
think they're
sell
keeping
him.
him, Nate. I think
I
they are
think
keeping him.
there is higher possibility of Messias staying than Salamakers.
Yeah,
I think
because
we'll
if
see.
let's say you do, all Macias and Salamakers need to stay. But you know, if you get a skillful winger, and let's say you know he gets tired or cramps or whatever, you could bring a Macias, and you're really not losing that much quality. I think we all
Yeah.
agree Macias is probably better when he comes off the bench.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
for sure. Like if you need to score a goal, Messias is better for sure.
Yeah, right. And
Like
then if
Yeah,
you,
even
yeah,
the goal that got disallowed by Theo getting whistled, I think something like that. Messias scored the goal, but I think it was against Spezia.
yeah, Spezia.
Yeah, like he scored really good goal that time.
oh, he
Like
scored some
20.
beautiful goals, man. Like he
Yeah,
does have technique, and he does have, you know, like he sees the field pretty good. He's not the fastest, but he's not the slowest too. So
yeah,
you know,
Right.
I mean, I like him. He's very low profile, like team player, and never gives you any troubles. So perfect, man. And it looks
Yeah.
like guys like him at the team too. Like you can see that they actually like him. So it's very important. All of those little things.
Yeah.
Man.
The good thing about our team right now is everyone actually gels or likes each other. Like there is a
No, we have a
chemistry.
good team spirit, man. Like team
Yeah.
spirit, and you would have to thank for that, obviously, Pioli, but I would say Zlatan has to do a lot
Yeah.
with that, man.
Zlatan.
A lot of it, man, comes from Zlatan because he's there.
And that's what,
Even
and that's why I'm not afraid of players who have like a really confident, or I guess what you can say cocky attitude, because I feel like those types of guys, when they come to Milan, that all changes. Like
Yeah.
I'm not worried about a person like Lane coming in and talking a lot of shit, because their attitude gets translated into something more positive when they're actually on the team.
Okay, and just picture that, man. Can you imagine that now Lang talking shit to Zlatan, man? I mean, seriously, man. Like, I mean,
All right, that's what I'm
like
saying.
he
Like,
knows
we
better.
have the figures, we have the figureheads to keep these young guys in check, like Zlatan, Giroud, Kjaer. Like that's very, very important for these young players. Even after winning the league, these guys are going to sustain that winning mentality. That
Yeah.
just because we won, don't take that shit for granted
Yeah.
type of mentality.
For sure.
And Zlatan will remind them big time because he's always focused, man. He's always on the go, man. So like you can see him even when he was injured, sitting on the bench, he would be jumping up and down, yelling, running like a coach, man, pretty much. The sideline.
And that's another reason why I want both the Ketelaere and Lang to come, because Zlatan, I think Zlatan would be a good mentor for those two.
Oh yeah,
Very
big time,
good
man.
mentor.
Big time. Like you can see
Oh.
that Leao loves Zlatan. Like they have special relationship, So his publicity, the public persona that Zlatan is showing, it's one thing, but I think behind closed door, he's actually a very helpful guy. Like he actually helps youngsters a lot, like big time. Because you can see they like him a lot.
Yeah.
Even Giroud too, the same. Giroud, like I think he's a great influence on these young guys. Like great influence, and you need that. Kjaer, the same, man. Like he's like calm. He's always calm, focused, very like like super organized. I mean, it's beautiful to see.
Like if Zlatan retires next season, I want him to sign with Milan as a management team, maybe as a assistant coach of Pioli, something like that.
Or even doing
agree.
something. Even doing some scouting or administrative work, whatever he prefers, whatever he wants, let him do it. Like just let him do it, and he'll do it 150%, man.
Yeah,
Because
I agree.
he has Milan DNA. This guy. I mean, you cannot take it away from him, man. Like that's something that is special about Zlatan, man. Like he cannot. Like he loves the club. He loves the club.
I think Zlatan actually wants to be a manager at some point.
Or agent. I think he was
yeah.
talking about being agent. So who
Yeah,
knows?
that's because of Real, I think.
What happened to
Or-
him? Why he died? Does anybody know what the hell happened to him?
I actually don't know. Like there was a lot of news coming out that
It was
Real
like
died.
I mean, he did not look healthy though. Like the guy was overweight, so who knows?
Yeah,
maybe
he was overweight.
maybe heart, maybe
Maybe.
something to with
Something
heart.
like
I
that.
don't know.
But the time when the news came out that he was dead, he actually tweeted and said he was actually fine. But in few days, he actually died again.
Yeah. So
News was
maybe COVID
Okay.
has something to do with it because he had COVID, pretty bad COVID. So who knows, man? The side effects of COVID, I don't know, man.
I
But
think him being unhealthy body, I think that's the cause of the death. Maybe even diabetes or something like that.
yeah, I mean, like the guy did not look healthy whatsoever, man.
Yeah.
He was not taking care of himself, So, I mean, who knows? Anything can happen. I just thought maybe you guys knew like the cause of that, but even though not the biggest fan of him, but
I don't think it was ever reported. I don't think
it was
Yeah.
never reported.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't
It was
know.
it's still sad to
Just
be
like
honest. Like,
trophy chains.
yeah, probably it was still sad.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it is still
I
sad.
wasn't the biggest like his fan, but still, like, it's sad.
He was like a really influential person in the
I
world of
mean, he
football.
had one of the best players on his profile, man. I
Yeah,
mean,
a
the
lot of
guy
it.
portfolio. I mean, not profile, portfolio. I mean, the guy.
Like
Shit.
he has a history with Milan as well because a lot of his
For
players
years,
played
man.
for
For years.
yeah.
For years. He
Played
has
for us
many
as well.
years. Yeah. So some good, some bad, but it is what it is. You know, cannot have any perfect in this life. Nothing is perfect. So, but I can see Zlatan being an agent, man. That guy would promote big time. Like the best agent,
Yeah,
man,
but
for sure.
yeah, but I think he will only be employed to the best players as well.
I just
I
hope
think
he.
Zlatan would have like the best players probably.
Yeah, only the best players. I don't think he will go with this corny type of player who doesn't actually work hard and something like that.
Oh yeah, they have to have specific characteristics that he likes in order
Yeah.
to be for him to be his agent for sure, or her.
Oh,
I don't know. You
great
know
news, guys. Dimarzio actually tweeted about CH. I think he's getting
what
better.
happened? What happened?
Milan actually had contact today with CH.
About time, man. Where's Anwar? Yeah, Anwar is Moroccan, correct?
Yeah.
And Ziyech is Moroccan too. So want to hear some insights from Anwar, man.
Yeah,
Well, he
I
said
think Anwar last
he-
time Anwar said something about he's a great player, but he has some attitude problem or something like that.
That will
He-
be handled quickly, man, in Milan.
Yeah,
He was saying that in Morocco they were like making it as if it was a done deal.
Oh.
Interesting.
So the news there is saying that it's happening for sure.
That'll be good, man. I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy with that signing. If that happens.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know
Ziyech is
because
he's a very good player. We just gotta hope he fits in our system.
I don't know much about him. I haven't seen him play much, so I don't know. I'll see. I'll guess if he does.
Right.
We'll find
Watch
out.
him. Watch him. If you want to see some good highlights, watch him when he played for Ajax, man. Amazing.
I've seen his highlights. He looks really great in the highlights.
Yeah.
But the questions I have, he looks very light, and is he a fighter? That's what
He is. He's not Castillejo, man. He looks skinny, but he's not Castillejo, man. Castillejo is. It's 40 pound of Caruso, man. Whatever it's called.
No, I understand that. But does he, if he has to, will he come back all the way to the end of the field to help his teammates? Is he that kind of player?
In
I don't
that
know.
sense.
I've never seen that. I've never seen him, so I don't know.
I'm
Have
sure.
you guys seen?
Well, that's the thing. Like at Chelsea and at Ajax, he's not really required to do that. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I was always saying he doesn't fit our system because we need our wingers to really, bust their ass up and down and up and
Back
down
and
the field.
forth.
But does Leao do that?
Well, that's
No.
the thing.
He started doing it actually. Like in the beginning, he wasn't doing it, but now he does.
If he loses position, he goes back. I think, but he doesn't actually always go up and down. I think.
And the
Like,
other problem is CF doesn't have really good top end speed. Like Leao can get up and down the field at an incredibly fast pace. Whereas if Ziyech is at one end of the field, he's gonna be out of position simply because he doesn't have the speed to get to the other side fast enough.
But I think, man, what he's good at is positioning. I mean, he has a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
He sees the field really well. I mean, he has a lot of
He is a
assists
better
and assists.
finisher, I think.
And
Right.
he's good finisher too. So
Yeah.
I mean,
They get the counter argument to what I'm saying is that Milan have the ball possession almost all game for the most part. So when it comes to defense, to be honest, it won't be that much of a big deal when we have 70% of the ball.
Yeah.
plus our defense is really good, man. So
Yeah.
I mean, just imagine if we also signed Bremer. Ooh, man.
Jesus
I
Christ.
think it becomes very difficult if both your wingers are wingers that don't go all the way back. At least one has to do it because with only two players in that middle and an attacking midfielder that is playing in a higher line, you can really give away a lot of space. But if he is a player that does do that work, then fine, no problem.
But
I
we
think
don't
I
have.
think they'll figure it out. I think they'll
Yeah.
if they're talking to him, then Pioli had to agree and say yes, I want this player. I mean, so behind closed doors, I'm sure they had meetings and discussions like hey, what about this one? What do you think? I mean, I'm sure
Like
they look at that.
we need to be realistic as well, guys, because I don't think anyone else is actually linked with us in the right wing right now.
Well,
Ziyech is the
it
most
is the
needed.
easiest one. It is the
Yeah,
easiest one to do right now.
like even Fabrizio Romano has tweeted about him being linked to
About
us
who?
today.
About
Fabrizio,
who? About what player? Sorry, I missed what player you're
Ziyech,
talking about.
Ziyech.
Oh,
Ziyech.
Ziyech. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been reading all day today that there's a lot of talks going on. So
Yeah, in England they say that they have come to an agreement with the operation. They say that the only thing that is missing is basically Ziyech has to
come
say
in.
yes.
Hmm.
No,
guys,
he,
did
yeah,
you see this news? Icardi to Monza, trying to sign.
Good,
no, no
good,
way.
good, good. That would be nice.
Yeah, there's a
Wait, you
really
said
good sign.
Icardi to Monza?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Monza is trying to sign Icardi.
You got
Hey,
that's
Can you
crazy.
I
That's
like
can
crazy.
you
Icardi.
can you guys imagine all the bunga bunga parties, man, going on? Woo!
Dude,
I
those
like
guys are
Icardi,
crazy.
to be honest. I like Icardi. He's a good goal scorer.
Yeah, he's a good player, man.
Yeah,
I would take him actually
yeah,
in
I would
Milan
take
too.
him too. Icardi knows the
yeah.
Serie A
Same.
already. He's a goal scorer for sure.
Yeah,
A ball
he was
playing.
really good
He's
for
a
Inter as
ball
well.
playing forward, to be honest.
Yeah, he's good, man. Like, I mean, honestly, never hated the guy. Actually, like anytime we were linked with him, I was like, that'll be good. So I don't know.
SSB says Icardi is trash.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Hans
entitled to their own opinion.
Hans is saying Icardi and Neymar perfect.
Hey, hey,
two
that is. I
two
mean,
two
you
short
have.
players, man.
No. Icardi isn't really that short, but I mean,
Nah, I think Hans is just talking about like these are two guys. These are two. They're not like he doesn't consider them players at this point. I
That's crazy.
understand. What you're
Obviously, if to be serious, man, like obviously at this point, I don't think Icardi would be, But I was talking about like 3-4 years ago. That he would be like perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Icardi for me right now. I mean, especially with his wife. I don't know, man. I don't. He,
Wanda.
she brings a lot of drama. I
Yeah,
would
for
stay away.
sure.
I would stay away from Icardi.
Yeah, she looks like she's one of those whacked out wipes, man. Seriously. Getting involved in everything,
Yeah,
always talking
yeah, yeah.
shit. It's like, come on,
And then
man.
she's on TV and does her
Yeah,
programs, and
man.
she talks
Oh,
about the husband.
she
She's a baller's
screwed
wife.
Lopez, man. Like the way she did it to Lopez, man. I was just bad, man.
Yeah.
Nah, man. No.
I don't know why Ziyech joined Chelsea when he left Ajax.
Right.
Can you leave?
Yeah. Okay, he left.
No, I agree. Matter of fact, before he joined Chelsea, Milan was close to getting him. And at that time, I wanted him so badly. So badly.
I think Chelsea paid like 40 million for him at that time.
Yeah, I mean they paid a lot of money, man, for him when they got
Yeah,
him. So, I mean, and he's getting like a pretty good salary there, like what 6 million or something pounds. I don't think it's
yeah,
euros; it's pounds, man. So that's even more. So
Yeah.
if he says yes, he knows that he would have to,
Take
and
a pay
I think
cut.
I think he realizes that too, man. I mean, like if he agrees, I'm already assuming that he knows that if things work out, he would have to take some pay cut, man, to stay with
Yeah,
us.
And the
I
thing
think
is,
he is willing to do.
he should look at it as a way of he's going to a better, more prestigious team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chelsea. Who the fuck gives a shit about Chelsea?
Yeah,
Seriously, man.
they are pretty
They only became good because of that Russian piece of shit that bought them.
like
And even
right
then,
now
they only
they are
have 2 Champions League. Like that's
like
people
they
don't understand.
yeah.
If Milan had that oil money, bro, we would be right behind Real Madrid the entire way.
Yeah, for
Oh
sure.
yeah, man, for sure, 100%, man.
Like
No, not even a question.
Chelsea right now are fucked right now because they are in the rebuilding stage because they lost a lot of players. So
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think
whatever.
Ziyech will be better off leaving Chelsea than
The
staying
only
right
the,
now.
on- the only two British teams that I respect is Manchester United and Liverpool, man. The rest I don't give a fuck.
Liverpool for
because
me,
they are
I
rich.
can't stand Manchester United, but Liverpool for me, I do respect them.
I have respect for Man U. You know, the only why I have it's during the Ferguson times, man. Like I actually enjoyed watching some Man U, man. You know, back in the day. You know, so I like I was you were not here, but I was saying like I'm so tired of City winning the league. I want Man U actually to be back up and running, man, and like win some
But
titles in England.
they got Ten Hag now, so I mean that's going to be
Yeah.
interesting to see.
Oh yeah, he's good, man. He's a good coach, man. I think that guy.
That's
pretty
the
much
coach I wish we got. I wish we
Yeah.
could have gotten Ten Hag
Yeah.
at some point.
But
Hey, listen,
right
man,
now
we
can't
might
really-
still get him, man. Who knows in the future?
yeah.
Well,
You
with
right
never
now
Pioli's doing
it is not
Pioli's doing
possible.
a good job, so I don't think it's possible anymore. But like before Pioli came, Ten Hag, he would have been my top choice.
Very, very good coach. I like him too, man. And you never know. He's pretty young, so he can still coach Milan in the future, man. Not maybe immediate future, but I'm talking about future.
Yeah.
So, like, I can definitely see it, especially once we are back to the glory, like where we belong. Trust me, man. They would want to come by themselves to coach Milan because Milan is like second team after Real Madrid in terms of titles, man. So, who doesn't want to coach Milan, man? I mean, we're in
Right,
shit,
and-
but now slowly coming back.
Yeah, I think players are going to start realizing when Milan is back, the team to come to is Milan. If you look at the EPL teams, there's only 2 teams in the EPL that a skillful player should go to, and that's Liverpool and City. Other than that, I feel like you're like wasting your time, to be honest. Like Ziyech wasted his time at Chelsea for me.
Yeah, I think he definitely did, man. Hey, Christian, thank you for donation, my man.
Yeah. Where's Roy?
He's gone. So we'll have to thank, instead of Roy, we're thanking Christian.
Thank you, Christian.
Yeah, for supporting the channel, bro.
We can really play a video for you. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just say Forza Milan.
Can you sing the Hakan song?
Cialanolu. I don't know Italian, but Cialanolu, piece of shit, motherfucker. Cialanolu, son of fucking whatever, hooker, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, man.
Yeah, something like that.
Sorry for my singing skills, man. I tried my best.
Yeah, put that cup in your ass or something like that.
It sounded good to me, but still sounded perfect to me.
Bro. Anytime when if we talk about Juventus, get me involved, man. You know me, man. I hate that piece of shit team. And Calciomercato, man, I cannot stand that piece of shit, man. Like literally,
same.
Cannot stand him, man.
Like
fucking.
He can't even say those words to Zlatan in his face.
Oh, please!
Yes.
Like, what he's gonna do? Like, I would like him to say they come to Zlatan and tell him to his face. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Snakes don't have balls, man. Like,
you remember when Zlatan told him on the field, like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, I remember that. That was like all over the fucking YouTube, man. You looked at him. Like, who the fuck are you, man? Man, I love Zlatan, bro. That guy, man. Some
doesn't
shit
give a
he
fuck.
does. Oh man, like this guy, he just does his job, man. He comes to the field to do his job, and he doesn't give a fuck. Like whatever he
Yes.
needs to do, man. And that's the old school mentality, man. Like they don't make players like that. Shit,
Yeah.
man. That's what I'm gonna miss, man. I'm gonna miss this type of players, man.
Yeah.
With attitude, like with charisma, man. Like you can kind of catch that guy off guard. Like he's always ready, man. Like I mean,
Yeah.
show me this new players nowadays. Do they have the charisma? Fuck no, man. They don't have shit.
They are like babies.
That's kind of why I like Lang. Lang gives me. He's cocky, but he's confident with a purpose. I like players like that. For me, I do.
Oh, actually, I agree with Rene Cumberbatch. Tonali does have the attitude. He wants to win.
Oh
yeah.
He's
He definitely has
fighting.
That's he was the reason why we scored a lot of goals in the end of the season. Like his
He's
goals were
Gattuso,
very
man.
good.
He definitely has some Gattuso in him, man. Tonali, for sure.
Gattuso, but more technical, I would say. Something.
More technical, for sure. And faster than Gattuso.
Yeah, for sure. He runs very fast.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's fast player, man. I was surprised. I didn't know that he was so fast.
That's why I want to play. That's why I kept saying it all year how fast Tonali actually is, and that's why I want to play a 4-3-3 so that way we can utilize Tonali's pace when going forward.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about yeah.
Imagine Tonali and Sanchez as like the two, like Xavi and Iniesta positions.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Like, bro,
like,
how good would that be, bro? Like, man.
Man, you're making me wet, bro.
I would say I'm making myself wet, but I think that's just the sweat from being outside.
Oh shit, man. That's why when me and Nate are in the house, there's always party, guys. It's never gonna be a boring stream, man.
Yeah.
We'll make sure it's exciting and entertaining.
But it's true though. It's true though. Imagine Tonali and Sanchez both running at you. Like that's really difficult to stop. Like when you really just sit and look at it, that's a really dangerous duo.
And both are technically gifted players too. On the top of it, man. So
yeah.
And Tonali actually, I don't know if you guys paid attention. He does have a very strong shot from outside the box.
Yes.
And I hope Pioli will tell him to start to utilize it even more next season. He needs to utilize it more on the field.
Like Tonali's free kick accuracy is pretty good as well. Like
he scored a beautiful goal against Lazio, I believe.
Yeah.
Why did they stop letting them take free kicks?
I know, man. That was my question. Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
man?
I think Zlatan takes the free kick sometimes.
I mean, let's just think about it. Zlatan gave away his penalties to Cassie, so I think he doesn't care anymore that much about who takes free kicks as long as it's proper person, And I think Tonali is a proper person to take free kicks, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially on the left side, where he can bend those because he's right-footed. Yeah. That's perfect, man.
Yeah.
So, but I just hope that he starts to shoot more from outside too, Tonali, because he does have a good. Yeah, he have a good shot, man. Like so.
If y'all remember, everybody in this podcast, we were calling for Tonali to be able to go forward more. But that was definitely Pioli's, that was just his tactical thing to have Tonali sit back and have Kessie or Benacer go forward. But I think we all realized from early on that I think it should have been opposite this entire time.
Yeah, I think so too, man. But by the way, you mentioned Kessie. What the hell is going on with Kessie? Did they sign him or not, Barcelona?
I don't think so.
What the hell is going on?
They have the pre-contract agreement. I think it's just them moving some money around. But it's
so they might be able to sign him by the end of the summer.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be interesting, man. That would be interesting because,
I don't think Kessie is going to do that well at Barca.
yeah, he's not suited for Barca. Honestly, he might as well just come back and play for Milan, man. I mean, it's not
Well,
going to happen.
If he was going to go to Spain, he should have went to Atletico Madrid because that
oh,
makes sense.
that's perfect. That one is perfect for him, man.
That makes sense, but
Yeah.
Barcelona, Kessie isn't. I'm not saying he's not like a technical player, but he's not quick enough, and he's simply not technical enough for a team like Barca.
Doesn't Barca play fast passing, something like that? Fast passing and tiki taka, something like that.
And honestly,
Yeah,
all the hate that I've been reading about Casey is like, at least this guy did not fucking go to Inter, man. Yeah, he didn't do it properly, but
no one
he
is
behaved.
as bad.
Yeah,
No one
he
is as
behaved
bad as
professionally. He behaved professionally. He played the whole season. So I actually don't hate Casey. Like, like Donnarumma and Chalano Snake, those two.
You can think it as this way because like Donnarumma and Hakan didn't win anything with Milan, but at least Kessie won a Scudetto with us. So
Exactly, and he did put an effort. He wasn't
Yeah.
just walking around the pitch.
like
So
it's first after
So Cassie, good luck to him. I just hope he'll find the team because I think he's a good player. He's not as technical, but
issues?
solid as Cassie, solid as fuck, man. Like, I mean,
in second
strong
half of the
player.
season. In second half of the season, I think he started playing really good because he actually wanted to win with us the Scudetto.
Oh yeah. I mean, 5 years, man. That's what he was fighting for all these 5 years, and finally got a chance. So why not, man? And it was beautiful. And I mean, it looks like he enjoyed the celebration. I mean, I was watching the celebration. He was hanging out all the time with Zlatan, like having a good time. So I think Theo kind of got drunk. You can see he was getting a little bit hammered, man, on that bus.
Yeah, like to be honest, guys, everyone thought Theo will be the first one to leave Milan. If an
the
offer
same
come-
here. Yeah, I thought the
with
same.
an offer come from the European big teams, but he actually wants to stay at Milan right now.
He loves
Like,
it. He loves it.
Yeah,
He loves
he
it.
loves being here.
and there's no reason to leave as long as we continue to,
Pay him.
continue
Nice.
to get better. We'll continue to pay him, obviously, but more importantly, show these young players that the team is going in the right direction.
Yeah,
Champions League. He's in the French national team. There's really no need to leave.
Yeah,
Like, if we
and
can- if we
his
can-
wife is here in Italian. His kid just had a kid, So why not?
Yeah. Like, if we can get to, like, let's say the quarterfinals of the Champions League, that's hella good progress. You know?
for
Like,
sure.
I don't see why even Leao, like, only one team wins the Champions League. And
It's
we've
Real
already
Madrid.
seen that City and PSG can't fucking get the job done. So, where are you going to go to?
And the other thing is that, man, next season we're definitely going to be fighting for Scudetto, and I won that second star, plus Champions
hopefully.
League. Yeah, we definitely. I honestly feel, and I know we're gonna get out of the group stage for sure. And you're right. If we can make it to quarterfinals, that would be amazing.
If we don't actually buy anyone this season, do you still think that we can actually win the Scudetto?
Oh man, no. I mean,
It'll be hard. It'll be
very
really,
hard.
really hard.
Yeah,
Yeah, it will be
because
very
look
hard.
at
Man.
Inter's and Juventus signings. They are picking really big signings. Like
And
if Juventus can get, Juventus can get Zaniolo or something like that. I think they will be the favorite. Like Chiesa, Zaniolo, and Vlahovic will be so little. And even
And
Di
Di Maria.
Yeah. I mean, Juventus is going to be strong. Inter is strong. Don't discount Napoli, man, for sure. Roma has a big project going on, and I think they will be better. They will play better next season. And Lazio, as usual, they can give you a hard time, Lazio. I mean, shit. You never know. On a good day, Lazio can play really well. So it's going to be tough, man. And all those small teams, man, we all know the stories about small teams. I mean, they will give you a hard time, man. So,
especially if your name is AC Milan, because
Barcelona. So it's gonna be tough. Their reinforcement is a must. It's not like we don't have choice, man. We have to reinforce. We have no choice. Like there's not even a question. You know.
Like I think the reason why
That's what I
we
was saying.
win
Like these
against
guys gotta. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think the reason why we are winning in big games but losing in the smaller teams is because our defense is really great. So great defense actually helps our winning against bigger teams. But the reason why we're losing with these smaller teams is because we only rely on Leao to score. Like we really need the attacking option from the right as well. So
Oh, big
hopefully we
time.
can get.
It's
Hopefully we
it's
can
like
get
that's
here.
why I said for me priority is a right wing. That's if you ask me what's your biggest priority, to me it's a right wing right now.
Yeah.
It's a must. We have to sign right
Yeah.
wing. You know, there's no if or but. You know,
Yeah.
it has to happen. You know, midfielder also, but we can probably work around that. And defender, we'll probably have to send defender too because Romagnoli is gone.
Like
Looks like he's done officially.
like if we can only sign two players, we have to send right winger and Cam.
Yeah,
Nothing else.
agreed. That's
Yeah,
why I
Cam,
really
Cam
wanted.
too.
Yeah,
That's why I
Cam.
really wanted Zaniolo because he can do everything, all the running that Salamakers does,
Yeah.
while also being very offensive and actually being offensive with a purpose.
Yeah.
Like, but January will be really hard for us.
Because I don't think Ziyech has the same work rate as Zaniolo.
Oh no, that's probably one of his cons, man. It's he doesn't have that work rate for
Yeah.
sure.
Right.
For sure.
I think
That's my
signing.
whole problem. Like we need to get a winger that actually can handle that workload.
I mean, Zaniolo definitely has that, man, for sure. There's no doubt, man. I mean, the guy runs like a horse back and forth, man. I mean, that's what I probably like the most about him. He's just all over, just running, pressing. You know, he has that energy, to do that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong, man. I wouldn't mind signing Zaniolo, man. It just comes to the money now, and
Yeah. What do y'all think about Dama Traore?
I like him. He's fast,
Because
man. Fast as
he
hell.
is fast as fuck. He's more skillful than Leao is.
Where does he play?
Right wing. And he
Sassuolo
gets up.
guy.
You said say that again?
Which team does he play?
Well, he's on Wolves, but he came from the Barcelona youth academy, went to Wolves, and then got loaned back to Barcelona in December, and he was killing it in La Liga. And unfortunately,
he's a beast. He's a beast.
Unfortunately, Dembele decided to go back into God form, and there was just no way that he's better than Dembele. But Adama Traore, bro, he has fantastic skill. He's a workhorse, and he's fast as fuck.
He's built as a brick too, man. Like you cannot push that guy around, man. I mean, he'll push three players around him.
I remember now. The Adama guy that he has a really bulky body, right?
Yeah. He's big. He's big, strong, like fast.
Wasn't he?
He's skillful too.
Yeah. Wasn't he like wing back or something like that?
So he could play right back, he can play right wing back, or he can play right wing, like a pure right winger. Like he can do all three of those positions with ease because he has the stamina and the speed to get up and down the field with no problems.
So, but is he realistic? How much will it cost?
30 million.
I don't think
so. He's for sale. He's for sale right now.
Some team in the Premier League were looking at him, but last I checked, for Barcelona, he was gonna be a 30 million deal, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think the last time I checked, 30 million was what his price tag was.
In Serie A, man, he would be like just destroying, man.
Oh yeah, it's like
there's nobody can catch him, man.
Exactly. Imagine having two Leaos, but one of the Leaos is like twice as fast as the original, and have him on the wing. Like that'd be crazy.
Insane. That would be insane, man. Like literally, because those defenders, they'll just like, F this, man. I'm done for today, man. Like, sign
And
off.
he can play tiki taka as well. So it's not like he's one dimensional. Like he can come in and do give and go passes and things like that. And his crossing is good too, which is important because our crossing from the right side sucks.
It's a must actually in our system to have a player that can cross from both sides. You know, it's because we have two big players like Zlatan and Giroud. You know, we got to take advantage of that for sure. And Giroud is really good actually with the headers, man. That guy, you have to give it to him, man. He can score, man. Like, I mean, that goal against Torino, man, was beautiful.
So just thinking of wingers, I definitely think Traore would definitely fit our system. And to respond to SS Blue 28, Barcelona at the time, when he was starting at Barcelona, Traore was annihilating La Liga. But then Dembele came into form and was just an absolute monster. An absolute monster.
I mean, Dybala is a very good player and shit. I mean, that's... Yeah. But 30 million, man? I don't know. Like, 30 million... Shit, I don't know.
Paul KB, bro. No, bro. Go back and watch his games at Barcelona. And then you'll understand what I'm talking about. At Wolves, he doesn't seem that good because they have nobody that can put away chances, really. But nah, man, Traore is an absolute beast. An absolute beast.
He will be an upgrade, man, for sure.
I'm looking at the chat right now to see if we can respond to some of these guys. Oh, Paul, I know he's not all that, but if we're talking about right wingers right now that are affordable and can actually fit our system and perform the way that we need the players to perform, unless you can give me another name other than Traore who can actually run up and down the field, I would love to hear it, bro. You tell me. I'm just spitballing names right now.
Honestly, Nate, I agree with you. This guy was born to play in Serie A, man. Like Traore. And I understand what those guys are saying. Yeah, he's not, obviously Ronaldo or Dembele.
Right, that's why I said Dembele. Dembele was like impossible to bench. I understand that. SSB. I'm assuming that's supposed to be Super Saiyan Blue. That's just the nerd in me coming out, but
I agree with
Paul. I think in terms of assists, Traore can probably get around 10 to 12 assists with having Giroud and Origi and Zlatan on the team.
Well, but
he's not really
Nathan,
a goal scorer, but he
Nathan,
can definitely be an assist machine.
But he hasn't had an assist in the whole season.
Bro, did you not watch Barcelona?
I'm looking at his numbers right now. He did not have an assist all season.
At Barcelona. Bro, that is incorrect, bro.
Wait, hold on.
That is incorrect. That is 100% incorrect.
Oh, okay. No,
that
was for Premier League. My bad. He had 2 assists and 0 goals.
Yeah, he's not a goal scorer. He's literally a pure winger. His job is to set up assists and basically cause havoc. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if anybody else has like another player in mind that can do what I'm saying,
his numbers tell me he's more of a Salamakers than like a creative winger.
No. See, the difference is Salamakers doesn't look to take his man on. Traore actively looks to take his man, and he's good when it comes to counterattacks.
He will offer more an attack for sure than Salah. solid. Man.
And in defense too, because he has this stamina and the speed to actually get back into position. I think
Well,
you guys need to watch him when he's actually playing. His
I'm
numbers
look.
don't look good because he's at Wolves, but when he was at Barcelona, he was almost indispensable until Dembele came.
Wait. He's at Barcelona right now, right? Or no?
He was on loan at Barcelona, but they decided not to renew him.
All right. So at Barcelona, he played 11 games, started 4, had 0 goals, 2 assists, and with Wolves.
No, that's why I said his numbers at Wolves are not good, but the players he's playing with are simply not good either.
I
He
think
has
he
1 goal,
plays.
20 games, 1 goal, no assists.
He played most of the time. I think as a winger, wing back. I think something like that.
Yeah, he has the numbers of a wingback, right?
Yeah.
So he's like probably a better version of Salamakers, but he's 27, 26. We got to see what Salamakers becomes like when he's 27, 26.
Roy, can you look up highlights of Traore? And again,
Uh,
guys, like if you guys have
yeah, but he
better like
doesn't have
names,
he doesn't have many assists though.
yeah, but bro, you're playing at Wolves. Like, let's not pretend that Wolves is some goal scoring machine type club. If you put him in Italy, he's going to beat his man 100% of the time. It's going to be like Hakimi.
Yeah.
Hakimi's numbers
I
at
think.
PSG were not as good as they were in Italy, but we're not
Yeah.
sitting here calling Hakimi trash, are we? Like,
I'm not
I,
saying he's trash, but he's not like a what kind of winger are you? He's definitely not an offensive winger,
he's
that's for sure.
physically very
no,
good
bro.
for Italy.
I'm telling you, Roy. Traore he can play in all three of those wing type positions: right wing back, or right back. He can play all three of those.
I mean, in terms of, as I said,
I find it
attack, he
strange
offers more
because I find it
than
strange
Salamaker.
because like it looks like in his career he scores very few little goals.
Yeah, that's because, like I said, he's a pure winger. Like, if you were to play a 4-4-2, a pure winger is not there to get you goals. He's there to help assist and help the overall gameplay.
Okay, he had a
But it's
decent
hard.
season. He had a decent season 2 years ago. He had 9
It,
assists and 4 goals.
like it's really hard to perform when you're on a garbage team.
I've seen him. I've seen him play. I mean, he's a guy with the WD. He looks like he should be in WWE, right? And he's like all
Yeah.
super muscular. I've seen
Super
him play.
bulky.
I've seen him play.
But like again, if anyone else can suggest a name that maybe I just haven't thought of for the right wing that can actually get up and down the field and is skillful and fast, please tell me. Please tell me. I am open to suggestions. I promise. Like if we could
Liard.
get Anthony, I would go get Anthony. I would take Anthony over Traore. That's a good option.
But
But
Anthony
he's
doesn't do
one
the
man
work
just
in the
ain't
back.
nothing.
Vitor does.
Well, exactly. But I'm looking in the
Yeah.
chat and I'm waiting for these guys to tell me a name, but no one's telling me a name.
Well, the best name, the best name would be Zaniolo.
I agree. I take Zaniolo first as well,
But
but
that's
I don't
not
think that's
happening.
happening. Exactly. So again, can you tell me another name?
I do. I have a name. Are you guys ready? You ready for it?
This is gonna be funny. Tell me.
Salamakers.
Bro, you got me excited. I thought you had some good names. Like,
No,
Jesus Christ.
as soon as Roy says, "Are you ready?" You know it's gonna be bullshit.
Yeah. Roy, how much are you going to pay for Salamakers?
Say what?
How much are you going to pay
How
to
much I
buy
would
him?
pay to buy
Yeah.
him right now? Probably 20
Yeah.
million.
Bullshit. They like smoke.
Even if our budget is only 50.
Oh no. I mean, if we had to buy him, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Will you
No,
buy him?
probably not.
Yeah.
I would take Berardi and Rafinha as well, Paul. Those are good names as well.
What about Essensio? What happened to him?
No, man, I
Asensio's
don't want
he's not
Asensio,
going to
man.
do the
No.
defensive work. And that's
Yeah,
the other
he's
thing,
not going to
Paul.
do.
Is Rafinha and Berardi? Berardi can do the defensive work, but does Rafinha do the defensive work?
I don't think so.
I don't watch him,
I
so
don't.
I don't know. So I'm asking.
I think he's more of an offensive player.
Okay,
He has a
yeah.
great
So
offensive numbers, I think, but I don't think he's
what
like.
formation did Leeds play? Does anybody know that off the top of their head?
It's probably some crazy formation that probably never defends because it's that coach. What's his name? Bielsa, right? And
Yeah.
he's all offensive football apparently.
Yeah.
But this is the point I'm making here, Roy. When I'm saying names that actually fit our system. Like they are functional to our actual system.
Yeah, I can't think of many in Europe,
Right.
to be honest.
Right. See, but that's my whole point. I don't care about like the big names or anything like that. I care about the attributes. If
No,
these guys
I
can play
agree.
our system, then I agree.
I agree with Pioli. Traore would work out perfectly.
It would be, guys.
Gnabry would be
honestly,
good, but Gnabry would be great, but he ain't coming from Bayern. Pepe is a
guys,
center forward.
Traore is the best fit, honestly, for the price.
So Paul says Rafinha does the defensive work. So if that's true, then yeah, that's a great option. That's a great option. Then I agree. If he does that, I agree.
Rafinha is good, man. How much is he though, man? To buy?
60
million
pounds. 60
Isn't he
million
going to
pounds.
Barcelona?
Minimum 60. 60 million pounds. That's a lot.
Oh, Ollie, you're reminding me of Doku. You're right. I forgot about Doku. Are you sure Pepe is a winger, Clint? I thought he played as a striker for Arsenal. I could be wrong. Noni Maduke. Ollie, I gotta check him out. PSV. We're linked with another forward from PSV. Noni Maduke.
Like Leeds, I just saw and Leeds United plays like with one defensive midfielder, two center midfields, and left wing and a right wing.
So, Justin Old Chunk, Roy already brought up this situation. You said if we're looking for Asensio or Ziyech, it means that we don't need someone to run up and down. But that's a big problem because in our system, Pioli wants our wingers to run up and down. We can't have two people up the field and not tracking back.
That's why
you're gonna
Ziyech
kill
seems
yourself.
strange to me. Like, I don't know if he's that kind of player. That's why it seems strange to me, Ziyech.
Asensio as well.
Asensio
Rafinha
is
does
useless,
that-
man.
Asensio's useless.
That's my opinion, guys. Honestly, I don't know why we linked with Asensio.
I don't like his price tag. Like,
Paul, what does Pepe play on in the center or left or right? Where does he play?
Pepe from Arsenal?
Yeah. And just the old chunk, that's actually not true. Pioli definitely wants our wingers to run up and down. He's a right winger, but he can play as a support striker. Well, then, yeah, Pepe works if he does the defensive defensive duty.
But you have to be like realistic. Like Pepe is reject of Arsenal. He never really performed well in Arsenal.
Well, I'll be honest with you. When Pepe was at Lille, he was a fucking beast.
Yeah,
But I don't remember him being a winger at Lille.
But how many years did he played at the top level at Lille? Only one season, right?
I honestly can't remember too much of him, too many of his games at Lille. I just remember him being a beast while he was there.
So Pepe from Arsenal, that guy, man, has been useless for the last 2 years, man. He just doesn't fit in Arsenal whatsoever. So, if he comes for good price, maybe. But I doubt it, man.
Yeah, Arteta,
like
for
if we
whatever
can buy him
reason,
for
doesn't
20
play
million.
him.
Hey, can I hear me?
Hey,
Yeah,
what's up, man?
man?
Yeah, what's up? I'm the one that pulled Pepe. The reason why I said that is like, me being from the Ivory Coast, I followed them for a while. He's like similar to Ziyech, but I think in our system he will fit because he's really skillful. And coming from the Prem, man, at the end of the day, these people will run up and down regardless. Because in the Prem, you have to press though. If you really watch the Prem, man, I think he can come. I think it's somebody like people are not really looking for on the market, but he's going down the pecking order at Arsenal. So I would say, like, you never know. I think he'll be a good fit for at least for our system.
How
I've seen him
much?
play.
How much is he, man?
I don't know. I mean, they bought him for 70 mil, but I know his price tag
What?
like dropped.
70
Yeah, Pepe.
million?
Yeah,
No,
Yeah,
70.
Pepe.
No, no, no.
Pepe was
70
not
mil.
expensive.
70. I think it was 80 mil. I think 80.
80 million?
Yeah,
Who
Pepe
is
was
this
but it
guy?
dropped.
expensive as he
Who is
was
this guy?
expensive as fuck.
Nicholas
Yeah,
Nicholas
but he
Pepe.
Pepe.
dropped now.
Yeah,
I don't know him. I'm not familiar with him, so I don't
he
know who he
came
is.
from Lille,
He
Yeah.
and
played
he
with.
went. He
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, 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 no. You since you brought him up, you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, what I'm trying to say is like that year prior to Lil actually winning, like with Leao and all them, like his connection with Leao, you see a lot of even like the assists, like through Leao, like the little even goals that he had, it was all Pepe, man. Like, cause he's lefty, but he plays on the right, so he tends to cut inside, and it's something like I think he's a bit crafty, but for the right price tag, I was just speaking out loud. I just mentioned him because we're thinking about other wingers, and I'm like. But
Oh.
yeah, it's a bit
I
down.
mean, he would unfortunately, man, he would cost us like upwards 40, 50 million probably right now.
How
Clint,
many how many
I have a
years are in his
question for you.
contract?
Huh?
How many years are left on his contract?
I was just thinking maybe from a loan perspective because they bought him like I think 3 years ago. I don't know if he has 2 years left or something like that, but I know probably Arsenal's gonna try to make their money back, but he's just not playing too. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah.
letting
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
play,
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
so that's
Where
the
did
only
you
reason
read
I
this
said
at?
that because I kind of like see Arsenal and
I
then
don't know.
even the new
Petrom Mazara or something like
Yeah, and I
that.
think the new people they're getting in, like he's just falling on and on. But when he plays, like the guy, like trust me, he'll attract defenders. He's a bit direct the way he plays.
Do
Maybe the
you,
decision making and
do,
all
do
that.
you
And
see Twitter? Huh?
Clint, I have a question. Do you watch the Premier League?
I do, so I try to catch some important games at least, usually with those mid-level teams. But I watch more Serie A though, all the
Okay.
time.
Are you familiar with Ziyech?
I am familiar with. I mean, I'm from the Ivory Coast. I'm familiar with Ziyech because
Do you think
Morocco.
do you think he's a player that tracks back and helps the team? And like I mean a player that will go all the way back in the last line if he has to, and and
Coming
fight.
coming from the Tuchel system right now, if it's still in him, he most unlikely does that. Because if you watch even when Chelsea plays, like nobody's just walking on the field, man. These people are running up and down at least when they play. And maybe track back. Do we really even need that? I wouldn't say that. The reason why, because on our right side, somebody like Calabria tends not to go up too much. So that's not more of a liability. Like I see what the point you were making earlier, but I would have been more afraid if our right side was also kind of like
Yeah,
the
but
Theo type.
when we get squashed, I mean you have to go back. So is he that kind of player? I don't know. Maybe he is. I've literally I don't think I've ever seen
To
a
be
full
honest,
game of
no,
him.
he's not really known for that. I think Ziyech is more known for his crafty style and just dribbling, going past people direct, which I think we really need most. Now, maybe they can suit a system to cover. The one thing I like about Milan is when we see where there's loopholes, and I liked about Kessie is like when there's a hole with a double pivot, people would tend to, you know, cover those holes in and there. And also, let's not forget, like the thing is, I think we're really getting him for Champions League, man. I don't think those guys. Yeah, we gotta defend. I think it wouldn't be a bad option because I mean, who can we really right now? What was the whole problem with our right side? It was more the offensive side, not the defensive side. Because Makers and all these guys, they'll track back, but we're lacking in the scoring options, and I think they can, custom for that. We really need somebody that's crafty, and I think he suits our system. I'm not even gonna be mad at that.
Yeah. Pepe would be a very good addition. How old is he? Do you know?
Pepe, I think he's 27 or 28 now. like around that realm. He's not even 30 or 29. No, not at all. So
Yeah.
I don't know if this is true, guys. I mean, look, I totally agree. But if like if for example he's not scoring and he's not delivering, and
But
then the team gets squashed, like Salamakers is gonna
right
take his
now,
place. Salamakers is gonna take
I
his
think
place.
I think right now in based off the form, I think GS is on a better form than Pepe. But
Sorry,
Pepe
guys.
still has.
Who's making all this noise? Oh, it's. Hey, Nathan. Can I mute you? And when you talk, can you mute?
Let me see what's going on. I think
Is
somehow my
this you?
mic kind of got Oh yeah, it was my mic. Hold on. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why my noise cancellation for whatever reason just said "fuck me" and turned off. So, but it's fine now.
Got you. No. The thing is, like, I just don't know Ziyech. I've never literally seen him play, and what worries me is that he's gonna come to Milan and gonna expect him to like take over the team, but then all of a sudden, he's not delivering, and then we're losing the ball in certain areas, and then that means that we have to press and that we have to recover the ball, and we have to do that high press. If he doesn't deliver, like Salamakers is just going to take his spot again, like kind of happened with Messias. But I don't know. You guys know him
Well,
better.
the thing is, Pepe has the recovery speed to even if he makes a mistake. Like if
Okay, but
Salamakers
Pepe
takes it,
is
hold on,
not
hold on,
being
hold on.
linked
But
to
if
Milan, though. Why,
yeah,
why are
yeah,
we
of course.
talking about
But
Pepe?
but no, but right now
Let's talk
what we
about
were
Ziyech.
doing, right now what we were doing was talking about players who actually would fit our system and how Pioli wants to play. So like if Ziyech, let's say Ziyech comes in, if he loses the ball and it's a counterattack, does he have the recovery speed to, let's say, get back? Because I don't know. Salamakers might be a bit faster than Ziyech. Ziyech isn't really like
But
a sprinter.
it's not really about speed. It's more about that instinct of just
Like,
recovery and grit. It's
well,
the
that's a
defensive
mental
mind
thing
that
though. That's a
the
mental thing.
defense. Yeah, exactly. Does he have that mental aspect to him? Right. I don't
Well,
know.
that's what we
Because
were
from what
saying.
I've seen, it doesn't look like he does.
We were just coming up with names who could fit that role, other than the name that we're linked with, which is Ziyech. That's all we were doing.
But let's not forget, man. Like the reason why I'm saying he comes from a Tuchel system, and most of the people gotta defend, man. Especially on that, like on those type of wings, because it's like a three in the back. It's almost kind of like the Inter type, system. But like I think Tuchel is like more developed, at least from what I saw, the way he plays, and also he played under Ten Hag. I'm not saying those are not the guys. Other maybe in his attitude problem, which is a big thing, because I have like Moroccan folks, and if you come from from Africa, period, you pay attention to like North Africans or any of these, you know, the problem with Ziyech though, it's I think skillful wise, name brand for Champions League, and I think they're getting him for Champions League. I don't really think they're getting him for like Serie A to go all crazy and all that. I think it's more Champions League. You need these players that kind of establish themselves in that period, and that's the only reason I think we'll bring in that or maybe Dybala if we do have to. I don't think it's more for like a league purpose, because the whole running up and down, cantering back, I think that's more from I see what you guys are saying, but I think that's probably mainly focused during like the league. In the Champions League, yes, you gotta go up and down, but it's just since those are like one-off games to an extent. I think people like Diaz, they make a difference in those big stages. And that's the only reason I can look at and be like, okay, we'll bring this guy in based on that. Instead, I don't know if it makes sense, but that's how I think about it.
I mean, I just don't know him, so let's
Yeah.
see. I guess
And let's
we'll see.
and also let's think about it though. For that type of price coming from Chelsea, I mean, who else can we concretely get? Like
Yeah,
it's
no. As far
we,
as that, it's the best deal. Yeah.
we don't even have
He's
like,
the most realistic.
man. And you know what's sorry is like I'm reading all these reports all across, and these like Premier League teams are throwing 40, 50 mil like it's nothing. Like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like in Italy, you
Even
Guys,
can't even do that.
even mid-table teams can do that
hey guys. I'm
easily.
just reading that Romano reported that Milan is in direct contact with Chelsea for Ziyech since last week. Milan getting confident. Ziyech
Yeah.
absolutely open to join the club. Chelsea Milan discussing potential formula of the deal. So yeah, so
And
it
the
looks
Yeah.
like there's in the works. In the works.
And the good thing too, there's gonna be kind of like chemistry. He's not gonna be because he's Moroccan. Let's not forget Benacer is Algerian and Moroccan, right? Diaz is Moroccan and Spanish. So he already has like a little tribe that he can go in there and actually sit down. And he also comes from Ajax. Zlatan, of course, spent his early years over there. So I pay attention to those things all the time because insertion though it plays a big part. Yeah, it's skill and all that, but if they can't connect to nobody once they come somewhere, it's just gonna be so
I
hard for the
agree.
player. And I think for Ziyech, it's already that, and I'm pretty sure he's already friends with Ben. I know for a fact because Moroccan. It's like
They speak Morocco is French. They speak French, right, in
they speak
Morocco?
French and Arabic. Yep, they do.
Okay.
But he grew
Yeah.
up. But he was raised in the Netherlands, so his French is not as good. He's one of those guys. He was born, raised in the Netherlands.
Ah,
He's
okay,
not
okay, okay,
direct
gotcha.
from there. So
But he speaks Arabic for sure. So
yeah, no, for sure. And then you got Diaz. So you already have a tribe of people already there. And Adli, even though he's Algerian, but it's
Oh, true,
usually,
Adlia.
it's you gotta what
it's
Milan is doing.
Arabic connection, guys. We have French connection, Arabic connection. Next, we need Brazilian connection,
Right.
and then we're done.
Yeah.
The
And
Brazilian
that plays a
connection.
big, and I think that's why Milan has such a quick chemistry where people can just fall into place and it doesn't take really time. And I think that's really important. It's really, people don't pay attention to chemistry. Yeah, you'll get randos and put them
Right back.
together, and PSG is running into that. That's why PSG never plays as a team because you got people from different
Yeah, yeah,
nationalities.
no.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
one of our best periods was when we had, well, it was Italian and then the Dutch,
The Dutch,
Italian
yep,
and the Brazilians.
yep.
Today we have a big French chemistry there, North African, and it's working out.
It is, and it's So we'll see. At least, man, I think we got Maldini over the line, um, and we'll see what happens. I'm not mad because the reason I think I was being a bit selfish. We exceeded our expectation a bit high because we won the Scudetto. I think the Scudetto was like another 2 years, concretely speaking. The way we started out, man, because we go back at the beginning of the season of 2019. You tell us 3 years ahead we're gonna win. There's no way with the pieces we had. So I think we're like we're way ahead of schedule. But I think patience. I think Maldini. I think they're smart enough and they know what to do. Right. I accepted the fact that we're not gonna be spending 100, 200 million. I don't care because then let's also not forget, man. Let also not forget that we made those mistakes in the past in 2017, buying all these randos and what happened, right? And we're the same fan base that said that, oh, I'd rather not spend going in the future. Now we're not spending, we're complaining about that. We want to spend again. So you gotta be careful.
Well, I don't think it's the spending part. It's the spending just the spend that we don't want to do. Like we all know that Maldini is capable of handling 80 million. So now it's time to see if Maldini is capable of handling 120 million, and then you just keep going up from there. I think people were just pissed off that he wasn't even being given a chance to handle more money.
I
Yeah,
think
but mhm.
I think if Maldini gets exactly the same amount of money that Mirabelli and Fasane got, I think he would have created a better starting 11. I
Yeah,
th-
for
No
the
sure.
doubt
the
about that, man. No doubt
yeah,
about
Right,
that.
right. That's
like
what I'm
even
saying.
after spending that much money, how can you end up with a striker like Kalinic? Like what the fuck?
By
What are you
now,
doing
if
there?
Maldini had that money, guys, by now we'll be fighting in the finals of Champions Leagues, man,
Yeah,
for sure.
But like Roy said, man, I think a lot of the players coming back are gonna be new players, man. And I chose somebody that last year I'm like, don't let these youngsters taste like don't let these youngsters taste victory. What is it to win? Because now it creates a new mentality. So that's why I say people like Salamakers, I'm telling y'all, man, like this kid about to be something. Like, I just look
Yeah,
at
I
it. He
agree
has
with
the
that.
work ethic to succeed. It's just the lack. He's just young. Don't forget, he came
Yep.
through our thing at 20. I don't know. I just feel there's something that's telling me like this guy down the road, he's gonna be the guy.
Yeah, I definitely
You
You
see
know.
think
that in
so,
him.
man?
I think
Salad
so too.
maker?
Yeah.
You think so,
Yes.
man?
I think it
Yes,
takes a
because he's
lot of personality to get in a team like Milan, succeed, and help a team like Milan get second and then win the Serie A. Even if he didn't do it in a spectacular fashion and he missed a lot of goals, blah blah blah. But there's the work there is to be valued, and he's young and he'll develop into something special. I
he's
believe that.
hungry. Like the guy is hungry. I'll give you an example, man. Like, let me tell you something. Me being from the Ivory Coast, so I've started following like Drogba, right? Like when he was at Guingamp before he made his move to Marseille. Dude wasn't as technical, but he just kept. He's not your flashy forward, especially at the time. Forwards had to be flashy, but his work ethic. Then he gets his move to Marseille. He only stays there for a year, gets at Chelsea, and you see that gradual phase where he established himself. And I think for some of us that have watched football for a long time, there's some players like they don't have the skill set or why not. But the ones that will just work, they just have that work ethic to just become good. They just become good. And then out of nowhere, you're like, oh, I didn't remember this guy. And they just work. They just don't dwell on their talents. And I think some people, like, let's say, for instance, somebody like Amane, for example, those are guys, yeah, they had the attributes, but bro, those are hard workers because they came from like the gutter, like Southampton. When you go to these mid-table English teams, nothing guarantees that you're gonna see like a top four team, especially when you make a move abroad. That you go into a mid-table team, it's two ways. Whether you really stay down there, or like you have to leave England again, go to a top team, and come back into England in the top team. So some workers like, and they're not like your, at like when you eyeball, when you look at raw talent, you might not see it there, but the people that really work hard to maintain that, I think in the long run they just become efficient players. And I think personally, I feel like Salah Makers, I've seen, I think his positioning on the field has been better. I've been paying attention to the kid. I mean, don't forget he came at 20. In the January window 2019. He was just still, and he's picking up skills, man. He's just 23. There's a reason why he was the first one to re-sign. There's a reason.
And there's also the fact that he had to kind of readapt his position and to learn a new position. And
Right.
there's a lot of pressure to have the end product in that position, which has not really been part of his game before
Right.
that. So, that is also kind of slowing him down. But I agree with you. I think he's going to explode into a
But
great
guys,
player.
I think I think the work ethic and the technicality, I don't think that's the problem of him. I think Salah Makers is one of the most technical player. I think he can actually dribble past players as well. But his problem is his mentality. Like his decision making is really bad. I don't know how he is going to improve something like that. That's mentality is something that
I
you
think
can't really improve
I think it'll come with
right
maturity.
now.
I think it'll come with
Yeah,
maturity.
there is possibility. Yes, in the future
You know,
for sure.
guys,
But right
I'll put
now,
it this way.
yeah.
Sorry, I'll put it this way. If you guys both are right about him and he comes through this next season, becomes like Ronaldinho, I'll be the first one to buy his shirt, man.
And
I
guys,
don't. I don't believe that. You
I'm
would
gonna be
never
a bit
buy a
harsher.
Salamaker.
I will. I
I'm
will
gonna be
buy a shirt, man.
I'm gonna be a bit harsher. The reason why Solid Makers came was because that's what we could afford.
Yeah, that's true.
Doku on the same team, Doku was miles better than him. There's reasons why players have certain price tags attached to them, and it's not due to bias or anything like
The
that.
issue with that is that Salamakers came in as a right back.
Yeah,
Doku is a forward player, and he's always been
And
a forward player.
I
bro.
agree. That's why I don't. That's why I don't want Solid Makers to leave, because I think he's an efficient closer, and that part of the game is what I want him to develop. I don't want him to try and develop into something that he's not. I want him to develop the
Yeah,
things that he's really good at, which is
yeah.
closing out
I
games, controlling
But
the
but
ball.
what
That's
what
what he's good
also
at.
but what you're forgetting? I mean, you're mentioning Doku. Like these guys like Doku plays at Rennes
This
in
motherfucker.
France. They have like, you trust me, when they're in these type of things, bro, they have like the freedom. They're not mentally constrained. When you come at Italy is so tactical, because even like French players when they come, I was watching this dude Dabo. He was just saying like the difference is like Italy gets so tactical. They're like, you're not free to do whatever you want or you get benched. They have to follow instructions. It's not like when you watch League 1 and why the reason why these young players they explode, they're given the freedom to a certain extent to express themselves. In Italy is not the case. Tactically, you have to follow the rules. And that's why, I mean, it's Pioli, at least among all the coaches, he's probably the one that's probably the less rigid. Maybe Inzaghi too, but you don't understand. People like Salamakers that come around. I mean, this is not the Belgian league. He just can't start doing as he please. Or even when he attempts to do that, a couple of times he tried to do, even though he has poor decision making, don't get me wrong. But I think we need to put that factor in. And when you don't have that, like they don't, like an international coach, like let's say Martinez, won't be able to know, like, okay, won't really know Makers, I don't know, performances to a full scope. Because I mean, yeah, he probably might see him in training at the international level, but how often did they even go there, right? But what I'm trying to say is like he came really young, and there's the pressure of playing with Milan, man. And I always say these young guys, if you can adapt that quick, at least he didn't get sold like Hauger did. Is now people are thinking about doing it, but they saw the hunger. Like there's a reason why he hasn't been sold, right? Or maybe somebody can tell me too, he's too trash for people to even try to buy him. I doubt it. I
But
doubt
It's
it.
not that. It's that the teams, the other teams right now already have the wingers that they need for their
Need
club.
right.
So and don't worry, trust me. I think Makers is a good player,
Hmm.
but we should not expect him to do things that are not part of his game.
Yep. And that's
And
my point.
okay, but Nathan, you're the one that is always criticizing because he doesn't do those
yeah,
things.
but that's because he's being put in that position. So I can only judge you based on the position that you are in. And in
I
that position, you are required to do certain things as the standard for that position.
Look, I don't really believe that. But anyway, aside from that, like I see what he brings to the team,
Me
and
too.
it's very good. It has helped us achieve a
I
lot of
I
results.
agree. I
But
100%
don't you
agree.
think we need to improve something on the offense? Like we are not creating that many chance from the right side at all.
That's why I said I want a winger
Yeah,
that can get up and down the
yeah,
field
like
Yeah,
and
like
take his man off.
everything comes from
yeah,
the left, guys. Let's be honest.
yeah.
All the danger
Right.
comes
Like
from the left.
like you said, he started with a as a right back. He still plays as a right back in the right wing side.
No, I
Like
know, and that's one of the reasons why I think people need to be a little bit patient with him. But
yeah, we
um,
can be patient, but you can really actually fix that offense by actually bringing someone like
You
Ziyech
know,
right now
I honestly
instead
feel
of
like when we bring Ziyech, that competition maybe will bring the best out of
yeah.
salad maker. Who knows? Who
Salamakers,
knows?
who knows, might be a better player than Ziyech as the time goes by. But right now, when we are fighting for Champions League next season, I don't think Salamakers right now, not 2 3 years later, right now, I don't think he's ready for Champions League.
Yeah,
I think Ziyech,
I would say next
yeah,
season is for him. It's a break
yeah,
season. If he either he makes it or not, or he's
like
gonna get sold.
he will be, he will have much more competition with Ziyech, and if he performs really well as a sub, I think he will be played above Ziyech. Who knows in the future? But right now, I think we need offensive power more from the right hand side. Like we can really keep up with Leao always attacking from the left. We will be too predictable.
And yeah, and the other team and other teams next season they already figuring out Leao, so they're gonna double on him,
Yeah,
triple on him.
like example
So
like Atalanta, they are getting a lot predictable. That's why they are not performing that well like they used to.
well, I hope Ziyech performs in Italy. I hope he does well, guys. It looks like
Yeah,
it's happening, so let's see.
yeah.
yeah,
We need to be
it's
optimistic.
I would say next week we'll know for sure, yes
Yeah,
or no,
yeah.
for sure. So, and it's gonna be a first big statement, kind of a signing of a newly renewed, our beautiful, the most handsome man in the world, Paolo Maldini.
But how do y'all feel? Do y'all think? How do y'all feel about that Brazilian guy we're linked to from Aston Villa? Y'all think
Rafinha?
he a real
Oh, no,
deal?
no.
I have no idea, man. I don't even know who
He
you're
looked
talking about.
good in the highlights. He looks like a warrior kind of player, box to box midfielder. Kind of reminds me of Barella a little bit in style.
So
Me,
he's
me,
good.
yeah, me personally, like the reason I don't mind Premier League players with the high press and all that, like I think they can adapt, and I think like their pace, the intensity, they can still kind of keep it, and it gives an edge because the game is more slower in the league, at least our league. So that's why sometimes I don't mind them, and it's not like we're because the thing that makes me laugh with fans, man, they be thinking anybody will bring in has to be like the next Messi, no matter what position it is. Like people will cry, like, oh, but he didn't score a lot, or he doesn't have a lot of goals. I'm like, dude, they're not bringing these guys for stat pads or like say some people they're coming for like precise positions. Like you see what I'm saying? We have a certain way of playing feed through like the attacker. And I don't know, man. I read comments. I just be, oh, man. I'm glad he guys not in charge of the club.
I am still hoping for Sanchez, though. That's still
No, for sure. For sure. Because even if Sanchez can give us 20 games, 25 games a season, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad.
yeah.
As long as like the crucial games, I'm not mad at that. Because, I mean, even somebody like Pobega, like, I did follow some of that. That's a kid that I really like now. How he's going to adapt to our system,
I'm telling
we'll
you,
see.
man. Pobega, he's physically as strong as Casey.
He is.
And
And
he
he
can run
shoots.
pretty fast. Yeah, and he can run pretty fast, and he can shoot from outside. He has pretty good vision. I mean, this kid has talent, man.
He
For
does.
sure.
And that's what we need. My problem with Milan is that we do not shoot enough. Because sometimes there's so much openings. It's like,
I
I don't know
agree.
if they're
I
scared and they do
100%
not
agree
shoot.
with that.
We don't have any
That's
shooters from the midfield.
that's why I've been
Zero.
saying, guys, Tonali needs to start shooting from outside next season a lot because he
He
has
can
a good
actually.
shot. He has a
He
Tonali has
can,
good
but
a
I
shot.
nice
think
shot.
Pioli doesn't want that to happen. I think.
That's
I
what I'm
But you
want.
thinking
have
it
to.
is.
The reason why shooting sometimes important because we struggle a lot with low blocks, right? When you start playing the Udinese and they start sitting back, you can kind of like fake where you can get like a shot in. If they know that you shoot and they try to close in, it opens wings up that you can dive in. There's ways you can, but if they just know you play the whole Leao mindset, they know you don't shoot, then people can just stand there. And when we play low blocks, it's so frustrating. You just look and you're like, God, like it's just, I don't know, man. And that's how we dropped a lot of points. We dropped so many points against these teams, like, and that's why I don't even like these teams. I hate them, man, because it's like they have no purpose to play during the league. But boom, it's Milan now. We're gonna defend to death, and they're not gonna score. But then the next game they lose 5-0. I
Yeah.
don't know, man. It's silly.
There was a midfielder we were linked to, the Argentinian guy, Enzo Fernandez, and he
Uh-huh.
scores a lot from the midfield. If you look at his goals, almost all of them are long shots from the
How
middle.
much, man? How
Yeah.
much? What's the price?
I think it's past. I think he's going to
We.
Benfica.
Yeah. He's already
Ah,
gone.
my
He already
guy.
signed.
Yeah.
I don't
Bastards.
like attacking midfielders too much. They leave the defense exposed.
Say again?
Who's
My
this?
bad.
What's
No,
up,
it's
Mark?
Marvin.
How
I
you
was
doing?
just hanging out for a bit. No, I was saying I don't like when like the double pivots attack too much. I feel like they leave the defense too open.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because the problem with the double pivot, man, is like once the defense,
It's
once the
defense
like the
first.
formation is disorganized, that's how we get scored on. It's like that's the problem with
I
that.
think. I think that will work against these park the bus teams. Like if the team starts to park the bus, our midfield needs to do the attacking as well. Because I'm so pretty sure that the park the team bus will not try to score as well. They will always try to defend first. So the only way to break down that defense will be to score with our midfielders as well. Try to at least.
Yeah, and but
Yeah, because
let's not.
we
Yeah.
control the ball most of the game.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing too is like the mobility of our number nines. I think we've been playing with 10 players for the past 3 years. As much crucial they'll come into games, but just think for a second. I mean, hopefully even for Origi, even if he doesn't score, the mobility, like be able to move around consistently where you're not too slow or too tired, or you have to stand there. Like it
I
opens
agree
up
with you on this 100%.
it opens up space, man. It opens up space where like people, even the right wingers can go in now and do whatever they
Yeah,
want, but we just don't have that. We're
I think
limited, man.
I think with Origi, because he's definitely a player that is going to be much more mobile than Giroud, and he's going to be looking for depth and space. I think it's going to give Ali good chances for his through balls, and also it's going to be helpful for Brahim Diaz,
Yeah, it
because
is.
Brahim Diaz needs a player that looks for depth. Because Brahim Diaz has been playing with these players that come to him, and then it forces everything to be played in close spaces where he gets pushed off the ball. Rather, if he can play in space and send Origi into space, then Brahim Diaz will have more success.
Right.
So
And there's this excuse with Giroud, like, oh, he's an unselfish player. He passes the ball. No, he doesn't know what to do with it. He has the ball. He's limited, and he's not as fast to be like, okay, I'm gonna run. So yeah, the only thing he's gonna pass at each time. He's not
His
gonna try to
layouts are
fake
very
or
poor.
feint. Uh huh.
he has a very
His
bad
layouts
layoff
are
game.
very
Yeah.
poor.
Yeah, they are. Cause I mean, this is the age too, man. It's the age too, and that's the reason why France can't call him back. Cause Benzema not finding form. They're not gonna leave. He's good for a backup. He's good for a backup. I think he's good for a backup. I think, and I think what Milan is doing, they're being really smart because don't go and max out on a forward because the World Cup is gonna come around. The next market is gonna come around. There might be a great forward that's available,
That's
and you're
what
rushing.
that's what
So
they want to do. That's what they're talking about
But
today. That's what they're
to
talking
be
about today. And
devil. Go ahead, sorry, Roy. Go ahead.
uh, that's what we're talking about today in Radio RossonARI, is that they're going to wait next year to get the striker. We're not going to go all out this year.
right,
Now
and I'm
the
not. And
problem,
yeah,
the problem with waiting for the World Cup is player prices are going to inflate. That's my only problem with waiting. Because you said a good player might pop up. That good player is going to instantly be 30 million
yeah,
guaranteed.
but right, but that good player might not. So the good player it's gonna be the players for, let's say, the Man City and all that, and it's gonna be the player for us. So we might have different metrics. You're gonna look at somebody, okay, exponentially that can grow, right? It might be some of these lower nations. We're not gonna be looking whatever Man City is looking at. We're just not gonna play those bidding wars, right? And that's the beauty of the World Cup or these European competition. You can look at other profiles that people are not even looking at. Like, let's say you can just focus on African nations or focus on whatever and be like, "Yup, I want this guy." Nobody's really paying attention. He plays in what club? Put the money there, and I think that's been Milan's strategy. Kind of what how Dortmund or like the Benfica. Why you think people like the Benfica when they go and they get their guys? Benfica, where did they get Darwin Nunez? They got Darwin Nunez in like the second division of Spain, right? They have a way of seeing things. They might have seen him at the, you know, at the World Cup, like U20, something like that. Okay, let's go and scout them, and then they become good, and they know what to resell. And I think that's the model we're doing. But I think the only thing we're trying to avoid is not become a feeder club like the Dortmund. Like, we're not gonna sell to Juve or whatever. It's like, nope, we're getting them. Okay, it's to build our team because I mean I think that's just the best and ultimate strategy for us because we just don't have the money, and I respect that. And I think that's how we're gonna scout in the World Cup. At least that's just my assumption.
What I find interesting in terms of scouting, I feel like we don't have our scouts in the right locations. Either that, or we or either that, or we don't have enough scouts to send to certain locations.
No, the only reason we scout in France is because Makanda is French, right? He knows the
Well,
league. He has his guys. The only other scout that I know from Milan is Ibrahim Ba, like ex-French player that used to play for Milan. He's also a Milan scout that'll go to games. Now I don't know where he scouts, but it's also who's available to you also, man. Because I mean, if they're scouting, you have do you want to scout for Milan? Or do we pay enough? Do we pay a lot of money for scouts compared to a Man City or like PSG or these other clubs that might have the better funds, right? So it's just I guess it just depends But I think a league that's really slept on though, that has talent, like it's Croatia, man. The Croatian league, they have some gems in there, and I don't think people pay too much attention. I mean, I guess they do, but I suggest that's somewhere we can start looking at least. Also, instead of France.
Glenn, you said you're from the Ivory Coast?
Yeah, so I was born in the state, but yeah, I'm like, back and forth. Yeah, that's that's where my roots are from. Yeah, Ivory Coast, and
who do you think is the next upcoming Ivory Coast star?
Bro, Ivory Coast has mad talent, but the next upcoming right now. So Traore, good kid, but we're saying Sangare right now is like the top tier, man. Like he's the guy. Sangare from PSV. Trust me, I didn't seen that dude play. He's like the next Yaya Toure, for instance. Because he's technical. He's a CDM, though. He's not like an attacking mid. He's kind of like in the Casio role, but he's just technical and he scores. And I think like he was player of the year for PSV or something like that, but he was highly rated in the Eredivisie. So he's definitely like the up-and-coming guy for sure. Now, after that, young talents like Ahmed Traore from Sassuolo, and they got the little Diallo kid from Man U. He was loaned to Rangers. He was up in there, but Ivory Coast is always going to produce talents because it's in our nature to. It's like and when you look in Africa, top 5 countries in terms of talent, we're going to produce it regardless. If somebody's always going to come. But right now,
this is my whole point about the scouts. Why don't we have a scout in Ivory Coast? Because we don't scout these guys.
Honestly, I think the team has scouts all over the world. It's just that you can only choose so many players. Well, I mean, you can only choose so many players. You can only choose 26 players, and each position you can only choose three players max.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just feel like we are.
But you gotta understand too, like in these places, right? The monopoly also that's already in place, right? So I'll give you an example. Like when you go to South America, like these clubs, these academies, they're used to shopping with particular people. Yeah, okay, Milan. Yeah, you're gonna come. Yeah, it's an historic club, but like in terms of the money, their kid, because it's like there's a whole system in place. I feel like Milan didn't break through there earlier enough. And right now, in the Ivory Coast, for example, so I'll give you an example. I'm going to give you just a quick little story on, like, the Ivorian Academy that produced, like, a Kalou. There's a Kalou that played at Chelsea, Yaya Toure, Gervinho. All these guys came from the same academy that they were like a feeder club to a Belgian club. And even Kolo Toure, like, they all went through that academy through Belgium, right? And that's how, they had a monopoly for the longest. Until I think now it's the Austrians that came in with Red Bull. And Salzburg now, they're just going crazy in West Africa. And a lot of little West African kids, like they're going through that system no matter what country you're from. Because they have the money, they have the assets, they can stretch out. They know what to do. You understand? Because the reason why Italy, Milan too can also do, if you're struggling financially, man, you worrying about stuff internally before even try to go outside. So I think that's been the longest too, and the Italian team's been struggling for the longest, maybe except Juve. But then again, Juve, how many academy products did they even put out there too, right? And so I don't know, man. It's just, I'm just speaking out loud, but it's just stuff to kind of like look at. I think the Primavera system is really poor in Italy, at least right now. Really, really poor.
Yeah, I agree. Now, it's good though. I like to ask these questions because we have people like from all over, so you guys can tell us things like you and Noir. And Noir was telling us the same thing about the institutions and stuff that we simply just don't know because we just don't know.
No,
so
and you're
I
right.
like to ask the questions because you guys can tell us things that we just didn't know. Like I didn't know about any of this stuff until I talked to you and Noir. I didn't know. So
yeah,
it's good information.
No, it's good, and I try to, because what I do is me speaking French also, so I try to like kind of have an open-minded, like my main interest is like Milan, man. I live for Milan, though. Like it's like when I say love of my life, I tell after my girlfriend, I'm like, dude, you can't, Milan, it's above all. It's almost like a cult when you feel, because when you ask Milan fans, it's like the same sensation. People will go over it because it's just something that connects us, all over the world, right? You don't have to grow up in Italy or be from the city of Milano to have the impact, like the impact like the team just gave. It's just, and that's what I love about football. So the older you grow, you try to amplify your way of just seeing the teams, and you just, I don't know, you get more connected with
Goddamn, Roy.
yeah, you get more connected with like everything outside of it, and I try to pay attention to what goes on in other leagues and other teams or whoever we link to. So I be in random like forums or group chats, like especially in France, like whatever, like people in the league speaking about, like there's a Milan club in like in France, I think Paris region. I infiltrate, listen to what they're saying, give your 2 points, see what they're thinking about, see if it's the same feeling all across for the English speakers. So it's different dynamics, but it's really interesting, and it's it's part of it, man. It's a big moving market, but I think Milan is on the right path, man. I think that's what we need. It's painful when your team is rebuilding, and I think if we survive the banter era, I think we have more patience to even go forward.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
10 years. 10 years is more than enough.
Bro, that banter era was painful, man. I used to be sitting in my room, and when you start realizing your team is actually shit, losing to teams like Sassuolo, embarrassing, and you just can't believe it, man. Especially that year when we finished 10th, I'll never forget that. Oh man, it was awful.
How,
It was
how old are
awful.
you? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 30.
30. Okay.
Yep. It was awful. So it's I think what they're doing is right. I think with the Americans coming in, I think it's at least, I think it's the best alternative right current times to actually an Italian owner, an old Italian owner like a De Laurentiis or whatever. Because yeah, books are good, but these people don't really. I don't think they have incentive to even try to adapt to what's going on in the modern world, and I think that's my frustration with some of these, Italian owners, like what they're doing. I was happy when Berlusconi sold the club. Yeah, he was successful in the '80s, but it's just I don't know, man.
You don't really have many Italian billionaires with all that power right now.
Right
So,
now, too, that is true. That is true.
so
Well, not even it doesn't even have to be billionaires. Like look how Ajax operates. If you start doing the things right the first time around, you don't have to worry about certain things. Of course, Ajax can't hold on to their players, so you still need a big time owner. But still, like it's just another way to better prepare yourself.
let's hope this Redbird thing works out. Let's see. They might not even get the club in the end. Let's see how this works out. I don't know, man. I am not negative about it. I'm quite positive about it. I just want to see exactly what it is because today I honestly don't know. Honestly, don't know. You know, I am expecting Milan to be super competitive, and I'm expecting Milan to keep Leao. If they can't keep Leao, that's going to send out a big message.
Yeah.
If they can't keep Leao, that tells me that they're not a big club. It's not a big club at that point.
Right.
It's not a
But
big
have you
club.
seen that we're linked to? I think I saw a report. We're linked to one of Sacramento Kings. Like one of their owners is trying to invest into Milan, and I'm just not for it
Yeah,
Yeah,
because that
Red
team's been
yeah, bro.
trash for the longest. No.
Cardinale is. Yeah, there was a report that Cardinale is trying to see if he can get some money from this guy from the Sacramento
Yeah,
Kings.
dude. No, these guys. I don't know. It's the franchise is not even good. The reason I was sold on Cardinale, at least the teams that were investing, they won trophies, so they understand. These teams like the Kings that have been bad for so long, there's no incentive to even get their franchise up there, and that's gonna be my problem because who comes in, they're not gonna think about okay, the team needs to win on the pitch. It's more from the branding perspective.
Yeah.
And it's like the Jerry Jones mentality kind of with the Cowboys. It's like, oh, the team is good, but we haven't been winning. And that's why I'm afraid with Milan. Yeah, the brand is going to be good, but we're just not a good team. That's not what we watch, soccer for. That's definitely not football. So it's
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what it's going to be like. I'm really curious to see what this ownership is going to be like. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
His little show he pulled out in the museum there, Cardinale. I mean, I don't know. I'm
yeah.
not.
And they,
I
when
just don't know.
Yeah, I think he needs. I think it's safe to say this is probably going to be their biggest project. I, I think they just need to understand that Milan is much bigger than what they probably think at the moment. I don't think these guys realize just how big Milan actually is.
No, I think he understood that when he saw the celebration, because he said he never saw something like that. I'm pretty sure he understood a little bit of that when we won that league, and that was even good. So he has an
I'm
idea of
still
it.
convinced of that picture you did in the Duomo is photoshopped. Like I'm convinced about that. I swear, like that, it just does not look real to me. It looks like it looks fake. It looks fake.
You sure about that?
Uh,
I don't know, man. It looks real. I don't know.
I mean, I could literally do what that picture with the stuff we use for the thumbnails. I could literally replicate that. I could literally replicate something like that with the same programs that we used to do that we use for thumbnails. I don't know, man. I'm skeptic about him right now, but I hope to be. I hope that he comes out. It comes out well. Like Elliot at first, when the first transition happened, I didn't like it, but then in time, the way the management was being conducted and the people they were hiring, it really convinced me that they did a good job and they did the right move. So let's see what this one is all about.
But
Let's
like
see
I
it.
said, yeah, like I said earlier, when I was, speaking to French counterparts, they said Redbird did a really good job. Even when you're on French Twitter, they did
In
a good job
Toloi, right?
with
Toloi.
Toulouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Toulouse, they really did a good job in terms like the media standing and how they came because yes, Toulouse also went to the ground and they used to always be in League 1, but I mean they came back, so
Yeah,
safe
that
to
says a
see.
lot.
So
That says a lot.
I'm
That
not mad
that
at that.
says a lot. Yeah. I mean, that's a very good achievement there. You
Yeah,
know.
it is. And it's better when it's like that. At least we can judge them from another metric instead of just having Milan. The only thing is like Milan is more bigger, especially in the history, because what they say like Milan has over 500 million fans. That's half a billion people across the world. So
Is that true?
it's,
Are you sure?
I mean, there's even the Milan website. That's what they say. So I don't think they're a
Really?
lie.
Damn.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, around
Jesus.
500 million Milan fans. Because they said that if you go read even the new post about that new watch, that collab they're doing about vintage, they even have that in the little description on the AC Milan
Man,
official
every
website.
fan should donate $1, and then we have the Calciomercato.
That's true.
Shit. Isn't that how Real Madrid does it? The fans own the club.
More like Bayern Munich.
Who gives a damn about the owner of the Kings? We just need their money, not their name. We made our own branding. Jay-Z could invest in Milan for all I care, or Weird Al Yankovic. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think, Clint? Let me ask you a question. And guys, I have to close in 10 minutes more or less. Let me ask you a question, Clint. How do you think the season is going to go? And how do you
Um,
see Juventus and Inter building their teams?
so so my first thing is the way I think the season is gonna go for us. I think is at least a top three. So even if we don't win the Scudetto, I don't think we'll be mad. I think what you can only override that is if we go further. We get out the group stage in the Champions League, and then we end up top three. I think for us, for the standards where we in, knowing that we didn't spend too much on the Mercato, I think it's a good season, right? I'm not expecting us to go. We need a win trophy or any of that, right? I think being consistent, I think is part of that ball game. Now, I think me personally, I think Juve is gonna have a better season than Inter. I'll put money on that. I don't care. People saying Lukaku and all that. The reason why I'm saying is because if they really sell that guy, even if they get Bremer, I think Inter is gonna struggle. Because I think my problem with Juve is like Juve has that DNA more than Inter. Inter is more of a fluke of a
True,
position. Yeah,
true.
they're good, but they don't have Conte, bro. And I think people don't understand how that's a big factor. Conte is a winner, and Lukaku is not coming back also where Milan is trash. He's coming back as Milan also being champion. So it's gonna be three times as hard. Like people be thinking it's gonna be a run over. There's a lot of things that changed since he left. So I'm thinking Juve is gonna have a better season. I reckon that Juve probably is gonna win the league if we don't, or maybe Napoli, but Inter, I don't know. They're gonna fight. They're gonna be up there, but I feel Juve is gonna have a better season. That's just how I feel like that, just based on the history of Juve, without being partial, and not because I hate Inter too much, but that's just what I see. I think Inter might have a good run in the Champions League. Maybe they have a favorable like group stage, especially that they got out last year. But I think in the league, I think it's gonna be a lot more tighter because teams like Roma even got really good. I think they're doing Roma and also Fiorentina. I reckon they're also gonna try to fight for top four. I reckon actually
Yeah.
Fiorentina might take Lazio's spot though, to be
Mm.
honest, because Lazio
I
they're
can see
really
that.
inactive. Yeah, they're really inactive.
But
I don't
don't
understand.
don't underestimate Lazio. Sarri's second year. He usually always does much better in
Right,
his.
but he does, but the thing is they haven't brought nobody in. That's
Yeah,
the problem. That's what I'm
Consistently,
looking at. They haven't, because you expecting Immobile is gonna score the goals. Y'all haven't got that man a replacement,
and
and
they
that's
don't
a
have
that's a
youth on
big.
their side either. Like
They don't have you.
at least we can say our players are getting better because they're younger. Lazio's players are not. They don't have that, and they're the same team.
Me personally, I could have said Lazio could have went out and get a Joao Pedro from Cagliari. That wouldn't hurt. He'll fit perfect in that type of system. Even play second fiddle, kind of like share the game amount with Immobile. I don't see why not. They could have went to Cagliari and be able to like get stuff there. But my problem with teams like Lazio, they're just content. If we can do this, then it's fine. And it's like, how is your team even increasing in value? Look at Roma within 2 years alone. Roma just passed Lazio. They're not even in the same bracket no more. Especially after winning their little Mickey Mouse League, but it's still it's still a trophy. And I really respect the job that Mourinho has done because they're actually playing with purpose over there, and they're just better. And I think Lazio is going to be left in the dust because I think Fiorentina, 2 3 years, I promise Fiorentina is definitely going to make Champions League within the next 4 years. At the way they're going, that rate, the next 2 years, I see them in Champions League for sure, for sure. Especially with Italiano, no pressure. You get to work with the players you need.
You
You're
think
good.
so?
Yeah,
Who are they gonna surpass?
who are they going to surpass?
Wait, now
Somebody that usually struggles to get fourth. Not Milan. I think Milan would go. I always say teams like Napoli, Roma, Fiorentina. I think those three, they struggle to like they
sustain
might
that.
interchange.
Sustain that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. I don't think Atlanta. I think they rode their wave. They played good, but they also benefited from the Milano teams being bad for so long for them upcoming. So I think the hierarchy is reestablishing itself, and we saw it this year. And that's just what it's gonna be. Because if you're not gonna spend money, teams like Milan are just not gonna be bad for so long. And I called it. So that's just what it is. Like the Zapata and all that, they're getting older too. So you don't have your pieces. It's not gonna be like before. I mean, and it's been 2 years in a row now. Atlanta was kind of starting to show also their flaws. So I mean, that's where we at. I think, but I think Juve with what they're doing, man. I don't know the delay case, but I don't know. I think just because of Vlahovic, man, that kid, he's hungry. So
I
Yeah, but now they got Zaniolo. They're gonna get Zaniolo probably, and then Chiesa's coming back. Di Maria.
are they?
Like,
How they gonna get
bro,
Zaniolo?
bro, they're close to Zaniolo, bro. Like that
it's
is
right
that's just getting
now.
close.
Right now, it's the team that is most likely going to get him. But of course, it's not official yet. We'll see what happens. But yeah, if they also get him, I mean, fuck, dude. Like, I mean, they don't have they have no excuse not to even kick ass in Europe at that point. They have no
Now,
Yeah,
excuse.
now I think the wild card is that kid, that Georgian kid that Napoli has.
Vicha
Pay
Varashkelia.
close attention to him
Oh yeah.
because that kid
This
is
guy is going to be.
something.
This guy in the
Yeah,
right team, in my opinion, can fight to win a Ballon d'Or. In
yeah.
the right team.
He, with Napoli with their system too. I'm not dismissing them. It's just depending on Osimhen's health, man. That's my problem with them, and
Oof, nice
it
name.
has to
yeah,
be. It has to
yep.
be. It's just that portion alone. So I kind of pay close attention. I just love the Italian league, man. Like it's just overall. Even I love Milan, but you'll catch me watch these lower league games if I'm at work. I'm not really doing anything, just to see who's doing what or whatsoever. So, but Right now, I think top three for me, Milan in no particular order, Milan, Inter, and Juve for sure. And I think
Well,
everybody falls on there.
yeah, one thing for sure that is different from last year is that last year pretty much all our competitors, I think literally all of them, had, except for Atalanta, had a coach that had just come in.
Yeah.
And this year, all our competitors, the coach now is their second year. So the
Hmm.
team is more gelled, the system is more gelled. Now it's the confirmation. This next season is going to be super competitive. Super
It's going to be
competitive.
competitive. Yeah. Yep. And I think it's going to be more competitive. I think the competition excites me is more with Roma. I think Roma is going to be is going to be good. They're
Oh
going to
yeah,
be good.
Roma's going to be
Yeah.
better.
They're going to be better.
Juve
They're
better.
going to be
Inter
better.
better.
It's
But
just
I also think Lazio is going to be better, just because of that reason there. And I think they are going to probably do something in the Mercato. We'll see. I mean, the Mercato is still long. They usually do.
right.
But Fiorentina is definitely going to be better. That president there is very ambitious.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is like they got Jovic now. So what happens to
Is that
Piontek and they
official?
got that
Is that
Cabral
official?
guy?
Is that
Jovic,
official?
yeah, the medicals one. The way I mean
Wow.
Romano
Hey,
is
guys,
Damn.
guys,
confirming
guys,
that.
I gotta go. Hey, Ivan, it was great talking with you, bro. Hey, try and
Yeah.
get in the WhatsApp group with us. We just talk football all day, but I'll let you guys back up another day.
Okay.
Because
Later, Nathan. Have a good one, my man. Peace
all right.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
But
gonna
yes.
close in just a few minutes. Yeah,
Okay,
go
no
ahead.
problem. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, so I was saying I'm like, yeah, they're gonna get Jovic. So I was wondering, I'm like, yo, Piontek, what's gonna happen to Piontek? Like he's gonna be
I
like the third now forward, like, or is it
w-
just gonna sell him?
was Piontek a loan or was it a direct transfer?
That's
Uh, I
interesting,
I
huh? I
don't
thought it was
know.
a direct transfer, huh?
Was it a
Hmm.
direct transfer? I don't know. I don't know. But
Hmm.
if he was a direct transfer, I don't know, man. But they're building a decent squad, man. They're gonna build a
They are.
decent squad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just like their style of play. They play when they're on their day, Fiorentina. They play really like Italiano. I think that's going to be the next big coach. Maybe in the next 2 3 years.
Yeah, a
I
lot
think
of
he can
people
do
are think
something.
that. A lot of people think that he
Yeah,
seems to be good. We'll
yeah.
see.
No,
We'll see.
he's really attack minded, and I think we need those. I think he's a better version of De Zerbi. I think he's a better version. I think Italiano is.
What
I
do you
just
think?
think he
What
is.
do you think of Allegri?
Allegri stuff is outdated. I think Allegri he's good for actually a national team. He's good for tournament football. I promise you that. Like
I
those
don't
are
know
the
about
type of
that.
guys like no, the reason why I say he's good for tournament football, lock in, you don't score. That's the thing. Like in the league, it makes no sense when you do that. But I think if you were to take like the national,
It
I
is
think he can
true.
do
You
something.
you do have a
Yeah,
point that I mean
yeah,
Italy won most of its won probably all of its trophies playing that lock in football and don't let anybody
right.
pass. But I just don't like him, man. I just
Yeah,
hate the
yeah.
way he plays, dude.
He's too rigid, especially maybe also with the players he have. It just makes it like it doesn't make any sense playing like that. And I think Juve too, like Chiellini leaving, I don't know, bro. Exposes Bonucci gets a lot exposed when he doesn't have the good people. We saw it in the Milan, and I don't know how Juve's defense is gonna really look
Yeah,
too. I'm gonna
they
be
have
honest
to
with you.
definitely rebuild their defense for sure.
You
For
know,
sure, they have to
and,
rebuild. But
and
I gotta say though,
mhm,
watch out for Juve because with their style of play, that they like to
mhm,
soak in the pressure, right? And they win the
mhm,
ball in their field.
mhm,
But when you have Chiesa on the left, Di Maria on the right to exploit those spaces going up,
mhm.
I mean that can be dangerous. That can be really dangerous.
It can. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. It can, but like the problem is people that know how to deal with pressure, they'll be able to, like teams like Milan. Like one thing about us, like we don't really get scored on counter attacks like that. I think we get scored on silly mistakes that they'll do, but our guys are really good at recuperating. And it's just how often can they do that? Season in and out though, because they're also old, man. I look at the age and Juve too. I'm like,
Well, Di
ah.
Maria's old. Di Maria's old. Yeah,
Yeah,
Di
so
Maria's
how
old.
can Di Maria really, it's and that's the only thing. But I know Juve will definitely do damage once Kiesa's back, because people that are hungry in Serie A and just notice they score a lot.
I
Like
mean,
hungry
Chiesa
players,
is yeah.
yeah,
Chiesa's
he's
gonna
gonna
come
be
back, and he's gonna want to show us. do a statement.
Yeah.
I think that we're going to see a much more efficient counterattack team with Juventus next season.
Juve. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I
for
agree. I
sure.
agree. And it's gonna be exciting. We'll see, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I gotta close. It's been almost 7 hours.
Yeah, man.
Crazy.
That's just it's good talk, man. Sunday, y'all say y'all open this Sunday again, right? Like Sunday, I'll
Sunday,
probably
yes.
hop on. Yeah, okay.
Laird
Take
has
care,
his
guys,
transfer news.
everybody.
Okay,
Forza
no
Later,
problem,
Milan.
man.
Vasilij.
So
Later,
Sunday, all right,
guys.
man. All right, bye.
All right, guys. Thank you, Clint. Really appreciate
Yeah,
it.
yes, sir.
Guys in chat, everybody, thank you very much. We will see you Sunday. Maybe we will see you Saturday. But for sure, we'll definitely see you Sunday. And we will continue to find out what is going to happen with the AC Milan Mercato. What is going to happen? You think Ziyech is going to be the first one, Clint?
Yes, I think Ziyech after the renewals, I think Ziyech will be the first guy.
All right,
I
let's
think
see.
so. Yep, we'll see.
Oh, let me ask you before we close. How many goals do you
Yes,
think Origi is going to score?
I reckon at least same as Giroud, maybe 15. The only because we got two forwards, but I'll say 12 to 15 a season.
Nice, 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 nice.
Yep, I think that's fair.
And how many goals do you think Ziyech can score if he comes to Milan?
Ziyech scored to us. I'm giving his ceiling 8 to 10, but at least
Oh,
8. I can
okay.
see him get eight goals all overall.
That's
Yep,
not bad. That's not
yep,
bad.
yep. So
Ali will be first. He's coming Monday, says Ollie. Ali, what about Ali? Do you think he's going to score some goals, get some assists?
I think our early 10, 11 season, all competition involved, will make more sense for him. I think he's going to be playing less, where he's going to be resting more, right? So also there's World Cup in between, so God knows, man. People are going to try to get selected for the national team, so they might go all out. But I want to give him past 12 because now we have another forward. So I think
12? 12 goals?
for Olivier Giroud the whole year, yes, because I
Oh,
think Leao
Giroud,
is going to take
Giroud.
some of it. Yeah.
I was asking Ali. Giroud, yeah, I agree.
Oh, Adley, dude, I don't. Four,
For,
four, two. Yeah, I
who
can't
do you?
because
Yeah, go ahead.
the reason why I say that is I'm thinking also about Leao, man. Like he's gonna try to score more. We're
Yes.
not gonna score
How many
100
do you,
goals a season,
how many
so
do you think Lau is going to score?
I think Leao double digits again this year.
I agree.
12, 11, being fair.
Really?
Yep.
I give him
Right
more.
now, yes. Yep.
I think he's going to
Yep.
get close to 20.
20. We'll see.
Close.
If he gets close to 20, then the origin, then they're not scoring double digits. But we'll see. I think that's fair too. But I just want to be more moderate, and I'll probably say like 12
Okay.
even.
All right.
Maybe more. I'll probably think he's gonna have more assists than goals for sure.
He's going to have a lot of assists.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's going to get close to the 30 mark with assists and goals.
Goals.
Maybe
That would be
30
good.
more
Yeah,
assists
that
and goals.
sounds like that's another Scudetto. So yeah. Hey,
Yeah, let's
yeah.
see, hopefully. All right,
All right. All right. No
guys,
problem, man.
thank you very
See.
much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Guys, if you have not if you're not clicked that like button, please do it. What are you waiting for? Please do it right now. And we'll see you next time. Thank you for joining the Milan Forum. Peace out.